I'd like for us to get started with just some brief introductions, and then we're going to jump into this topic today. I will make some introductory comments. I'm Robert Moore. I will be your instructor today and colleague and partner in reflection on this material. This is a workshop that is a continuation of a series of workshops that I've done here over recent years, all a part of an integrated project, which I'll speak more about in a little bit. With this workshop today, we are getting focused on what I believe to be some of the most key archetypal dynamics in our struggle to individuate, to become empowered with archetypal energies without having them become destructive. So it's really all of these, and I'll go over in a minute. I guess I should do that at this point. I began work on this sort of thing just trying to think about the great self. Many of you have heard me speak of the great self within many times. In my work, I have sought to continue Jung's work on the collective unconscious, and particularly his work on trying to understand the shape of the great self within. So what some people would call the God within, the God imago. I began some years ago with a series of lectures on the mythology of the great self within, which are available through the Institute. And I have followed that up with studies on psychopathology. I've got a book manuscript on the collective unconscious and psychopathology, the structure of madness, which I'm trying to get ready to go to press now. And then not long ago, some of you were here when I was doing this workshop on transforming fire, which is really focusing on previous reflections on this issue of dealing with the great energies that come off the archetype self. My most recent book, which you may have seen, I think they have copies of it here, is Facing the Dragon, which I brought this article on dragon mythology for you to peruse over the lunch hour. Because really, we will be thinking about the primal mythology of the great sacrifice of the primal dragon and what it means in the context of individuation and transformative process. So this workshop today is really the culmination of a lot of work, and is focusing on what I believe to be some of the central mysteries of empowerment, of becoming your most radiant self, and what I would argue would be the essential understanding and also conscious spiritual and psychological practice which has to be done if you are to really become an awakened self. The theme that's going to go underneath all of this weekend, our work together, is this: you don't really have any choice about sacrifice. You are presently in the process of sacrificial process. The question is not, are you going to sacrifice tremendously important things, but are you doing it unconsciously, unaware of the price you're paying in sacrificial dynamics? So the whole sweep of the issues, and I want you to be thinking about these things, is the challenge of getting from unconscious sacrifice to conscious sacrificial process. And by so doing, become able to engage in creative sacrificial process, which really can transform a wasteland, either personal or social, into a land of plenty, a land of plenitude, paroma. So that's really the subtext underneath all this, and so there's a lot of work that has gone before here, and so those of you who've not studied this material with me before, bear with us, and feel free to raise questions of clarification as we go. I personally would like to dedicate this workshop today to two of my dear friends, Sherry and John Franklin, who were psychotherapists and specialists in psychology and spirituality in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area for many years, and studied many years here in this room. Were great supporters of the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago, and brought a great influence in the Pennsylvania area through their work with psychosynthesis. A few years ago, Sherry got a very severe form of brain cancer and has had a real struggle with it. The community that they had developed there gathered around them, Sherry and John, and sought to help them in the best way of our supportive communities to deal with this scourge. John was very faithful and committed. He was a big supporter of Tibetan Buddhism and the work of the Dalai Lama. He was by our side till the end, which came for Good Friday morning, 2:30. Later on that morning, John, lying down to sleep to get a little rest, died. His heart stopped. So I'm kind of in shock about that. These were two people that made a powerful offering of their great creative gifts and gave a tremendous surge of life in the lives of many. So I just wanted to say that today. So welcome. I want to just do a very brief thing here. I've already told you that this workshop, if this goes fast for you, because I'm assuming a lot of stuff from the past, that stuff is available in these lectures that I mentioned earlier. Basically, I've been working to try to get to what I've called, many of you know, a Neo-Jungian understanding of transformative process in psychology and spirituality. I'm really trying to help folks understand the necessary partnership between conscious spiritual practice and psychological healing. And so I've been working on that quite some time, and I'm in terms of the spiritual practice idea, I'm working all of these materials, this recent group of workshops will eventually, I hope, come out in a book that will be the sequel to this Facing the Dragon book, which will be called Riding the Dragon, and it will be about getting conscious about these great energies in the psyche and what you actually need to do about it. We'll be touching on that some today. The only follow-up workshop which I may do to this before getting into that would just be one that will elaborate more experientially on the thing I'll be talking about tomorrow, which I'll get to in a moment. But here's the layout for our workshop for this weekend. I want to talk a little bit about why I study this particular archetype, because I've felt for many years that this was, if you really care about the objective psyche and the collective unconscious, there are a few things that you really have to look at. You got to look at the psychology of the archetypal dimensions of blessing. I did that a lot in my book on the King Within, and you have to look at the archetypal dimensions of pilgrimage process, sacred space, and transformation through the pilgrimage process. I did that in the book on the archetype of initiation, which is another way to talk about the journey, the idea of the archetypal journey, process of initiation. And the book, The Archetype of Initiation, addresses that. I've said also that key is to look at this archetype of sacrifice. And I'll talk about why this is so important in a minute. And then we'll spend some time, hopefully, before the break. I'll just lay out some of the basic phenomenology of sacrifice. Some of you could write a paper on this. Others of you will be kind of fresh for. Then after the break, I'll be talking about sacrifice in the psyche, and I will put this in the context of Jung and Edinger and so on the importance of the archetypal self in understanding the context for all this discussion of sacrifice. As we'll see, sacrifice is always about attempting to relate to the powers that be, that are not you. It's trying to deal with powers with a capital P. And as we'll see in a minute, they come from a lot of different sources, but human beings, before we got so tone deaf symbolically and ritually, were conscious, very preoccupied with dealing with the powers. In the contemporary world, we get very unconscious and we act out all over the place unconsciously. We don't really name the powers anymore very well, but we still are subject to them, and sometimes in a more primitive way, often in a more primitive way. Then I will turn to the structure of sacrificial process, because what I want to do is to add to Jung and Edinger my delineation of how you have to ask the question, how are you sacrificing? Especially unconsciously. How would you be able to think about what you are sacrificing without really realizing it? And I'm just going to do the briefest of passes with you, and we will discuss that in terms of the splitting of the self, the fragmentation of the self. Because I'm going to argue today that the one-sidedness in your personality, whether you're conscious of it or not, like I'm very conscious of a lot of the one-sidedness of my personality, and I have, through great struggle and spending a lot of money on analysis, become more aware of what I am splitting off. But I think it's useful for me to think in terms of what am I losing in the way that I have allowed myself to become structured, and to get it conscious that I am doing a lot of unconscious sacrificing of important aspects of my being, and I'm not aware of doing it. And even as I struggle to become more aware of doing it, I'm still having a hard time figuring out what to do to stop making unconscious sacrifices. And as we'll see later, to start making them more consciously. Because as we'll see, human beings have understood very primordially, if you sacrifice consciously, a lot of the time you can optimize a communion between you and the powers. Sacrifice has always been an attempt by human beings to create some kind, this is your economics thing, this is, to create some sort of exchange process, or to acknowledge that process that already exists, and to try to participate in that more consciously and fruitfully. And we're going to look in a minute at some of the various ways they've looked at that and think about it from a Jungian point of view. But clearly, the purpose has been to move toward more creative communion. And it may look very bizarre to us as moderns, but I'm going to suggest to you that modern behavior is far more bizarre than this archaic forms of sacrifice in which they were far more conscious than we are about it. And we'll talk before we get out today about clinical manifestations, and I'm going to invite you this afternoon to be reflecting about, and we will seek to be as honest with each other as possible, and actually you can frame your questions in, well, what if a person, you can say, what if a person was doing so and so and so and so, and then we'll just know it's perfectly hypothetical, right? And then we will talk about a person that might be doing that, and we'll think about their sacrificial process. But some of you have more healthy exhibitionism than others, and so you're free to talk about yourself if you wish. The only problem is then we have to edit that off the tape, and I would like this to be the primary thing that my offering with this is that people that will listen to these tapes that will be able to benefit from this beyond our circle here. So by this afternoon, I hope we get to that point, and I hope that we'll be able to have you get to the place of reflection about where you are engaging in unconscious sacrificial process. You probably have already got a lot of sense of that, as I have a good bit of mine. But tomorrow when we come back, we're going to focus on this issue of awakening to conscious sacrifice. And I'm going to start you out with an alchemical image. And those of you that have the collected works, which I'm sure some of you do, I'll give you the reference from some of the texts, after lunch about what I want you to look at. And I'll read just some of it. And then I'm going to use an alchemical image for what I think is sort of the normative vision of optimizing this process of conscious sacrifice. It is a reference from Jung's alchemical studies, his volume on alchemical studies. And in short, it has to do with the whole process of forming an inner temple by balancing the opposites and creating a four-square temple in the psyche. And in that temple, to engage in the process of a conscious sacrificial offering within that temple. And so that is what we're going to focus on tomorrow, the creation of that inner temple. And I'm going to assume that you are connecting with the juices. I like to call them the juice. And what we'll talk about tomorrow is balancing the opposites so you can fill up your cup with archetypal energy. Because if your opposites are splitting too much, you're not able to carry much archetypal energy. If you balance your opposites out more, the cup will get fuller and will start running over. And Jung has presented in his look at these alchemical texts what I believe to be an archetypal image of what I think is a process you can understand a lot better if we work together on it. And so we will try to leave with issue of communing with the dragon, the archetypal self. This part about the archetypal self and sacrifice, as you know, I've used dragon mythology. There was an article on the science page of the New York Times recently that I had copied for you. You want to peruse that over the break, because that is some evidence substantiating Jung's claim that these archetypal mythic images are in the collective psyche. And they're trying to figure out what the dragon image means. They haven't really looked at Jung. They said, well, this is like what Jung said about the collective unconscious. But they haven't really thought about what it means. And before we get finished, we'll talk about sacrificing the dragon, because a lot of these primal mythic images are of the dragon. There's even an image of the serpent, the great serpent being crucified. So we'll address those images. All right, let me turn now to, remember our whole issue in this is the way in which humans have sought to regulate their contact with the powers through sacrificial process. Now, let me jump in now to this issue of the definition of sacrifice. There are a lot of different sources on this. In fact, as I've said, there's huge amounts of stuff on this in the anthropology and historical sources. But our word sacrifice comes from the Latin word sacrificium. And it's a term for a religious act in which a thing is made sacred. Something is made sacred. It is given to a god and made the property of the god. As we'll see later, there's also a sense in which you begin to get conscious that it is the property of the god. You may not have known it was the property of the god, but you get conscious that it's the property of the god. You know many examples of this. The father of a family might take a handful of food, and you see some indigenous peoples that do this type of thing now. They take a handful of food at a meal and put it into the fire as a symbol of an offering to their spirits or their deities. In Greece, there was a kind of a primordial split between types of sacrificial processes. One type was offered in the daytime. This was sometimes called the Olympian views of sacrifice. You would offer your offering in the daytime. You would take parts of the victims, the ritual victims, and you would burn them, a part of it, a good part of it, as an offering to the gods. And then you could eat, the rest of the people at the worship could eat the rest of it. You and I might think about this. This is an homage to the gods of the light side, the gods of the daytime. And this purpose of this type of sacrificial process was to honor the gods that you thought were friendly to humans. And there was another kind of sacrificial process, and I think for Jungians this is very interesting, because Jung always emphasized that the archetypal self, Mercurius, could manifest in a very positive, helpful way, or it could manifest in a very destructive, adversarial way. And I think it's very interesting that these ancient rites sort of picked up the difference between those. And in these other rites were offered at night. And whereas in the ones for the daytime, you would build an elevated platform, and you would offer your offering on this elevated platform, and the smoke would go up, see, to the deities. The ones that were offered at night, it was you can just really see this is a attempt to placate the unfriendly powers. And what they would do would be to dig a trench, a depression in the ground. And the offerings would be made in that depression in the ground. And you didn't try to eat anything from that. You made your offering, and one of the interesting things the scholars have noted is that whereas in the offerings in the light, often there would be speech and ritual incantations where you would talk. But in the ones at night, you wouldn't say anything. That's interesting from a Jungian point of view, just think about that. And let me just ask you for a moment, do you have an idea about what's going on there? Why not eat anything of the offerings at night? And why keep your mouth shut at the offerings at night? Yeah.
Because obviously the observation or the general belief would be that the powers of light are probably extremely predatory. If you call attention to yourself, you will be the sacrifice.
There's a real powerful understanding in archaic peoples that's far superior to ours today. Even psychologically fairly sophisticated people. That is to say, these archetypal forces, when they get into their dysfunctional, demonic expressions, are very powerful, they're very contagious, they're not friendly, and they're very infectious. And Nolan used the word predatory. And I think if you read the introductory section on the psychology of evil in the Facing the Dragon book, I address some of that stuff. That people in the ancient world had a very, very much more powerful sense that these energies, sacred energies, they were sacred because they were certainly extraordinary. They were not ordinary. They weren't under the control of humans. Some of these things were extremely dangerous, and you get close to them. You don't want to get friendly to them. You get to this close to this trench to try to propitiate them, keep them away. So one of the things that I noticed in reviewing all this stuff for this workshop is that you have a division in sacrificial rites between those that you're trying to bring the other, the primal other with its powers closer, so you can be in a traffic with them, mutual gift giving and receiving traffic with them. And then you've got these other sacrificial rituals in which you're not trying to get them to come close. You're trying to get them to stay away. You're trying to just get them to not, as Nolan said, not eat you. It really takes a sense of what Jung would talk about as sort of the dual face of the unconscious to make sense of that. Most of these scholars had very little psychological insight whatsoever, and they certainly had no Jungian insight. And so a number of them would say things like this. They would say, it's not possible to come up with a theory which makes sense of the relationship between all these different forms of sacrifice, which makes me kind of chuckle a little bit, because what I will suggest to you is that if you begin to get a sense of the objective psyche and the power of the archetypal self, and you begin to think about different ways the ego consciousness can be positioned with regard to these powers, you can get a pretty good sense of the varieties of what people do with regard to these sacrificial activities. And I will just summarize very briefly some of those in a minute. A survey of sacrificial practice then shows that there are really basically three different possibilities for what you do with the sacrificial victim or animal in one of these sacrifices. One, you can eat all of the sacrificial victim. So in some of the sacrificial practices, the victim is sacrificed and then the group communally eats it all. The second one I've already mentioned, you can eat part of the sacrificial victim and offer part of it up to the gods, to the deities. You can eat none of the sacrificial victim. As one I talked about the propitiation of the darker powers. And you can also, in that one, you will burn all of the offering. But when you're burning all of the offering, you can be, as we said, that can be burning as an offering to the dark deities, or it can be an indication of glorification of the higher deities. And now let's think a minute about how one might think about that sort of thing. When we start looking at, after the break, when we start looking at this, we'll be thinking about what's going on with an ego which will try to eat all of the victim. We can think about that a little bit in terms of addictive process. Cannibalism is one form of that, where you gather together and you eat your victim. I think you see a beginning of differentiation when you see this thing about eating part and offering part. We'll be trying to think about that more psychologically later. But when I've been looking at these things, you can see that there's a very, very powerful sense of the primal merger with the God in cannibalism. I'm going to take you in, then I'm going to have all your power. Then there's the beginning of this differentiation. Maybe if I give you a little bit, you'll let me keep a lot. And then I get to the point where, oops, I didn't really realize how powerful this God is. So I better make sure they get it all so that they're not mad about my bargaining with them. Because it's sort of arrogant for me to think I can bargain with them, so I'm going to give it to them all. So I just submit to you that you think about the varieties and the way the sacred is being viewed, whether it's being viewed as the primal animal that you tear apart and you eat together, or whether you see it as something that you can kind of bargain with, or whether it's something that is so huge, you're clear how big it is now, and you're going to make sure it knows that you're humble. So those are primal differentiations in the process of sacrifice. Now, in my work that some of you are aware of about ritual process and sacred space, I've pointed out, and this is where you need to review your Iliadi work to understand that anytime you're really going to do, in those days, conscious ritual process in the way that they did it, you had three kinds of elements usually in these rites. Huge emphasis on preparation. Huge emphasis on getting ready to do the sacrificial process. And this is about the human capacity for reverence. Without a sense of reverence and respect, you don't have any sense that these are the powers. In other words, if you don't get that you need to make preparations for your ritual practice, it's simply because you don't realize that these are capital P powers that you're dealing with. You're just sort of asleep. And so that was almost always done by the ritual elders, people who were very aware of these presences, these powers. And they were the ones, the elders, and they could be the king, it could be the head of the family, often was the head of the family. But it could be an assigned priest or priestess. They would make clear that there's a differentiation between the sacred and the profane. Without making that clear differentiation and without becoming reverent, then the process would not work. I mean, at best it wouldn't work, and at worst it would backfire on you because of your disrespect. So then the sacrifice proper, and we'll talk about the elements of sacrifice in a minute. Let me just go over the elements with you. In all these studies of sacrifice, they say they always pay attention to who is the sacrificer. There's the sacrificer. Let's go through that. There's the sacrificer. There is what is offered. There's when you do it. There is the method you choose. There is the question of who receives the sacrifice. And there's the question of what is your motive or goal in the process. Now, let me give you an example. In the ancient Hindu Vedic practice. There was a husband and a wife that were the people doing the sacrifice. In preparation, they had to undergo an initiation which involved ritual bathing, purification, so much of that and all these, right, some sense of purification. Going into seclusion, the practice of fasting, the practice of prayer, all this was in order to prepare them to leave the profane world and to be prepared for contact with the sacred world. Then they would make their offering and go through the prescribed practices of the Vedas. And after they were finished, they had to go through a process of desacralization, in which they had another ritual bath, in which they had to bathe in order to get all the sacred stuff off of them before they went back to ordinary life. So you've got to be careful approaching the sacred for these purposes. Now, what about the material of the oblation? Now, I want you to think about, if you really get into this stuff, you think about, well, what would be going on that you would have to fast? I mean, fasting is not talked about too much these days, but it's, I think, a very hugely important piece in all this. So, have any of you studied at all anything about fasting? Do you have any? Why would fasting be a part of getting ready for such a thing? What might be going on there as a preparation, symbolically?
Awareness of body sensations and the sense that the body's immediate needs are not of the highest importance.
Yeah.
Very focused. God needs to do it once a week.
Right. Okay, he's saying it enhances body awareness. It makes it clear that this is not about feeding my belly. It's about feeding me, maybe, but not about some profane sense of feeding me. That what I'm turning to here is something that's what we'd call a transcendent dimension. This issue of focusing, it's like there's a lot of evidence that if you fast, it really does turn up your awareness. And I know a number of people that have built in fasting, conscious fasting, as an aspect of their ritual practice, particularly when they, as most of us do, have are aware of their addictive tendencies. So I think if you reflect on each of those things as ways to prepare one's attitude in approaching the process of a conscious sacrifice, ritual sacrifice, it'll help you think about the approach to the unconscious that we'll deal with this afternoon and tomorrow. Nolan, did you?
Isn't also part of that in the process of preparation, by not even by fasting, that you are able to move from the contaminated plane into the sacred plane that you want to make contact to begin with?
Yeah.
Because you're not carrying anything from that plane with you.
Right.
In the body.
Right. So that's an aspect of the purification process, and there would be, in particular Hinduism, all that emphasis that you know from, if you know, familiar with all the Ayurvedics and all that sort of the body cleansing, colonics, and all that sort of thing. People today kind of laugh at that stuff, but that's a primal purification image. And you know, in yoga, I mean, what I've been really looking back at yoga about is this sense of the body as the temple. It's truly a temple. As we said in that Transforming Fire workshop, it's the temple of Kundalini, of sacred energies. And so being very aware of the body as a vessel, we'll come back to that tomorrow. Your body, your personality as a vessel. Once you get thinking about that, then the idea of being thoughtful about what I take into it begins to be more in focus. this afternoon, we should think more about addictive process in which you feed on all sorts of things unconsciously, compulsively, and to think about sort of the sacred dimension of that, the unconscious sacred dimension of that. Anyway, so you got the sacrificer, you've got what is sacrificed, what is it that is offered. And the scholars that have looked at this tell us that, and here again, we're indebted to Eliade, practically anything that exists has been offered as sacrifice by humans somewhere. And it's because human beings, particularly primordial human beings before the disenchantment of the world in the modern sense, they had a sense of everything being sacred, everything having a spirit. And so when I'm with some of my shaman friends, we may be at a men's conference or something with one of my these shaman friends, and bring out the tobacco and the bourbon, and pour a little whiskey on the ground. Now, our Methodist friends might have a little problem with that. They like to pour out the whiskey, but you can see there that residual sense that, well, there's a sacred dimension of that elixir, just as in many of these tribes, tobacco is a sacred thing. And so when you sit and smoke in a spiritual way, they have a sense of that as an offering. So practically anything, if it's intentionally offered as an offering, can be that which is the material of the sacrifice. In the ancient times, it was very often blood. And one of the fascinating things to me that I had forgotten as I was looking back to review for this, that in a lot of the ancient world, particularly in Babylonia, there was a tie between the sacrifice of the ritual animal and divination. That is, reading the signs. Now that should be very interesting to us as Jungians, because, and we'll get into this more later, because Jung always said that synchronicities will appear whenever you're really consciously relating to the archetypal self. Whenever the archetypal self is really constellated in your personality, that's when you're going to notice synchronicities. Synchronicity is what Jungians talk about, that would be the context of divination, that is, looking at trends, being able to intuit trends. We call it paranormal intuition. In these ancient Babylonian sacrificial rites, they would sacrifice the animal after great preparation, and the priest would cut it open. They would look. Do you know what organ they would look at first? The liver. The liver. Any idea about why? Thanks, Bob. That's pretty good. Any idea why you would look at the liver first? They look at all sorts of things, but why the liver?
Just guessing, they had some sense of how vital that was in metabolism, in their primitive medicine, or the name given to it. I don't really know.
Well, they noticed that it was really blood laden. So it was the most bloody organ. And since blood was considered the seat of life, they would go, it's that whole idea about going right to the center point. Go right to where the connection is between the innermost part of the person and that which is most powerful, the life force which is most powerful. So they would go to the liver, the seat of the blood, and they would examine the liver. And by examining the liver, they would do divination, oracle-like things based on the condition of the liver. So anyway, that relationship so look at that sacrifice, the conscious awareness of the great powers, and the awareness of synchronistic events through that contact. But that gets us to the blood, because a lot, in terms of the offering, in a lot of ancient sacrifice, it was blood offerings. And these blood offerings, far more often than people want to admit, were human sacrifices. And then in a process that a Freudian would call sublimation, you could say there's substitutions. You start taking, we're going to, it's Abraham and Isaac. You're going to sacrifice the boy, but then you get the animal that is the stand-in. If we had a lot of time, we could talk about all that scapegoat ritual, where the sins of the people are all collectively put onto the scapegoat animal that's then banished from the midst of the community. An interesting little piece which these historians and scholars were noticing, but they didn't really know what to make of too much, was the people would lay their hands on the goat or the animal. They had to lay your hand on it before it was sent away. And some of these scholars would say, well, now that's not really an identification with the animal. Really? Well, not consciously, maybe. But in the ancient world, there was a principle. Contact brings identification. It's primal, participation mystique. If I touch you, all those taboos. Why do you think in the ancient world you had to be very careful about what you touched? It wasn't because of any germ theory they had. It was the whole idea that if you touch it, part of you gets on it. Part of it gets on you. You can't wash it off. It's like radiated plutonium contamination. So in any case, there's this whole thing, this movement from the primal slaughter and eating to finding a substitutionary victim that carries all the significance, the Lamb of God, so to speak, the Lamb. And I don't know whether any of you heard of the work of Gil Bailey. He is a person that has been working on. He's looking at Christian symbolism as a attempt to get away from the compulsive nature of human sacrifice. In his view, that in the ancient world, people had to feed the gods to keep them healthy, to keep the gods, in place and powerful and so forth. And Bailey's idea is that in the Christian myth, that Jesus, in becoming a sacrifice, brought an end to the power of sacrificial dynamics. I think he overstates that a little bit, but I see where he's going with it, and we will come back to that when we're talking about Jung's understanding of transformation symbolism in the Mass. Because tomorrow I'm going to be talking about that whole imagery in the Mass, both as it's seen in the Christian Mass and then also in the alchemical renderings of what's going on there. Gil Bailey's not a psychologist, certainly he's not a Jungian, but he has some sense that there's some transformation going when you get to this idea of Christ as the high priest who offers himself and makes other forms of sacrifice outmoded. We will get at the psychological side of that tomorrow. Because basically where I'm going with you tomorrow is that Jungian psychology, Edinger talked about how Jungian psychology, he thought, was a new dispensation, that there's something primordially different about the Jungian view of these things. And we ought to think about that together, because I've been thinking about that a lot, and I've begun to think that Edinger was more right than I thought he was, in the sense that in Jung's view, you have got to get this projective thing conscious. And whereas in a lot of these ancient rituals, there were all these external projection dynamics. The gods were all out there. You related to them out here, and you do your different means of relating to them out here, but they were not inside. Jung is convinced that the primal God power is in you. And if you're really going to get conscious, you're going to have to get conscious about that, and you're going to have to work your sacrificial process internally somehow. You've got to somehow get that projection off of people. Now, this afternoon, I want to talk with you about how we unconsciously cannibalize our friendships, our friends, our family members, our coworkers. When we exist in these projective fields where all this stuff is going on, not consciously at the level of spiritual practice, but unconsciously at the level of relational, sadomasochistic, psychodynamic forms of sacrifice. But we're going to come back to that. But just to say that what we're looking, when we're saying going from conscious archaic forms of ritual, which was all dealt with out here. You deal with it out here. You're relating to it out here. Through this modern period where we forget that this stuff is going on, there's nothing really, all that's primitive superstition, so we just all become addicts. Those people were primitive, but we act out. And then trying to get to a postmodern Jungian view in which we say, no, they weren't that stupid. There really are powers. It's just that the most important ones that you got to deal with are not all out there. They're in here. And you got to get conscious about relating to them. You see that movement? That's where we're going to be moving. So there are all those different forms. The methods of sacrifice, there's libation. Does somebody know what a libation is? Pouring. The image of pouring. You know, you get that in a lot of these stories. You know, pour out your life. That's a sacrificial one. Pouring out your life for others. Something like that. That is a libation image. But a very, very common way, as we've said, is burning. The image of fire. That's why I gave that workshop on transforming fire, because fire is such a central image. I'm almost a Zoroastrian in that respect. I really think that, boy, if you really got to focus on fire if you're going to have the sense of the sort of this primal image in spiritual traditions. And so no accident that this issue of trying to commit things to the fire, that's such a primordial image, and I think that's why so many of us like to sit in front of a fire, you know, at a campfire and a fireplace and so on. But it's not the only thing. Burning. It's interesting as you study the different forms of sacrifice in the ancient world. There are also sacrifices in drowning. You know, you drowned them. For example, the ancient Norse people would throw people over cliffs. They would throw them into wells and waterfalls. In some of them, for example, in ancient Aztecs, you would lash the victim to some kind of scaffolding and shoot them with bows and arrows. So there are variations of hanging them on a tree. So that primal thing about the crucifixion. In my studies of ancient Indo-Aryan, Indo-European mythology, it's become evident to me that there is a form of sacrifice that was associated with each of the four quarters, that they were not the same, that you, according to the particular archetypal energy, I'd say, that you're dealing with, that there would be a different approach to the sacrifice you would have to make. It wouldn't all be the same. You'd be doing the same thing. You'd be sacrificing, but the symbolic form would be chosen to be appropriate for whatever that particular sector of the divine world would be. Now, we'll be talking about that this afternoon. So, who receives the sacrifice? It's always to the beings which are the object of veneration. There was this little quote by one of these scholars. He said, "Now these sacrifices won't be made to human beings, quote, unless they've first been deified in some way." And I laughed when I saw that, and I said, idealizing transferences, idealizing projections. And so this afternoon when we come back and think about who we idealize, that is, who do we deify in the human world, that's who we make our offerings to. Usually we give away important parts of ourselves in our idealizing projections. If you've ever listened to my lectures on idealization and evil, that's what I'm talking about in there, and in that process. But usually to gods, to spirits, the departed, the ancestors, people who are venerated, that is, people who carry the ideal, the numinous energy, are the recipients. What are the intentions of these sacrifices? The consensus seems to be that there are a number of these kinds of intentions, but the most central goal is usually to establish some kind of either some kind of beneficial relationship with a sacred order. The positive rituals of sacrifice are almost always to try to make the sacred power present, more powerful, and effective. Now, if you're not thinking about this stuff in terms of relationships to the archetypal self, then it might be puzzling to see these rituals. Let me see if I can find the quote. There was one quote about a particular tribe. Well, let me just summarize it. There would be often in the prayer to the deity, you would say, "I'm giving you this to you that you may be strong, you may be more powerful." And if you just look at that in a superficial way, you say, "Well, that's kind of a strange thing today. If these things are so powerful, why would you be needing to offer things to them to make them more powerful? What sense would that make?" But again, after the break, we'll come back and think about that, because let's put it this way. There are great forces in your psyche, but if you're depressed, you're not really being able to participate in the glow of them. See that? So we need to think about what you do when you do this conscious ritualization, because although the archetypal self is always powerful, it's always 220,000 plus volts, but depending on where the ego is, it is not accessible or effective for you. And so all that superiority complex within can be just as superior and powerful as it wants to be, but if you're depressed and discouraged, for practical purposes, it's not powerful for you. So it's sort of, I suggest that you want to think about that kind of thing as sort of a pragmatic kind of thing. Well, it's really a question of, is your power available and effective for me? Well, I want to give you this so that it will be. Now, that may sound weird, but tomorrow I'm going to tell you why I think that is not weird at all. That it is a very important way of thinking about relating to your grandiose energies. That your grandiose energies, if you're not aware of them, and if you do not do something in terms of your own conscious relationship to them, they won't be usable for you. See, they won't be able to be drawn upon in a creative and useful way. They will just create mischief in your life. So we'll come back to that. Okay, now we've got about 10 minutes before I want to take a break. Now let me just open it up. There's a lot of these varieties of sacrifice. We've touched on some of the elements of it. The main thing I wanted to get you to see is this stuff is wildly omnipresent throughout the ancient world. For our purposes as Jungians, why would we want to look at that? Isn't that just old superstitious stuff? It's because of our interest in the collective unconscious. If you really want to see all these tidal movements in the collective unconscious and see the fundamental primal dynamics, you don't want to look at somewhere where the ego function has repressed everything and put it out of consciousness. You want to look at, see where people are acting it out so you can figure out, well, what's the plumbing here? What's the plumbing before all of the civilizational repression comes in and cloaks it? So from a Jungian point of view, that's why we look at this. Now, let me just open it up for any questions about any of this stuff before we take a break. Comments or questions, or you may want to add examples. Yeah, go ahead.
Will you please comment on the archetypal group psychology phenomenon of this, in that sacrifices are often carried out by cults, clans, civilizations, and so on and so forth. There must be an awful lot of projective identification that goes on with the group, where I think Jung speaks in several places about the descent into the level of the animal, and demonic forces come up when we identify with the group.
Well, you said it well. He's talking for the tape. He's talking about the fascinating phenomenon of group dynamics, in which what Jung would call a participation mystique with the group occurs. And this relates to what these scholars were talking about in terms of, they say, well, you got to realize that for the ancient world, sacrifice predominantly was not something an individual did. It was something done by the group. And that's kind of a throwaway comment. I mean, if you don't say, but if you're coming at it from what you're raising, this question about the psychology of this phenomenon, it's sort of like what I would call the psychology of mass psychosis. We have a lot of mass psychosis on the planet right now. Mass psychosis. We got to get clear about this. We have a lot of these rationalist Western types that don't know any psychology that are treating a lot of the current phenomena as if it's rational phenomena. And people are, like, why do these people hate me? Well, hate is an archetypal phenomenon. Rage and hate are not rational phenomena. They are archetypal phenomena. They are possession states. And they are therefore phenomena of mass psychoses. And so this participation mystique is something I want us to think a lot about after the break and this afternoon, because it's not just the Nazi SS or the Japanese warrior cults of the Second World War, kamikaze, or the Al-Qaeda, who are engaging, or the, what was the other ones you named, the Branch Davidians, or the, name me some more, Heaven's Gate group, Hamas Hezbollah. This is widespread, friends. And the thing that I've been trying to say in my writing, certainly in this Facing the Dragon book, I've really highlighted it, this group possession states. And it's on a continuum. It's not just that these people over here are in a possession state, but fundamentalist zealotry of any kind is a possession state. It's a participation mystique. Jung knew that. That's why he was so afraid of collective. In my work, I have tried to soften Jung's demonization of the social dimension because, quite frankly, as we'll see later today and tomorrow, I don't think most of us are up to controlling our grandiose energies without other people. Certainly what we call in psychoanalysis today supportive self-object milieu. Healthy relationships keep you saner. But the problem is that the power of these archetypal energies, the power of the dragon, I call it, the archetypal self, is so huge, and it's in everyone, and it's very contagious. And and it's in your old brain. There's a lot of brain research that we can talk about later today and tomorrow if you'd like. There's a lot of evidence now that in your old brain is a lot of very unruly instinctual energy. Read that archetypal energy. And as the decline of ritual leadership has continued in our world, and as it continues today, that energy has not diminished. It has begun fueling more and more mass psychoses. This was Jung's take on Nazism as a phenomenon. It is happening again. A lot of people in our punditry today think this is the 1960s, and we're getting into the Vietnam era again. This is not the Vietnam era. This is the 30s. We are on the brink of incredibly contagious participation mystiques, and when that occurs, there's always sacrificial dynamics going on. And the problem is, with us humans, I talked about, well, what is it that's to be sacrificed? Well, if you're not working on this inner temple piece, if I'm not working on the inner temple piece so that I understand that it's my superiority complex that I've got to figure out how to sacrifice, then I may just sacrifice you. In fact, let me see, which one of you is the best looking, target of my envy? Which one of you do I hate the most because you're beautiful or smart or rich or whatever? Or which one of you is the most passive, sort of the most perfect candidate for being an Adonis that I can get to volunteer to be the beautiful sacrificial victim? I want you to be thinking about all those beautiful sacrificial victims that you know, because you know some beautiful sacrificial victims that have been sacrificed by their families, sacrificed by their friends, so on. So anyway, this is a huge deal. And so the participation mystique, I want you to think grandiose energies, and I want you to think the decline of the capacity of human beings even to control, contain, and channel those things as effectively as the indigenous types and the ancient peoples did. We think they were primitive. Actually, they were far more superior to us today. What we do is we just spend billions more dollars on more and more sophisticated means of burning up larger and larger sacrifices. We have just started new nuclear programs all over the world. Douglas Gillette, my co-author of all these books on masculine psychology, and we've just finally gotten a contract after about 10 years on a book that we started at least, it must have been the late 80s. It's entitled The Last Right, Secularism, Fundamentalism in the Future of Spirituality, that is. And that's really about this. It's about the gathering storm now, the gathering pressures to have a big sacrifice. You know the word Holocaust? You know where that came from? Anybody know where the word Holocaust came from? It's a burnt offering. It's a burnt offering. And so we're getting ready for a big fire. And the thing about Jung's psychology is he points out that is an unconscious pressure to that. You're going to have a sacrifice. You don't get to choose. You're going to have a sacrifice. So the central point of our workshop this weekend is we got to get conscious about what ought to be the sacrifice. Because when you're acting out unconsciously, you always choose somebody else to be the sacrifice. Does that make sense to you? Do you see that? And if you're going to get conscious and work with your own psychopathology or my own psychopathology, translate that where I'm inflated and I don't know it, that's the worst part. If I can't sacrifice that part of me that is unconsciously grandiose, then it generates enormous chaos around me and in my personality. Yeah, Sammy.
What happens when self gets sacrificed? When there's rage, hate, depression, and the person may be passive aggressive and then decides to kill self.
Well, you just said. What happens? She says, what happens when self gets sacrificed? See, that's what we're going to come to this afternoon, because it's always happening. Why do you think we have so much rage? Because we are, in fact, unconsciously, and think about this in terms of family system and fusion dynamics, to the extent you're still fused with your family of origin, you are sacrificing to your family of origin. You are sacrificing your solid true self to that system. And the process of differentiation, getting conscious with what you're offering, and we're not talking about the archetypal self here, we're talking about the little s self, your true self, your solid self. You're giving parts of yourself away that you can't afford to lose. That's the key. And it does create rage. It's inevitable that it creates rage, because there's somebody inside you that knows that should not be being given away. That should not be given away to humans anyway. So one of the most important things to do in terms of your own personal psychological and spiritual life is to really work very hard to get conscious about where are you engaging in these unconscious sacrificial offerings without knowing you're doing it. It's hard enough after you know what you're doing. Take it from me. I mean, we can talk about your family system this afternoon, but it always, when you're giving away, when you're making offerings unconsciously to any person, when you're turning them into the higher power, and you're making an offering to another person compulsively, giving yourself away, splitting yourself in order to maintain that relationship, that is a sacrificial process. And in my personal view, it's a demonic one. Does that make any sense to you? It's a demonic one. That you have to be conscious even about how you're offering yourself to a divine. Consciously offering to a divine being. That's got to be conscious, because that's not safe. But to people, that's sadomasochism. One more comment or question, then let's take a short break. Yeah, Gary?
You know, when you touched on rage and hate and referred to it as an archetypal phenomenon, what that set off was these thoughts about rape, random violence, attacks and so forth that are out there going on. That there's this acting out of uncontained, unregulated archetypal energy going on out in culture, and by individuals, kind of, it's like the gods are roaming the streets.
The gods are roaming the streets.
Through these people. And there are these random sacrifices, there are random victims, and there's terror.
Yeah.
And so, what can be done, collectively about containment? I'm thinking in terms of the ritual processes. Do we literally do those? You know what I mean? Well,
We'll come back to that some tomorrow. What the question is, the question is all this terror and random violence, is that in this ballpark? Is that phenomenon that's related to this? It is the discharge of archetypal energies, the unconscious discharge. It is often by people who are willing to sacrifice you That is, a sociopathic predator feels in the place of the God. And you are appropriate stuff to feed the appetite. And so you just need to understand that increasingly our social world in this planet is getting more and more archetypal all the time. It's getting more and more dominated by archetypal dynamics all the time. My optimistic friends, the few of them that exist, would like to say, well, see, this is the dark before the dawn. And this is the chaos, and you have to have chaos before you have transformation. And, that's a pretty good rap. The only thing is I studied chaos a lot, and personalities and families and organizations. And you know what? For every organization that's transformed by chaos, hundreds of them terminate. And so we do have a huge problem on our hands. Is there anything you can do about it? Well, as Jung said, and this is why we're having this workshop, the most important thing you can do about it is undergo what Erich Neumann called your own centroversion. You need to start with yourself, get conscious, get to the point where you're not overwhelmed by all of the hysteria. First thing is just for you to get into your own inner temple and get into that center point, that calm at the eye of the storm, so you are less subject to being pulled off of your feet by the hysteria. That's the first thing, because if you don't do that, you won't be able to think clearly enough to do anything else. And then I'm not one that thinks that this is all private. I think that you have to support institutions which are seeking to provide cultural containment. You have to support educational institutions. You have to support initiatory organizations which are seeking to provide. For example, John's involved with the Mankind Project, which I support a great deal. There's a sense in which the Mankind Project and its affiliates are trying to create a family beyond the family, a larger family, a larger circle, where people can face their grandiosity consciously. They actually work on this better than anybody I've seen, and to try to take responsibility for it and try to work together toward mentoring and building community in a time of the destruction of community. And another point, just to say, there are a lot of people that want to do the classical thing and say, oh, the churches are outmoded, all the religious groups are outmoded. Well, there's a sense in which, everything is always outmoded culturally because, they're historical forms. But I view all of these voluntary associations, serious voluntary associations, including churches, these organizations that exist for personal and community growth, those are buckets, they're vessels, they're containers to help us deal with all of this flooding. And one of the criticisms I have of all the New Age is that they have a fantasy that this can all be done privately in your own meditation. Well, your own meditation is important, but you know what? Our institutions in this civilization are declining. All of them. And it's because of the lack of care. The lack of care exists because of the increasing narcissism. The increasing narcissism exists because of the lack of an ability to be conscious of and regulate grandiose energies. So you got to stop that regress. And so your participation in the Jung Institute or in the school councils with your school or in trying to support your library, all of these social institutions are key bulwarks against this flood. Let's take about a 10-minute break and come back, and then I want to take us a little bit further before we have to break for lunch. We'll break for lunch at 12:30. It's about 11:40 now. Take about 10 minutes and come back, and we'll try to move it a little bit further before we take our lunch break. Okay, I would like to just introduce the important work of the classic Jungian tradition on this. If you have interest in expanding this and you haven't been following these lectures and workshops, then you would want to look at the series of lectures I gave on the genius of Edward Edinger, Ego and Archetype, the genius of Edward Edinger, which are available, which will give an extensive elaboration of this work on Edinger. What I'd like to say about this is the classical Freudians had a sense of compulsive sacrificial process. In fact, one of the things you'll notice in studies of sacrifice, they will refer to Freud's theories of totem and taboo and the group sacrifice of the primal father and the origins of the incest taboo in the group sacrifice of the primal father, in which the primal group slaughtered the primal father and ate him. And then because of ambivalence about their destruction of their beloved object, they instituted the incest taboo. So the classical Freudian theory before everything became ego psychology, or more recently self-psychology, they looked at, Freud and his early followers looked at these dynamics in an interesting way. They tended to view all of these unconscious sacrificial dynamics as obsessional phenomena. In a sense, and the whole idea of the repetition compulsion in Freudian psychology, in the frame we're talking about today, it would be unconscious sacrificial dynamics. A repetition compulsion might be all sorts of things, but it would be when you repeatedly engage in pseudo-ritual actions which are really destructive and dysfunctional for you. That's what a repetition compulsion is. Now, in the Freudian tradition, they don't have it. They see this as grounded in the id dynamics, the ego struggle with the it. And I don't think they're altogether wrong, as you will notice in my Facing the Dragon book. I really believe that what Freud was talking about in the it, the id, the it, and what Adler was talking about in terms of the power of the superiority complex, and what Jung is talking about here in a moment in the archetypal self, I believe they're referring to the same fundamental problem of the human beings, the struggle against these primordial energies, the great primal dragon. But it was Jung and Edinger in that tradition who really got clear, I think, for the first time, that in fact the driving force behind all of this preoccupation with sacrificial ritual in mythology and in human behavior is really grounded in the reality of the archetypal self, the great self within. In Jung's work, he became very, very adamant about pointing to the objective psyche. Many of you have studied this a good deal, but a lot of the time people miss the radical importance of focusing on the power of the objective psyche, not the ego, but the power of the objective psyche. The tremendous energies that flood human beings and drive them into monstrous actions. Jung was the revolutionary thinker who said you've got to look at that in itself. You've got to not just look at that as a personal issue. It's not just personal pathology. In other words, what I've come to argue a lot in my teaching of both laypersons and of therapists is most psychopathology is not really personal. Most, in my view, most if not all psychopathology, it is pseudo-personal. You may think it's all about you, but it's really about a colonization. It's a colonization of your human personality by what I call dragon energies. And it was Jung that enabled us to really think about the archetypal self as a force in the psyche that is a separate center in the psyche. It's a separate center of initiative. It is conscious. It's always watching you. It is always conscious of you, whether you're conscious of it or not. And that is probably the most radical, important thing, in my view, that a person has got to get clear about. And I think Jung was the revolutionary breakthrough. He got clear. There is a objective psyche. There is a great self. It's paying attention to you. And it is monitoring. This archetypal self is monitoring whether or not your ego conscious is aware of it. Because if your ego consciousness is not aware of it, your ego consciousness is involved in all sorts of unconscious interactions with it. And in the context of our workshop today, there are sacrificial interactions with it. Unconscious sacrificial interactions with the archetypal self. The insidious thing there's a mystery behind it, I'm sure, but the insidious thing to me is that when you are at your most, quote, humble, unquote, when your ego feels alone and helpless and alienated, it is precisely then that you are very inflated. You're most inflated when you have declared yourself to be alone, when you've declared yourself to be without resources. This is not our typical picture of what narcissism or inflation is like. This is one of the things that I've criticized classical Jungians for, because classical Jungians fall into the same kind of boat as somebody like the Freudian Otto Kernberg, who they can't stand narcissistic personality disorders because they are so arrogant and pompous. What these people don't realize is that that's not the only way to be inflated. And what I've tried to do in my work is to show that it is really the question of how one is colonized by these archetypal energies or not. It's actually clearly a function about how aware am I of the archetypal self in its presence? How aware am I of what sacrificial interactions that are going on with me right now between me and the archetypal self? Because if I am not aware of what's going on between me and the archetypal self right now, I'm walking in a cloud. So if you're a therapist or if you're a person interested in that, you listen to those lectures on archetype, compulsion, and healing. And I address this in this Dragon Facing the Dragon book when I talk about dragon laws. And that's like, this is where I'm on the same page with Jung. Number one, the archetypal self it's not you. It's very powerful. It's aware of you, whether you're aware of it or not. If it senses that you're not aware of it, it does not like this. It's not happy about this. It tends to become an adversary when you're not aware of it. That is to say, when you turn a cold and blind eye to the presence with a capital P, that's an arrogant act. It doesn't feel arrogant. I'm just little old me. There's nothing big in me. Typical Adlerian neurotic. I'm not superior. But something under the surface is very big. And Jung's whole emphasis was, get conscious. This thing is huge. The more unconscious you are of it, the more dangerous it is. What is individuation about? Individuation is about getting clear that you're not it. Individuation. Think about individuation is coming, here's where the merger with you or ego and the archetypal self is as a child, and primal infant. Development is about gradually differentiating from it. So you know you're not God in that simple way that you thought. So Jung built a whole edifice of the individuation process, not on becoming archetypal, not on romanticizing archetypal experience, but in getting clear about how much of our experience is archetypal, impersonal, transpersonal, and trying to support the human being as the human being tries to emerge out of the archetypal matrix. Individuation is emerging out of the archetypal matrix as a person. And so that, according to Jung and all classical Jungians, requires becoming more conscious. When you become more conscious, you face the ways in which you are in a participation mystique with the archetypal self. I may experience the archetypal self in John, in a transference, an idealizing projection to John. He, for me, then becomes the archetypal self, and I seek to fuse with him to share in the power. You follow that? And in order to do that, I may engage in very masochistic dynamics because I am seeing him as the God. In order to be anyone, I have to relate to him. This is like marriages. There are a lot of marriages like this. A lot of friendships like this. One of the things I try to do with people when I work with them is to have them look at their relationships to see where they may be idealizing the person they're in a relationship with rather than relating to them. If you're idealizing them, you're making them into the carrier, the vessel of the archetypal self, and you're not really relating to the human being. And you're likely to have a lot of rage with the person. Does that make sense to you? You see that? Now, Edinger, in his work, which I think is a wonderful exposition of Jung's classical point of view, especially the Ego and Archetype book, and all of his vast corpus, in which he looked at all these different traditions, and especially his last book, The Archetype of the Apocalypse. He's talking about the struggle of human beings to get conscious of the presence of the archetypal self and form the ego self-axis, by which that simply means if you're forming your ego self-axis, that just means that you have gotten conscious that there is an archetypal self, not just as a concept, but if you have developed the archetypal self-axis, it means you practice the presence of the archetypal self. You try to practice it at all times. My friend John Giannini would say, you develop a synchronistic attitude. You try to live as if your ego is not the center. It's easy to say, hard to do. So in any case, Edinger gave this image of the round, the great round. You start out in that primal merger with the archetypal self, where the ego doesn't know the difference between itself and the archetypal self. As you get out into the world, you run into the fact that not everybody sees you as God. Some people do, and that's not all it's cracked up to be, right? Because if they see you as God, they want to control you. Kohut wrote wonderful treatments of that. If I idealize you, you have to do what I want, or I hate you. So you run into reality that not everybody worships you. Then you undergo a kind of a traumatic beginning of your separation from the archetypal self. And you're not as flush with archetypal energies then. You may get depressed. And so you get more and more deflated. And you can get more and more deflated to the point that you kill yourself. which is in effect a ritual phenomenon in which you get sacrificed. You don't know it, but you're sacrificing to the great dragon, but you don't know it. But if you get conscious about how arrogant you've been and you undergo a metanoia, as Edinger says, a change of heart, and you realize how arrogant you've been, and you develop a sacrificial attitude toward the archetypal self, that is to say, you reconnect with a sense of the presence of the archetypal self, but you're not as arrogant as you were. And what happens, Edinger says, is that the golden energies begin to flow again. You reconnect with them. And your deflation then begins to be remedied by the flow of the beneficial relationship to the great powers. Follow that? There's the sacrificial dynamic. You take a sacrificial attitude, the flow resumes. You start to get the energy you need again. And lo and behold, Edinger says, you start getting inflated again. See the damn. It's there are these therapists that have a fantasy. My Freudian friends and my Adlerian friends and a lot of other folks in different schools of thought, they got a fantasy that if you get a really good therapist, then you will kind of get rid of that superiority complex. Or you will get your grandiose energies will be analyzed, and you will form an ego, strong ego, and you will be able to tolerate ambiguity and blah, 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 and you'll get to where that your grandiose energy is not a problem anymore. Oh, yeah. I always think that's so amusing, as I've told many of you before, because anytime you're around a bunch of therapists, you can tell that they haven't completely gotten rid of all their grandiose energies, especially at meetings of therapists. So in any case, Jung and Edinger had a sense, no. You don't analyze this away. It's always with you. And here's where that sacrificial process thing comes up. You don't get conscious and all the higher powers go away. They're not discovered to be just a part of your personal unconscious. You get conscious, you realize, oops, they're still here. Well, what is my choice? Well, I can go back into denial and pretend they're not here. That's what modern people do. And then they return in the form of an addiction. Or I can get nervous and become a fundamentalist. And I can think that I am really being humble. But what I've really done is to create a franchise of the sacred energies that I think I run. I am the McDonald's of sacred energy, which is a hidden inflation. A friend of mine, Robert Franklin, recently wrote a book on spirituality in America, in which he was differentiating Americans' interest in spirituality from religion. And I think it's very interesting because a lot of people are realizing that if you get too tribal with your religion, there's something weird about that. And I think that's sort of a move in the Jungian direction, the realization that the inner position really is the key thing. It's not that we don't need the religions. We do need every resource we can have against all the flooding. But you got to be careful about your solutions to your grandiosity. And one of the ways, of course, you can always tell is self-righteousness is always inflation. Not everybody that's self-righteous has a compulsive gambling problem, but some of them do, if you noticed recently. So anyway, this is the great cycle. So what's it got to do with our topic for this weekend? Well, you've got to get conscious about your sacrificial process. This was Edinger's whole thing. You've got to get conscious about living continually in an awareness of the great presence and how you're going to relate to it. What does it require to relate to it? So the Jungian point of view has helped us to get a sense that this is not just primitive superstition. Becoming modern won't make this go away. People that engage in sacrificial process are not just those primitives over there. It's everybody. Everybody engages in sacrificial process. The only distinction is not whether you do it, it's how conscious of you are you about what your sacrificial process is. And if you became conscious of it, what would you want to change about it? In other words, how would you improve the creativity of the particular stance towards sacrificial process, toward the archetypal self that you can make? Do you see what I'm getting at? We're going to come back this afternoon and talk about getting clearer about what the unconscious offerings we're making to the archetypal self are. And here again, I just want to underscore the point, and then we can discuss this some. You don't get to choose whether you're going to make sacrifices, offerings. The only thing you're going to be able to do is to be relatively more unconscious or more conscious about what offerings you're making and what direction, what altars you're making them on. Because if I make an offering on this particular archetypal altar, it looks this way, and it has certain effects. And it's not the same as an offering I might make on some other altar. It's Jung's psychology that's made it possible for us to reconnect with the eternal situation of humans. We don't get away from the powers. We only can become more conscious and awake and more creative in our ritualization of this in our spiritual life. So we've got about 15 minutes. Let me open it up for comments and questions. Yes?
This is very difficult in the real world, in the sense that as you develop your own spirituality, you become more and more involved as a human being. And your value system is not the same as someone who has not gone through this process that you've gone through.
All right. Sure.
Now, you have this value system, and you are in a society, and the society does not support this value system.
Sure.
So that if, like this gentleman was saying, he works during the daytime at something that he doesn't like, he has a family, he's making concessions, and that has an impact on his personality. Now, when you're in the system and they don't provide you with the financial resources to care for the people within the value system that you have involved, you know that they are wrong, but you're not in a position to make any changes in that.
It's true.
When you work for a drug company and you are trying, you know the problems that are going to affect our country with these diseases that are coming in, but the shareholders want their money, which limits your ability to do the kind of research that you know as a person, as a more involved person, you have a conflict.
Yes, you do. Indeed, you do.
When you know that children have special needs, but the community is not going to provide for these special needs, that makes you almost an accomplice in this kind of biology that you have no control over. So
that's called contagion in the ancient world.
now,
Do you hear she's saying that you inevitably, living in the social world, you are affected? Well, I'll translate it. You're affected by dynamics in the social world, which are fueled by grandiosity of a lot of other people, not just your own. And this is true. You see, this is part of coming to, becoming awake to the situation we're in. So that is certainly true. And I'd be the last person to tell you, and Carl Jung would be the last person to tell you that coming to consciousness is easy or it's not painful. Because that's why if it were so easy or painless, a lot more people would do it. So now, did you have a particular thing you wanted to flag with that? I totally agree with you.
I was trying to tell you that there was a book that was written several years ago called Modern Madness, and it was commissioned by the federal government to do a study as to why government agencies don't work. And the man who wrote the book, I've forgotten his name, he was a psychoanalyst from Williams student in Washington, I believe. And he was also very grounded in corporate theory. So his premise was not why the government agencies don't work. He said that what's happening in our country is that this is across the board, that all of our organizations are becoming more bureaucratic. The hospitals, universities, the schools. And he said that with this bureaucracy, there is a hierarchy. And the people...
Now, how does this really interface with what we're talking about here? I think that there are a lot of dimensions there, but can you just put it in the form of a question?
He's saying that as you grow up, you are shaped. And you are shaped within a sadomasochistic system.
That's right.
The people who choose not to go up, to become part of this kind of structure, they are the ones who are at the bottom trying to work out their spirituality.
They may be scapegoated. This is true.
And as a result, it said that because they are caught with conflict of values, they develop addiction.
Self-medication, a lot of us self-medicate in order to deal with these ambiguities and these conflicts we're in, moral ambiguities, spiritual ambiguities. There's no doubt about that. But one thing I would want to be really very careful about with this sort of thing, that is to say, one of the marks of sort of unconscious sacrificial stuff is when you get into a fantasy of powerlessness. That is to say, that's always an idealization. When you get into the fantasy that you have no power of agency, it's always an idealizing dynamic. And it's not to say that you've got unlimited power, but every person has got some power, and that they have to steward. And it's very daunting now for people who are trying to be awake. There's no doubt about that. But what do some people choose? They choose, well, it's too painful to be awake. Let's just get drunk and get in denial. I gave a set of lectures on the courage to be transformed, which addresses these issues you're talking about. Paul Tillich was very aware of that, and if you'll listen to those lectures, he'll address the challenge of courage in these times. Yeah.
Before the break, you spoke of an ominous monster that's in Western civilization.
Yes.
I want to know I'd like to know, if I could, some more of its anatomy. You mentioned that we're in the 30s, analogous to the Holocaust, and analogous to the Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it's the growing. There are many different scholars from different places, different points of view that are pointing to the increasing. If you look at Christopher Lash's book he wrote right before he died, that was published, right at the end, called "The Culture of Narcissism: The Revolt of the Elites," and there are a number of others from different people. It's just saying that the capacity for what psychoanalysts call generativity in our culture, there's a continuum that goes between narcissistic self-preoccupation and generative care. And in order to have a civilization, you have to have people that step up and try to take care of the institutions and try to stand against the dysfunctional energies in an organization or in a family or in a culture. And the problem I've addressed in my book on the Archetype of Initiation, that one of the main factors in this is the decline of people stepping up as elders our fantasy of aging in this country, in this culture, where if you get 55, you're supposed to go to get away from anything. You've worked, and now you should get away. When in most cultures, the human wisdom has been that when you get 55, now you're ready to try to help. So anyway, the big monster is simply the growing, unregulated, grandiose energies that express themselves in a tidal wave of narcissism. And so the real question now is whether or not we can cultivate a kind of spiritual and psychological maturity, in which people increasingly, rather than just getting into their doomsday fantasy, their resignation fantasy. The biggest, most scary thing right now is all the resignation fantasies. That the horse is out of the barn. There's nothing we can do. And that's where the fundamentalists go. Well, they want to see it all. They want to pull the chain, see it all flush so the new world can come. And that's probably the most dangerous fantasy that's out here now. People getting resigned, people feeling powerless. Somehow we've got to stoke the fire a little bit. And, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. It's on all. That is, fundamentalism is essentially a retreat into a kind of an alienated, fearful rigidity that is resigned to the Holocaust. That there's going to be a big conflagration, and then we'll have the new world, the brave new world that'll come out of it. But boy, that's, in my view, that's a recipe for disaster, and it's really growing. Edinger's book, The Archetype of the Apocalypse, addresses that. A lot of these spiritual gurus have fed that. The fantasy, oh, well, the horse is out of the barn now, everything's going to come to an end, we're going to have the nuclear holocaust, and then we'll begin again. There's that fantasy. That's an archetypal fantasy, and one we shouldn't be supporting, because that is predicated on all this archetypal stuff working out, and if we just kind of hit the restart button, then we'll be back to Eden.
So would an individual psyche in that mode of this is the end of the world?
Yeah.
Aren't they much more apt to take rash, much more apt to kill?
Oh, absolutely. That's desperation. See, when you're most desperate and you're at the end of the world, then you want to destroy the old world.
And the other side of this coin is grandiosity too, because if you're apolitical, you just don't care about anything.
And tell me how that's grandiose. That's right. Well, how is that? How is that? He's saying that if you get into that, everything is messed up. The Democrats and Republicans, they're all alike. If you get into that, how is that grandiose? I think it is grandiose.
It's grandiose because you're removing yourself from the process, number one, and just leaving it to somebody else.
Yeah, for the Adlerians, it's like Adler was really good at it. He really saw through that one, because he said anytime anybody declares bankruptcy, it's really a power move. It's really a hidden power move. It's saying, you do the work. You do the work. Let Jesus do the work. That's the fundamentalist fantasy, fundamentalist dependency fantasy. Jesus paid it all. Let him do the work. We're not going to bother with this or that or the other. But that's a harder one to see. It takes you've got to really be able to see the inflation in the depression, the inflation in the resignation, to be able to see that. But the key is there's no generativity in that. There's no care. You don't.
The dragon's going to kill. It's not going to do your dishes and do your laundry.
I think that's why the Buddhists, some of these really mature Buddhists, they say chop wood, carry water. If you're really in your Buddha nature, chop wood and carry water. That is to say, if you're really in your Buddha nature, you don't get out of chores. And so that's a good point. Yeah, you were going to say something.
I just need a little help with fundamental terms about grandiosity and inflation. You're laying a lot of, blame's not the right word, a lot of responsibility on those doorsteps in our inner work. And I just need a little help with what you're meaning that and its origins. I assume you mean it's coming from identification with
this primal generator within, right? When you lose the differentiation between yourself and this solar power inside you, and you either, I talk about this in the Facing the Dragon book, you will either identify with that, in which you'll be a really arrogant individual and ego, and you'll function as if you are the center, or you will project that. You won't work it through. You won't get conscious of it. You'll simply project that on your wife or your boss or your guru or whatever. And that way you absolve yourself of any conscious responsibility for becoming conscious and stewarding that energy. And so that is the key thing about a Jungian point of view. That is that solar energy is in you, and it's not going away, and it's not going to be analyzed away. You can't medicate it away. It's there, and the challenge of individuation is getting conscious about it and coming to what Edinger calls the ego-self axis, that is consciously relating to it in as creative and responsible a way as possible. So you're absolutely right. I do put a lot of weight on that. I emphasize that in terms of practical concerns more than probably anyone else has. But I really believe it. I believe that getting conscious about these dragon energies in your personality and relating to them constantly, there's nothing in the world more important to you than that. Yeah, right here.
I have two questions, one of which I'm really kind of like foggy about.
Okay.
In particular, I have in mind a client, 4-year-old male, going through divorce, lost his job, extremely suicidal, and obviously deflated. And you're telling me, no, he's really inflated. I don't get that.
Well, so that you got to go back to the round. Say when someone feels alienated, the ego becomes consciously alienated from the sense of the presence of the archetypal self. The ego is not aware that it's participating in any great energies. What you've got to get clear about is the archetypal self is not going anywhere. It is very powerful in the psyche. And when the ego becomes that, when you become that deflated and feel that terrible about yourself, the proximity of the great self is right there, and it is experienced then. Here's where Freud had it. The punitive superego then is the form it takes, and it will assault the little ego in a very vicious and sadistic way. And so when the person is suicidal, they are experiencing an assault of the presence of the great self. When you're unaware of it and you're not on good, respectful terms with the great self, it will often attack you. And a lot of, we therapists talk about really negative self-talk. And one of the things as a therapist you need to do is to get people to monitor the toxic self-talk they do to themselves. Write down the negative thoughts they say about themselves. What I'm suggesting to you, if you take this Jungian point of view seriously, a lot of that negative so-called self-talk is really self-talk. It's archetypal self-talk. It's not really coming from the ego. The ego doesn't understand that voice is coming off of the adversarial presence of the great self, which the ego feels consciously. I'm little. But it's being attacked. In Adlerian terms, I'd say the ego consciousness is being attacked by the superiority complex. You see that a lot with people. The only thing I'm saying is don't get into the fantasy that archetypal self is going anywhere. People will say, God's not here anymore. He's gone, or she's gone. Well, the Jungian understanding, that presence never goes anywhere. That presence is closer to you than anything else. But if you are turning a cold, disrespectful eye to it, whether you know it or not, Jung and Edinger and most of these classical people will say it will become an adversary. It will start attacking you. And that's what I think Freud saw. When Freud talked about that punitive superego that's trying to kill you, trying to make you feel like you're just dirt. You shouldn't, the world is a cesspool when you're in it. You should get out of it and make the world a better place. That's not coming from the human part. That's coming from that adversarial expression of the great self. Do you see what I'm talking about? I mean, you don't have to agree with it but that is a Jungian, that's a classical frame on that. Classical Jungian. Yeah, Gary.
Well, I'm just to kind of go with what this gentleman had said. There is this sense of inflation, colonization of archetypal energies that can present itself in this kind of inflated narcissistic.
Oh, yeah.
And at the same time, to distinguish between deflation and inflation is hard. I'm struggling with it too, because it seems like what you just said is that even though the ego feels the suicidal...
It feels deflated.
Yeah, it's really an inflation.
It's really an inflation.
So they're colonized, they're filled with and possessed.
Yeah, it's really an inflation. It's very important to get that. And Adler saw this. He saw this very clearly. If you're in an inferiority complex, you're being dominated by your superiority complex. You don't know it. And for an Adlerian therapist, the Adlerian therapist's task is to get the person aware of those superiority claims that they're not aware of. And until such time as the person can get clear that they're in an unconscious superiority claim, they're not going to get better. So, I mean, it sounds cruel, but I tell you, we're not saying the person knows it. We're saying that it is unconscious, but the archetypal self, the great self, has not gone away. And Jung and Edinger made this very clear point. If you're not aware of its presence, you're going to generate a negative response on its part. Now, stay with that thought a minute. That means if you're not trying to live a synchronistic life, trying to cultivate, as Edinger says, an ego archetype axis, even if you believe in the archetype, even if you're a good Jungian, you believe in the archetypal self, but you're living your days and you're not aware of the presence of the archetypal self. It doesn't matter what you believe about the archetypal self. In that sense, existentially, what matters is if you're aware that you're never alone, and that you're aware that if you cultivate an awareness of its presence and try to be respectful and collaborate, be a partner of it, it won't attack you. You see, this is the existential issue. And this is why we're talking about this today. Because creative sacrificial process means you can't creatively sacrifice to a presence that you're not conscious of being present. And if you're not conscious of it being present, the ego has closed up. And Jung and Edinger warn constantly, don't do that. Don't let your ego close up. Why? Because when your ego closes up, it is declaring there is no other presence other than me. And Jung simply reports that when you do that, the archetypal self will turn a hostile face to you. That's the clinical experience. Now, does anybody not get that now? You don't have to agree with it, but I mean that's where the classical tradition is. Yes, Fred.
Sort of like that, recognizing that you have responsibility for your own life and actions. That what comes out of that.
Well, but the opposite, it's not recognizing you have responsibility for your own life and actions, but also it would also issue as if you thought that you had all the responsibility for your life and actions. That is to say, one mark of ego inflation is when you think you have more power than you do, or you try to live as if you have more power than you have. Did you see that? I mean, because this is why, you need to work with people. People have to become very aware of what their offering is, and become less invested in outcomes. Because you can control your offering, your conscious offering, but there are a lot of synchronistic factors that go into what's going to happen that you're not in charge of. And if you think you're in charge of it, it's a massive inflation. Yeah.
Briefly, could you define what deflation is? And my second question is, the entertainment industry over the last many, many years has been supplying us with a steady diet of violence. And is this a collective call for help?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me just touch on that deflation again. Remember, when Edinger is talking in that ego and archetype about deflation, or when he's describing that, he's talking about the subjective experience of the ego. He's not talking about whether the ego is inflated or not. He's talking about the subjective experience. Like, I'm feeling great. I'm riding the wave of archetypal energy. I'm wonderful. I'm so wonderful that if I got any more wonderful, they'd arrest me. There's a little inflation there, but the ego subjectivity feels it. When the ego begins to feel deflated, it's not aware of being in the presence of all those positive energies. But they haven't gone anywhere. And they will be active. The important thing for you to get clear about, the archetypal self is always acting. It's always giving off energy. And the ego's attitude toward it has a lot to do with whether the manifestation is creative or destructive, is all of it. That's what's important to get. So when we say deflation, don't think humble. Don't go to humble. It's not humility. When you're feeling deflated, you probably are unconsciously very, very grandiose. That's the important thing to get. And the other thing is all this violence a collective cry for help. I think it is a cry for adequate ritual leadership and containment. It's desperation. But I think that the entertainment industry has figured out that if it wants to sell things, it needs to push our compulsive buttons. And in order to push our compulsive buttons, it needs to stimulate the old brain. And if I'm going to stimulate your old brain, I need to give you images which elicit primal sexual and aggressive responses, which are clearly archetypal in nature. But my purpose as an advertiser is not to help you regulate. I like to tell people, when my goal for you, if I work with you, is I want you to rock and roll, and that is get the juice, but I want you to regulate so you don't fry. Well, they want you to rock and roll, but they don't want you to regulate. They want you to buy. Follow me? Their investment, all of television's investment is in getting you to act out. You got to be clear about that. It's sort of sorcery. One more comment, and then let's go have lunch.
So, sacrifice consciously acknowledges this autonomous, awesome aspect in the psyche.
Yes.
And forms relationship to it.
As consciously as possible, yes.
Can you talk a little bit about what you mean by reconnection?
Well, see, the reconnection that Edinger's talking about there, he's just talking about the fact that the juice starts flowing again. The ego's subjectivity, once it gets a sense that it's not one with the archetypal self, the juice will often begin to flow again. And so that the reconnection he's talking about there is in terms of the flow. And you think about what we said about sacrifice. Sacrifice is always, you want to try to get the flow going between you and the powers. The issue is not, are the powers there? The powers are always there. In sacrificial process, you're trying to figure out what to do to get the flow reestablished. And that, the reconnection or that part would be the flow gets reestablished. But what I like to push in contradistinction to what Edinger pushed, my personal emphasis is on regulation. Because Edinger just said, well, you're going to get inflated, then you're going to deflate, then you're going to reconnect, then you're going to get inflated. Well, that's true in a sense, but I want to flatten out the wave. I want to get you to where you don't have to go as low. You don't have to hit bottom before you start getting more energy again. I want you to be able to tune it so that you don't get too manicky before you can turn the rheostat a little bit and fly a little bit lower altitude so you don't get lost out there, So Edinger didn't have benefit of a lot of the recent studies that we have of regulating these energies. But I think you get the drift. You got it right. And when we come back this afternoon, we'll talk more about the plumbing of being conscious about that. And then tomorrow, we will focus on this alchemical image of really trying to practice that conscious sacrificial attitude. So as you have lunch over lunchtime, you might want to just think about if you're making unconscious offerings, where do you think they're going? Because different people have them going in different directions. You just want to think about where do you give your power away? Who do you give your power away to? Because those are unconscious ritualizations, which are actually offerings. And they may be offering to X, Y, or Z, not because those X, Y, or Z deserves that offering, but because you have some kind of an idealization going on with that person. And so you're involved in a sacrificial exchange process with them without knowing it. John earlier mentioned codependency. Well, that's an unconscious sacrificial exchange fantasy. So let's have a lunch, and we will start back. It's 12:45. Let's start back in an hour. Okay? What I'd like to begin with, and there's a huge amount of this material that's available to study. Let me just review briefly what we've talked about. We've looked at the preoccupation of pre-modern peoples with sacrificial dynamics. It's everywhere. It is. It's amazing the attention to detail and sacrificial process of pre-modern peoples across the globe. For a Jungian, we would say simply that is there. It's not just an accident. It's not just some interesting cultural anomaly. Archaic peoples, pre-modern peoples, were far more aware of what we would call the objective psyche than moderns. I say in the Dragon, Facing the Dragon book, that the dragon has increasingly improved its cloaking devices. So for moderns, the dragon is running amok, but folks have lost the capacity to see it. In pre-modern world, people were very aware of the great other, the primal other. They talked about it in all sorts of different terms: mana, the numinous energy. They talked about it in terms of spirits. They talked about it in terms of the ancestors. They talked about it in terms of the deities, the various deities. But they were aware of the great other. The thing about indigenous peoples and traditional peoples is they saw it outside usually. And when it got inside, they considered it a possession state, and they were not altogether wrong. But they fundamentally live their lives in a huge projective field in which the primal dimensions of the archetypal self, the collective psyche, were experienced out here, not in terms of being a part of their psyche. But that made, so for a Jungian, you study that stuff to get a sense about the shape of all this before it all went under the cloaking devices of repression and secularization. From a Jungian point of view, that stuff hadn't gone anywhere. It's going inside. As Jung says, that has fallen into the psyche. It's off here. It used to be on vessels of projection. If you study Edinger's work, he does all this stuff about the way that all that energy used to be carried in the external religions. He's got all these diagrams that shows all this archetypal energy, all this self-energy was carried in the religions, in the religious images, in the pilgrimages, in the ritual forms. And now with modernization, it fell into the psyche and the unconscious, where people get overstimulated and act out. They still project, which we're going to get into in a minute, but they're not as aware of it. So contrary to the modern grandiose fantasy that we have become more conscious as moderns, actually we have gotten really, in this flatland, as Ken Wilber calls it, the flatland world, we have gotten more and more unaware of the great not me in terms of the ego, the great dimensions that are not me. And we still project it, but we do so usually in the horizontal realm with humans. And all those demons and all the power of all those gods and everything goes into ideologies, political ideologies. Increasingly, of course, it goes into various cult formulations of various kinds, including fundamentalist forms. But it is still extremely powerful. And so we're simply saying, as Jungian people that are doing Jungian reflection, the reason we come at looking at all this archetypal dimensions of sacrifice, the reason we're interested in it is because, we know that that's an expression of the objective psyche, that's still here with us. So we're looking at that to say, okay, now what's down here underneath our repression barrier? What are we doing in our acting out? And so we turn to Jung to get a sense for the radical importance of regaining our sense of the great other, the great primal other. And there's nothing any more important for a Jungian reflection than getting clear that it, as Freud called it really is. It is not the ego. It is a psychological entity and reality that is still present. If the ego's not aware of it, the ego is simply less capable of figuring out what to do with it. So what is the new condition, the modern condition? Well, all that archetypal energy is fallen back into your personality. And it's not your fault, but you're a modern person, most of you, I think. And it's fallen in your personality, and it's going to be a problem. And so the tradition of Jung's psychology up through Edinger and others is to try to get us aware of how this objective psyche manifests in us and to try to cultivate a sense of awareness so we can disidentify with it, begin to be more reflective and realize it's operating, it's manifesting in us, in our body, in our consciousness, in our behavior, in our relationships. And we want to get a sense of how it's manifesting so we can start being more respectful, So here we are back to trying to figure out, like those old ancient ritual elders, now how do I get more respectful? How do I get some sense about the most creative way to relate to this? Now, what I have added to Jung and Edinger, the way in which my Neo-Jungian structural psychoanalysis has moved beyond them, is I've been able to, and the way I put it is, decode the diamond body. I think I have come upon an understanding of the primal forms of these archetypal energies as they issue in our attempt to create a vessel of a human self to deal with these four forms of archetypal energy, and all of my work has been explicating this more and more as time goes on, and trying to get a sense. I'm beginning now to teach advanced seminars for psychotherapists across the country in this particular approach to integrative structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy. And that will be, you should, if you have therapist friends that would like to study this stuff, they can look at my website, and I'll be announcing different places where I'll be teaching this. But the fundamental principles that we're talking about today are really the principles that I think are important for doing psychotherapy. That is to say, number one, you got to understand the great dragon is. Hadn't gone away. It's very active. More unconscious we are, the more dangerous it is. So we need to get a sense about how this thing presents. And what I've shown in my work is that contrary to Jung and Edinger, it is not as fuzzy as the classical Jungians think. It's much more clear and distinct. There are the four quadrants, and in my view, are not intuition, thinking, feeling, and sensation. The four quadrants have to do with four gateways, portals for archetypal energy that have to be overtly, consciously faced and balanced if one is to create an adequate self-vessel. So I often talk about looking at this diagram looking down on it as a Mayan pyramid from the top. But we can also, for our purposes this weekend, think about it as a vessel, a cup. And so you can look at it as the attempt to create a vessel to carry archetypal energy. And I've in Facing the Dragon book, I talk about these four forms. They're royal energy, which is the energy that you need to develop a real sense of the I am. A sense of your own centeredness, the sense of it being appropriate for you to have power, appropriate for you to make decisions, the capacity to get centered in yourself, be calm, to develop a vision for yourself, and to become powered up in this sector so that you can become a mentor and a source of blessing. It's what I call the royal sector in the self. That is a very distinct energy. It's a very distinct geography. And if you have not learned to relate to that consciously, you will either identify with it and be a narcissistic personality disorder, or you will project that, sacrifice it, give it away to someone, and you will become a dependent person. So if you were to ever occupy your space as a self, you've got to become conscious about that archetypal energy without identifying with it. You've got to have a communion with it. That's why you have to commune with these four forms of energy. The second form I've talked about is the archetypal warrior energy is the form of archetypal energy that allows you to focus and become capable of living in linear time. It is the kind of capacity to get conscious about a mission and serve and get focused and disciplined and organize your life in an effective way. It's the 7 habits of highly effective people. And I like to tell people that if you're kind of weak in the warrior, you get that 7 habits of highly effective people, then you get yourself linearized, and you become more effective. Effectiveness is a warrior capacity. If you're giving that away, you're in a masochistic position. If you're sacrificing that, letting somebody carry your aggression for you, whether it's your wife or your friend or your boss or whoever, that's a sacrifice. We got to think about that. It's an unconscious sacrifice. The person that doesn't have that is very passive, ineffectual, masochistic, dependent, all sorts of things. That energy has to, for a self to be actually cohesive, that's got to be, you've got to be in communion with that energy without merging with it. And this magician energy, this is the energy of the capacity to detach and reflect, to be able to get yourself up over the map and see where you are, to be able to map out the consequences of your actions, to be able to think about the different trajectories that you're facing in life and be able to evaluate them dispassionately. This is a cool medium. The magician part is cool. It's not hot. It's a capacity for cool reflection. But you also need to be in communion with that. If it possesses you, you become cold and detached and ineffectual and uncaring and not present. If you are possessed by the magician, as I have been most of my life, you sacrifice everything else in your life. You give away your erotic life for other people that you think are beautiful to carry. You give away your aggression to those people that you think are stupid. You think they're stupid because they do things. You know, if you're possessed by the magician, you think that they wouldn't be doing all that if they really thought. You know, it's too complicated. So, and you give away your royal life. You give away any right to make decisions in spite of the ambiguity. But in any case, if you don't have that, you are just totally in your life and you're not thinking about what you're doing. See? And finally, the lover archetypal sector, that is the capacity really to be in connection, to be in contact, to experience, to feel, to love, to really see the beauty of. To the appreciative consciousness. And you can look at all these in the different books that have been written on these. So there is this sacred geography in the soul. It is all the archetypal geography. And all of that is an expression of the archetypal self's potentials. And the good news is that all of that is in you. You're never out of touch with it. In fact, all of these archetypal energies are always present in you. That's the good news. If you're seeing a therapist that doesn't believe that, that's too bad. Because they will see you as somebody that is rather empty. And they will often not have any idea that there's a huge thing in you that needs to be brought forth. And that makes therapy very bad. I mean, that makes therapy very hard to do. If you're empty and I'm the therapist and I have the responsibility of putting all the good stuff in you, that's hard work. I don't know if I want to do this. But I don't view it that way. When I work with somebody, I assume there are worlds inside them. That's good and bad. That is, when a person wakes up to the fact that there are worlds inside them, regulation becomes a conscious problem for them. Before, it was an unconscious problem. They just were depressed or whatever. Now, they realize there's something really big in here, and I'm going to need to be a very sophisticated sacrificial operator in order to get it right. In other words, in you is the code for a whole cup, a complete chalice. Think about that as a vessel which holds all that energy that's your birthright. It comes in. That code is there. That's the good news. What's the bad news? It is a blueprint. The problem is developing a personality system as a vessel which is whole in a way that's parallel with the code. Why is that important? Well, it's real simple. It's important because if you have not modeled your personality system, we can call it your little s self system, on the code, then it is going to fracture when the power starts coming in. The power starts coming into this cup, and if you have not filled in here in this side, you're going to split. Their psyche is going to split along these lines. Or if you've not filled in this sector, there's going to be splitting along these lines. If you've not filled in here, there's going to be splitting along these lines. Fragmentation of your little s self system, the human you. Why is that relevant? Well, the whole idea is for you to be able to contain all this juice. If you remember that thing about in the New Testament, we hold this treasure in earthen vessels. You know, a lot of the old wineskins are not adequate. Well, think about this. You've got to have an adequate vessel. Unconscious sacrifice occurs in your personality when, because of your family experience or your personal life of trauma or whatever, your particular culture you grew up in or your particular religious tradition, those particular places that you came from, culture, family, and your personal journey, they have shaped your cup. They have influenced which sectors of your little s self have been able to be built in a way that can contain all this archetypal energy. Remember, the archetypal self has all these energies. And they're always going to be trying to become expressed in your personality. But if your family cursed your family taught you that you better shut up and be nice. So they did not bless the part of you that is assertive. They taught you you must be nice at all cost, or you will be rejected. This means that your vessel, the vessel of your personality, is going to be very weak. And it's not going to be weak all over the place. This is what it's very important for you to get. It's going to be weak in a very specific way. This is what I call structural analysis, structural diagnosis. When you're making a diagnosis or assessment of a personality system, you don't just treat everything like it's a nail because you've got a hammer. You have to figure out Where is the weakness in this personality system? Where is it not balancing the opposites? Where has its particular developmental history led it to be not capable of balancing the opposites? So we would say this person, they had to be nice. Well, does that mean that part of their archetypal self disappeared? No. It's just that the ego cannot feel comfortable with it. So what happens to it? It gets projected on someone, usually. And this is a continuum, but it is not being related to consciously by that personality. A lot of the time, this will build up in rage, under the surface. So it will build up in rage, but that is not available to the conscious ego. Do you follow me? And when you hear about people going postal, that archetypal energy will only build up so long before it will be discharged. That was Freud's dictum, the repressed shall return. That's what Freud meant by that. It doesn't go away, it will come back. So, what else can we tell about that person that had their warrior attacked? Well, they will find themselves being vulnerable to a fault. So they will become more masochistic because they never had the part that sets boundaries blessed. So that means when the archetypal energy comes into their personality, as it always does, it can't be held here in their cup, right? Some of it can stay in. Some of it's not completely empty. Some parts of the cup carry some water, some juice. But this part has to be leaked over the side, so to speak. Do you see that? It kind of goes out. You got to ask yourself in your self system, when the power of the archetypal self tries to embody itself in you, tries to incarnate in you, what happens that keeps it from filling up? What happens to keep your personality from filling up on all quadrants? Because different people is different things. This person becomes masochistic. It's very interesting, though. You would think that they would be great at loving, but that's a superficial view. Why is that? What's the problem? Why do they have a hard time with intimacy? Anybody got a...
They're resentful of being dependent.
They're really resentful of being run over all the time. So they're very ambivalent about intimacy. And you can see why they're ambivalent about intimacy. It's so costly. They're paying too much for it, and they know it. And the one inside that keeps score is enraged by it. So, in other words, when the fullness of the archetypal energy of connection and joy tries to come into this personality, it cannot fully incarnate in the personality. Because the necessary vessel for the needed aggression in the personality leaks out. I mean, there's a crack there. It leaks out. So the important thing is to realize that until this person undoes this structural deficit here, faces the task, for them, very distasteful. This is very distasteful to try to become more assertive. It is so hard. And this is the hard work of healing, because you have to go against what seems natural. It seems to be an act against nature to become moving toward wholeness. So this person actually has to try to get far more of a sense of blessing for that assertiveness, that aggression, that being not nice. And so if you're thinking about this in terms of this chalice imagery, you're trying to figure out where is the chalice broken in this self? The chalice of the self, little s self, the personality system, where is it broken? Now, when we say unconscious sacrifice, it simply means that without knowing it, this personality is having to give away something that belongs, and it's giving it away. Usually that's an idealization of some aggressive person. So they are masochistic in their consciousness, their subjectivity, but they find a sadistic partner to carry the aggression. And this repeats itself all around the quadrants. If there's a person that is sort of possessed by the magician, they will tend to sacrifice their own sovereignty to someone else. If there's someone that is possessed by the royal figure, they're really sacrificing the lover aspect of themselves. It's very widely known that a narcissist cannot love. It's one of the litmus tests. And of course, there's so little empathy for narcissistic personality disorders because of our permission to hate them. We don't develop our own empathy to them. The fact is, these are people that are possessed. They cannot love. They're locked out of their heart. And are you with me so far? Do you get this? So when you're thinking about these unconscious sacrifice dynamics, the thing that you got to just get, if there were no archetypal self that was present in its fullness, then you wouldn't see what's going on there. But since there is an archetypal self, and since those energies are present, we know they're going to go. If the ego is not welcoming to them, they're going to go somewhere. So when you're becoming conscious about your own alchemy, you got to try to figure out, okay, let's assume I'm probably leaking archetypal energy. That'd be a pretty safe bet, unless you're a sheikh, a realized ascended master or something. You're probably leaking archetypal energy. The question then is, where are you leaking? So you want to kind of figure out where your ego system, your personality system, your little s self system, I'd rather say, where did it get blessed so that it is okay in your personality to think of yourself as communing with that particular archetypal energy? So the first thing, and tomorrow we're going to be addressing this problem in more detail, but in regulating archetypal energies, there are three things you got to deal with. First, you got to find it. You got to access the energy consciously. And that's some doing right there. Doing an energy audit on your personality. Where are my archetypal energies going? I know I've got them. Where are they going? So that's the first thing. The second thing then is doing the structural analysis to figure out where is the cup of my personality system leaking and why. That will help you know where the imbalance is. In integrative psychotherapy, you've got to do a structural assessment of the personality. Figure out where the self system is weak and therefore leaking in that sector, so that the person can't control the energy. I mean, they cannot contain it. You can't ever really control it. You got to commune with it. But where is it leaking? Once you know where it's leaking, you can start making efforts to rebalance it. the process of integrative psychotherapy. This is where my work in Milan is and Theodore Milan's is very parallel. The process of integrative psychotherapy, you figure out where the opposites are out of balance, and then you try to redress that. Your treatment plan, whether for yourself or for another person, needs to be based on where is this system out of balance. Because until you work toward rebalancing it, they cannot contain their energy in a constructive way. They have to stay either low energy or acting out or cycling between low energy and acting out. Manic, depressive. Follow me? Now, the good news is if you manage to figure out where your structural deficits are, where your vessel is leaky, and you take a treatment plan and you work on rebalancing that, you can begin to contain more energy, because the fundamental principle is the more that gyro in your little self system is balanced, the more archetypal energy it will contain before it loses it, before it starts to go out of the vessel. So you begin to power up. So the goal really in individuation is to carry as much creative energy as you can without getting weird and becoming a danger to yourself and others. And I prefer that people get a little dangerous. They're more interesting, But when you start getting a little dangerous, the problem is that these great energies are seductive. And they blow in your ear and they tell you how wonderful you are. And pretty soon you're in the belly. You're in its belly. But you don't realize your potential unless you risk that. So anyway, once you get those balanced, that's the good news. But what's the bad news? Well, as you get them balanced, you can contain more energy and you start powering up. And then your cup really is going to overflow. That's the thing, because see, the hose is still on. Contrary to the ego psychologist, the fire hose is still going. So that's what sets the stage for what we're going to focus on tomorrow. Because after you balance your opposites, the energy comes up, you got to really figure out what you're going to do with the overflow. See? At low levels of integration, the acting out is the overflow, but you're not very powered up. You're really more of a low-grade danger to yourself. So in any case, when we say unconscious sacrifice, I'm simply saying there is an unconscious idealization going on, where an energy that should be kept integrated consciously within the precincts of the psyche cannot be sustained. Now, are you with me on that? Do you have a question or comment or illustration of any of that, so we can see if you're getting a sense for that? Yeah.
I'm struggling with this, the amount of ego strength it takes initially or at any point to differentiate these quadrants and work on it. At the same time, though, the premise is that you're unbalanced and don't have a lot of ego strength to do that work. And how the work generates the strength generates the work.
That's exactly. See, this is why it amuses me. People that have a little therapy and they're done, because that's just denial. It's like what you're describing is actually right. What he's describing for the tape is that you once you start looking at things this way, you realize your ego is not very strong. Right, it's not very strong. Get clear about that. That's the first step. It's not near as strong as most theorists think. That is to say, we are all, I'm fond of saying, we're all closer to being psychotic than we want to admit. And that's why we got so much anxiety. I mean, why we got all this anxiety and depression? That's because we're far looser organized than we really think. And, you know, we've got this habit now of thinking, oh, well, I'm just depressed. There's nothing wrong about it. Just basically, I got a biochemical problem and I'm just depressed. Ooh, that cleans it up a lot. That makes it look a lot neater, more controllable than it really is. So that is the beginning, what they say, that's the beginning of wisdom right there. You say, oops, I'm not as in control of this as maybe I thought. So now I need to turn up the light and start looking at what are the evidences of where my ego really isn't working well. That is, maybe I haven't really done a very careful audit of how addictive I am. And then, I start noticing how much of my life is really very rigidly and compulsively structured, which I was in a fantasy I was choosing. So it's going along with the lines of what you're saying. But as you turn up the light, you gain a little beachhead in consciousness. This is classic Jungian stuff, man. You get a beachhead. You begin to say, oh, you got a little bit more I can see here. And as you get more, hopefully the idea is you get more respectful of what you're dealing with. Then you can gradually, the more respectful you get, that would be the equivalent of being aware of the powers. And then you start trying to gradually expand your capacity to regulate. And in my view, this is why I said to you, and I try to teach people, including therapists that, you know, many of whom are kind of contemptuous of spirituality, I say, you have to have a partnership between spiritual practice and psychotherapy. Because the spiritual practice is a person's getting consciously disciplined about what they're trying to do to help them regulate. And so when you're working with a person or yourself, you need to see this as an integrated spiritual treatment program to help you support your consciousness. That is, you have an exercise program. You watch your diet. You watch your caffeine intake. You watch any psychoactive, psychotropic substances. You become a lot more careful to be aware of what are the signs. This is what I like to teach therapists. What are the signs of a person not regulating well? Because once you start to think about the question, whether you're a therapist or just a person trying to be more creative, say, how well am I regulating? You got to ask that question. And then you got to try to be as honest as possible. And gradually, just like you're saying, gradually, just by being aware that it's hard, your muscle gets stronger. It's very much like weightlifting. I love to tell people. It's like weightlifting. It's muscle tone of the psyche. Yeah.
How, as a therapist, if you're dealing with someone who say is depleted in any or whatever, and you start working with that person on building up that particular aspect of the personality structure, and they get it built up, but at the cost of another point in your personality structure. How do you avoid that?
Well, the real news is for a practicing therapist is you're hoping as a practicing therapist to help them keep it between the ditches because it's hard. You see that person is locked in a structure. A person will become locked in a pattern. And we have to be more respectful about the neurotic pattern a person is in because it's an achievement. It's a construction. It helps them regulate. It's very costly. A neurosis, a neurotic pattern is a very costly thing, but it's better than psychosis. And the same thing is true of an addiction. It's better than psychosis. It's costly. But before you jump in with all your bag of tricks and open up too many cans of worms, you got to realize that when you open up these when you start bringing in that other archetypal energy that's been absent, you got to be careful because it always destabilizes the system temporarily. So this is what any practicing therapist, you just got to learn. When you start intervening, you got to remember, see, a lot of therapists think they have to regress a patient to make them confront their stuff. Well, the real fact is that if you bring in these parts that they need to confront, you're going to regress them. Anything you're bringing in that needs to be integrated is going to create a regression temporarily. That's why it's very important for you to create a supportive vessel. You with me on that? Because it's like a lot of those folks that were trained in Gestalt therapy didn't think much about this containment issue. And they used to love to just pull the pin on the grenade, the psychological grenade, and kind of roll it under the door of the self. Let's see what happens. And, of course, the grenade goes off, and they get all sorts of new insights. Of course, they quit their job, divorce their spouse, do all sorts of stuff, and then they wake up a little later and say, what have I done? And so the fact is, it is very important to be aware as you're tinkering to respect the adaptation that they've already made. And try to do, what do you say in 12-step programs, the baby step version of integrating this new stuff. It's not romantic, but at least it minimizes the level of chaos that occurs through transformation. Transformation brings in, hopefully you're inoculating folks with archetypal stuff they need to have permeate them, but you try not to kill them with the vaccine. See what I'm getting at? It's a real legitimate for a therapist, especially somebody working on the front lines, as many therapists are, not working with highly functioning people. My basic sense that I say to therapists I'm trying to train is, let's don't over assess the organization and its personality. You need to realize the personality may be more loosely organized than it looks. Until you know otherwise, you have to be very thoughtful about your interventions. There are some interventions that you can do that are not going to destabilize the personality. And one example of that is if you help a person develop a regular exercise program that will help them contain things. There's all sorts of research evidence that supports that. And it will help you build the kind of base that you need for helping them bring in the scary energies. So, but that is the kind of question that we need to be addressing. Other comments or questions about this? Do you see what I mean? Monitor where the idealization is going. That's an unconscious sacrificial energy. It's going somewhere. If you don't know where it's going in your personality, you cannot make sacrificial enactments consciously to try to correct it. Okay, let me open it up. Other questions, comments, observations, case examples.
It seems there's a point where the growth process has momentum of its own.
Yes.
And that you really don't control the growth process. It just happens. And it propels you, and then the next step is you integrate where it was taken.
Right. She says that there are places that you get where the growth process starts having its own momentum. There's no doubt that that's true. And Jung always pointed out that when you begin to integrate an archetypal energy, it will come in and compulsively. He talked about the monopersonality phase. That is, we'd like to have it be really elegant and neat so that if I bring in one of the split off sacrificed archetypal energies and I bring it in, that I go from not having it here to a nicely tuned integration. That's not the way it normally works. You start bringing it in, it has a momentum of its own. It pushes you in that direction. And that's a kind of a manic phase in that energy. You can have a little bit of a manic phase in any of these energies. You can get manically active, manically caring, manically erotic, manically reflective. Do you follow me? And when you're bringing that energy in and it's new, it won't get regulated by your conscious regulating control right immediately. That's right. And you've just got to try to hold on to your seat. And, it's like riding a bronc. Hold on to that saddle horn while it begins to calm. Then you hope it's going to calm down again soon. Yeah. Go ahead.
When you were talking about balancing the opposites and the illustration of the person and the aggressor who had their aggression squashed, so then they orient in the lover, in the more erotic.
Their conscious subjectivity is more comfortable with soft, more dependent, loving, nice kinds of subjectivity. Always think about the characteristic subjectivity. That tells you what the subjectivity of the ego is. That's what they were made comfortable with. Okay, go ahead.
When in the context of somebody who's very narcissistic and independent, in other words, they'd be privileged in the king or queen.
Yeah, they would be shooting up with that energy. Yes.
And what you said that I need help with is that they would be unable to love.
Right.
But the opposite is magician.
Yes.
So then what do we want to do to balance that opposite?
Well, see, they've also sacrificed that magician thing. They don't know it. Well, have you ever noticed how stupid an arrogant person is in terms of insight? They don't get it. They don't get what, they don't get that they're arrogant a lot of the time. They sometimes say they do, but they don't have any sense of how arrogant they are. And so their capacity for reflection has been externalized. They don't want it. Now, if I'm a narcissistic personality disorder, why wouldn't I want that capacity for reflection back in my personality system? Why wouldn't I?
I might see something I didn't like.
Ooh. I might realize that my underwear is dirty. Ooh. And not only that, I might notice, it might just suddenly come as a flash of insight that I really don't know my wife. Or it might come as a flash of insight that, I really don't think I have any friends. And boy, that's very deflating. That makes you human. So although we like to kind of hate these people, the thing about it is that they have given away unconsciously huge parts of their human self. They don't know they have. That's the tragedy of this. And in fact, the most important thing to get is that the most destructive, grandiose energies are never conscious. It's only in that small percentage of psychopaths and where it's closest to being conscious about how much of a God claim they're making. But most people, most folks don't have any sense where they are kind of archetypal and not human. And so this is the hardest thing for a therapist. If you're a therapist, you're having to deal with this every day, and you're dealing with people's pretensions all the time, and you realize how fragile that ego system, that self system, that little less self system is, and you don't want to destabilize it with too much truth. You know, confrontation has its limits in trying to help people. So, but you're sitting there amazed at the grandiosity. But the important thing really is, and have empathy, that person has no clue about it. And so, yeah, thank you.
When you're assessing your structural weaknesses, called my symptoms,
Yes.
was there some kind of psychic trick about you go to the opposite quadrant?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah. Well, look, I would make one distinction. See, a lot of therapists are taught to really focus on symptoms. I think it's important to use symptoms for clues to the structural deficit. That is to say, symptoms, the only importance of symptoms is what they tell you about where the vessel is cracked. Because you're not really going to help that person in a significant way unless you can figure out where the little s self system is cracked and leaking. And so it's important to look at the symptoms, but to get symptom focused is to get lost as a therapist. You have to know those symptoms are a sign the person's not regulating well. But they also may be manifestations of the particular crutch that individual is using to maintain a basic level of regulation. So you may not want to take away their symptom so you really understand the structure. Now, what I would say, what you're getting at is, you know, it's important for you to think about what in your subjectivity, what are you comfortable with? That's the way to think about it. In my subjectivity, I, Robert, what am I comfortable with? And how do they relate to these archetypal spheres? Well, if I look at mine, I notice I am more comfortable with working on important projects. I am not comfortable with taking time off. Wonder what that means in terms of archetypal structure. Well, it means that my friends that are good at hanging out, I have sort of displaced that part of me onto them. They're carrying that vicariously from me. But it's an unconscious sacrifice to my friend. It's an idealization of my friends. It's giving them the responsibility for a part of myself that they can't really help me with. It's a kind of sort of, as John says, a codependent dyad. But I'm not aware of it. So what you want to do is to look at your subjectivity, see what am I comfortable with. That will give you a clue about how your little s self system is organized, because unless you are a very rare individual, your self system will not be organized in a balanced way around this. It will be organized here, or it will be organized here, or it will be organized here, or it will be dominated. Particular personality disorders are dominated by one or two of these archetypal geographies. And what I do when I teach this structural diagnosis is, and this incidentally is very interesting, even though he's not a Jungian, this is the way Theodore Milan approaches it when he's doing his own version of this diagnostics. He is looking at what the opposites are that the personality privileges. Which pole does personality privilege? He uses, Theodore Milan uses, pleasure and pain. He uses active and passive. He uses self and other, and he thinks those are opposites. He's wrong. But at least he does have some sense about the way the psyche works. He knows that when you get one-sided, if you put too little emphasis on pleasure in your life, then you're not balancing one of the opposites. If you're too passive, you're not balancing one of the opposites. And so Theodore Milan, in his work in person-centered psychotherapy, which is very parallel to my approach, the way he approaches it, he says you look at where the polarities are, you look at how the person is privileging one or more of those polarities to the expense of the others, and then in your treatment plan, you do actual therapeutic techniques, not arbitrarily, but specifically chosen to help them enhance the polarity where they're neglecting it. I agree totally with that. The only thing where I'm different from Milan is I don't think he understands that as you get better in developing yourself, you don't get worse in dealing with others. He's got self and other as a polarity. I think as you get stronger in your selfhood in a mature way, you get more capable of empathy for the other. And so I don't think it's a zero-sum game. But anyway, that's my quibble with him. Yes.
When I develop people, I always let them play their strengths.
Yes.
That seems counter to what you're saying.
It's important, for example, that's a subtle one now, you got to say with it. When you're working with people, you do want them to develop their strength. The key is to realize that if a person is possessed by the royal sector, they are not optimized in that sector, because you don't optimize in your royal sector if you don't bring in these to support it. So it's a good thing to support their strength, but if you're really going to support their strength, you have to help them bring in those undeveloped parts of themselves to support that strength. They will only get better in their strength if they bring in the missing parts. But it's got to be done carefully. And we're never, at least probably in this lifetime, going to get to be perfectly harmoniously balanced.
And often our so-called strengths really compulsions.
Yes, there you go.
I was thinking that one of the pointers might be, like for instance, for the warrior side, that was shame, not lust. You get a point. You're compelled to need others. It's not something you want to do, that you bring a lot of strength to and a lot of centeredness to others. It's in fact, you need the others, and it's the need, the drivenness that points to the weak side of the person.
I think that's right. And see, like, for example, take a person and they say somebody that's really assertive, really to the point of being aggressive, really to the point of being an asshole. And you got them working in an organization. Well, what we've got to understand is they are not optimally assertive. It's a Taoist idea. If you're optimally assertive, you push to the point that's the most effective. But you don't push to the point that you generate more reactivity against what you're trying to do than if you had not pushed so hard. So in other words, real effectiveness requires that you have empathy and sensitivity to others and a sense of connection to them as human beings. And you can be, if you're a boss, say, you can be very effectively confrontive with an employee if you're connected to them and they feel respected by you. And you can tell the truth effectively and not have them just want you to die. I mean, for a long time as a professor, I would err on the side of not being confrontive enough as a professor. And it took me a long time to realize that by my being passive with students, it wasn't helping them. I wasn't helping them to optimize. I thought I was being nice to them, but I wasn't helping them to really be their best. But the key there is when you bring in that aggression in a respectful way, you can tell more truth, but you do it in a connected way, and you get better results. So a boss would want to have effectiveness in his interventions. Does that make sense? So, the key is you want to push. Jung once said that there is, think about the enantiodromia point. He always pointed that out. He says, when you're pressing on a certain archetypal energy line or certain developmental place, you need to stop before you go over the enantiodromia edge, that's where it shifts into its opposite. So when you're trying to bring something in, you try to get to that point where it's more creative, but you don't push it so far that you cause a reaction against what you were trying to do. This would be true on any of these sectors. That's a pretty sophisticated kind of idea, but I think you just reflect on that a little bit. Well, I just gave you one example, what it would look like. That is to say I'm trying to supervise an advanced student, which I do a lot of. And I realize I haven't been confrontive enough, that I think that they're goal bricking, that the student is really not developing their potential. So I've got to start being more confrontive of that way in which that student is not really being very respectful of their own gifts. But the enantiodromia point would be if the hard edge of my confrontation got to the point where they did not feel that I was really relating to them respectfully, that I wasn't taking them seriously, that my confrontation was for my narcissistic needs as a professor and not to make them better. And that's a judgment call. But every therapist has to make it every day when they're working. When you're deciding how confrontive to be with any particular client, you're making that judgment every day. Because if you're not confrontive enough, you're probably encouraging them to act out. If you're too confrontive, they'll terminate. Or they'll get into an adolescent thing where the therapist, where they have to defeat you. And then there's the Adlerians always were so good at teaching. You're not really in an alliance with them. Then the Adlerians would always say, keep your mind on the same, keep your goals aligned. And so anybody that you're working with, they've got to believe that your goal and their goal really are pointed in the same direction, or cooperation goes to an end. And you don't have an alliance, and then it's always warfare between the therapist and the person that's being counseled with. Does that make sense? So do you get that in that enantiodromia thing? That's a Jungian classical idea. It just, it's the yin and the yang. When you go far enough, the opposite's going to constellate. And when you're tuning and trying to optimize, like our goal really is to try to really tune and optimize and get radiant. I'm serious. You got to be aware that if you push too far, though, you will start a opposite reaction to the thing you're trying to improve. Yeah, back here.
I just wanted to re-ask, I think, the first question about what's the necessary opposite.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, it seems like you could make an opposition between different parts of your quadrant.
Yeah, this requires a lot of study because, for example, what I've been doing a lot of lately, I'm trying to integrate Theodore Milan's work on his scientific diagnostics work and his work on evolutionary psychology, and Anthony Stevens' work on evolutionary psychiatry. And a lot of things which are clearly bundled systems are not opposites, but they're clearly bundled systems. For example, look at this. They are now discovering in the brain that there are clearly neurophysiological innate systems which tell you how to care for the other. That's a royal system in my view. You are wired to know how to care. You may not have accessed it, but it's in there. there's also in you a brain system. It's species-wide. There's a brain system that knows how to be cared for. See, the lover doesn't care for others. The lover wants to be loved. Love me. I want to be important to you. Love me. I'm beautiful. Don't you want to be with me? You know. So this part of you that knows how to be dependent, really healthily dependent, is in your brain wiring. And that is a bundle. For those of you that have studied Freudian developmental psychology, this, and particularly the self-psychology, the co-ed stuff, this is the self-object connection. The caring one and the cared for one. And in family systems theory, this is the beginning necessary fusion between you and your parent. And if your parent didn't have their caring system stimulated, and you're a little child saying, care for me, care for me, care for me, and nobody in your family said, oh yes, I'll care for you, I know how to do that, then there's a built-in instability in your personality because you did not ever get that feeling that your need to be cared for was really cared for. Do you follow that? So that's bundled in the brain. And you have to be able to relate on that level during your development as a self. But the royal energy and the lover energy are not opposites. They're both fusing tendencies. What is really an opposite, look at it this way. And if I had more time, we'd go more into this, but this is what I try to teach in my other seminars. Murray Bowen, the family systems theorist, says there are two forces in the personality, one for fusion and one for differentiation. He's right about it, but there are two expressions of each of those. The royal energies and the lover energies, these are the sources of fusion. The warrior energy and the magician energies, those are the energies of differentiation. And if you notice, if you're a person and you've never developed your assertiveness, you will detach in order to differentiate. That's always true. Somebody that's not assertive enough, they will have a terrible problem with intimacy because in order not to have somebody fuse with them, they will detach and go away. So in any case, the royal energy has to be seen as an attempt to create a world, and it's got to be understood that the opposite of that is the deconstructionist, the natural deconstructionist in the psyche, which is that trickster magician energy. And it's easier to see the opposites between the warrior and the lover, because one of them is clearly active and the other is clearly passive in terms of receptivity. But that does require some study to get clear about that. What I've been doing in my research is I'm continuing the whole thing about looking at the comparative mythology to see how this shook out way back before it all got kind of mixed up. And in the ancient world, after the split between the different divine energies occurred, after the indigenous tribal setting, the research shows that the different gods and goddesses are gods and goddesses of the different quadrants. And so Mars, for example, is a god of the warrior quadrant. Zeus is primarily a god of the royal quadrant, and so on. Go ahead. Other comments or questions? Let's see how we need to take a break soon. Yeah.
I don't see where sacrifice fits in here. I mean, I see that historically we have done it, but I don't see the real...
Conscious sacrifice does not fit in here. Conscious sacrifice we come to tomorrow. Okay. Unconscious sacrifice fits in here. And you got to understand that when you split, you're unconsciously idealizing. You're giving away the part of your psyche that your subjectivity is not comfortable with. Whatever your subjectivity is not comfortable with is being externalized out of your personality system, your conscious personality subjectivity.
And is that related to ritual sex?
Absolutely. It's related. That is to say, but in the ancient world, they were clear that they were relating to the powers out there. What I'm saying is, in the modern world, we unconsciously engage in sacrificial process.
And we need rituals to make it.
We need to get conscious that we're engaging in it. We need to get clear what we are giving away in idealizations. And tomorrow, we're going to talk about a process by which, in the Jungian tradition, you get very clear that you've got to get these archetypal energies up front and personal between you and the archetypal self. And instead of giving your archetypal energies away, the ones you're not comfortable with, instead of my giving them to Al, because he's good at something that I'm not, and I idealize him, and then I don't claim any of that energy for myself because he's got it. Instead of doing that, I withdraw that projection. I realize it's an archetypal projection. I realize it's in me. It's from a source in me. And I create an imaginal space in my inner temple, we'll get to that tomorrow, where I'm relating to the archetypal self consciously, to the dragon constantly. I say, I have been giving your energy in displacement and projection to humans. And I want to try to stop that. I want to stop making idols out of human beings. Human beings make bad gods and goddesses. Did you ever notice that? We're all crazy enough by ourselves. We don't need somebody putting all their God energy or goddess energy on us. We're already overstimulated because we're already having to deal with our own dragon. But then somebody comes along, and if there's something about me that they can idealize and they're uncomfortable with in themselves, they put it on me. So I've got their dragon energy as well as my dragon energy. Now they're putting out fire with gasoline. Now I'm wondering why I can't sleep. And a therapist gets idealizing transferences a lot. And therapists have a big problem regulating. Priests have a big problem regulating. Have you noticed that lately? The reason priests have a big problem, I address this in the Facing the Dragon book, the reason they have a problem regulating is because they're getting all these idealizing transferences from folks, or at least they were. It's not simply a personal character flaw that priests act out. This is what we got to become clear about. When you set up a system in which you are idealized, that's dangerous. Because you've got to know that all that dragon energy is being displaced onto you. Do you get that? Think about that. So what we want to focus on tomorrow is this alchemical image in which you really work at trying to generate in your own spiritual practice, you try to generate an imaginal realm in which I take my idealizing projection and displacement off of Al, and I realize Al is human. He's more complicated than my projection. I see him this way, but actually he's got this, and this. He's a complicated person. He's not like my projection. That's what we always have to do with people on projection. Projections are always archetypal, rigid, and one-sided. That's a rule. And so, but the main thing is to understand you've got this huge thing. If your own personality system has not been strong, it's not been well enough balanced, it won't contain all that archetypal energy. It will therefore leak, and it will break through a certain sector, and it will be displaced onto some person or vessel who will often be all too glad to carry it for you even though it makes them crazy. Does that compute? Okay. Let's take about 10-minute break and come back, and then we will work more with your own examples of this type of thing. Well, let's get started. I want to just review with you again. We have to focus on the issue of unconscious idealizations, because when you are not engaging in a conscious worship, where you're able to realize, yes, I am engaging in adoration. I am relating to one of the powers with a capital P, archetypal powers. They used to think of them as the spirits or the divine entities, whatever. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that from a Jungian point of view, all of that sacrificial behavior was a sophisticated attempt by our forebears to try to work out a conscious relationship, the kind that they could, with these great powers. They saw them outside or experienced them outside, but it was the archetypal self manifesting itself. With the collapse of the sacred canopy into the psyche that Jung describes, that doesn't stop. The generator of idealizing energies and all these numinous energies keeps on generating. And so most of us start engaging in unconscious idealizations whereby we attempt to give away this divine energy to usually some human. That is what we call formally idealizing projection or transference. It's important to understand that is going on. And you say, well, what's the challenge? The challenge is to integrate the self system, the little s self system. You know, the archetypal self is always integrated. We don't have to worry about the integration of the archetypal self. It is integrated. It's balanced. But it's a blueprint, a numinous blueprint, and our challenge is to try to use that as a code to try to optimally balance our own opposites. If we do not have a ritual, conscious, imaginal, spiritual ritual space, you call it active imagination in Jungian psychology, or you call it a conscious relationship to your dreams. But it's a conscious relationship to the communications of the great other, the primal other, in Jungian psychology. If you do not have a process in which you're engaging in a conscious relationship to the great inner other, then you unwittingly are doing something with all that God projection. And when I say you're doing something with it, you're usually offering it, just as the primitives did, but you're offering it in not very conscious ways. And that is what I mean by an unconscious sacrificial practice. And so our whole thing this weekend is, number one, getting clear about the existence of the great other. The ancient people were clear about it. They never doubted it. We have gotten brain dead about this. We have to get awake to the presence of the great other. We've got to get it conscious. We've got to know it doesn't stop being aware of us when we stop being aware of it. We will engage in repetition compulsions, which are a form of unconscious acting out of a sacrificial process, to the extent that we don't become conscious of it. Jungian classical point of view, and I find I'm not in opposition to this, tries to get this conscious and ongoing. and build it in as a way you live your life. You seek to practice this synchronistic attitude the rest of your life so that your ego never again gets set up as the capital C center of your life. Because a Jungian knows that if your ego becomes set up as the capital C center of your life, that is an enormous inflation. It is inevitable that the great self will become adversarial toward you. It will cut you off at the knees. So there's a sense, remember Jung always discussed the archetypal self as being more like the Hebrew God, not like the nice God of the Christians. Well, I agree with that. I think that the archetypal self doesn't function, doesn't respond well to disrespect. So our whole process this weekend is just to talk about getting conscious that you're engaged in a ritual process. If it's unconscious, we need to make it conscious. And then we need to create a vessel. We'll talk about that tomorrow. For you to be able to practice far more consciously every day. What's the goal? The goal is not to damp down or repress your archetypal energies. The goal is to actually work toward having the optimum access to them so that you can be optimally productive and creative and radiant in your life. I've come to believe that your potential is enormous for carrying a lot of archetypal energy in a healthy way. But it can't be done without doing this conscious, imaginal practice. So let's open it up again. Think of examples from a person who, and go ahead, you start.
A person who had one of, say, Joseph Campbell's Follow Your Bliss experiences as a young college student. And where I'm going with this is that at the time, this person didn't see his idealization of the experience, say a film composer that everybody knows and has heard of. Wow, that was a potential career path that had never been thought of before. And yet it wasn't something that came naturally, say, in town that this person was aware of. So I'm trying to separate out now kind of the pluses and minuses of this idealization, this projection. Now, is there wisdom in it? Is in fact that was that in fact a potential career path, or was it simply a big quadrant?
A delusional fantasy, yes.
Exactly. How do you kind of separate these two?
Yeah. He's asking, how do you either as a person or working with someone help them differentiate between grandiose delusional fantasies, which are really dangerous and may lead the person into a train wreck, and an insight into a potential path that could be actualized. See, that is what we talk about as a discernment process. Destiny, you can think about destiny. Destiny is not like fate. Fate is something, the fantasy of fate is it's going to happen anyway. Fate is going to happen anyway. Destiny, the way it's been thought about, is you may have a destiny, but you may not actualize it. That is to say, there might be a gift that you have that if you were really to optimally express your gifts, you might actually become a filmmaker. You might become a medical person or a writer. So the real question is the synchronistic convergence between a dream and talents. Because if it is something that is to be one's path, there will be talents there that actually start to come online. But they don't come online without work and risk and effort. And so it's a real discernment process, and it is never this is not neat. This is a hard, scary business, because a lot of the time people are so suppressed that their dreams never get heard. And then when that dream comes up, it may be real grandiose. And this is where the self-psychologists have helped us to realize that when a grandiose fantasy comes up, you have to kind of make a place for it to be related to. And then you can test and see whether there's any talent there. And so the creation of spaces where we can hold our grandiose fantasies with some empathy and some appreciation without having to actualize them all is a very important part of what we're talking about. My dictum has always been, well, try to befriend your grandiosity. That doesn't mean let it run away with you, but it means let your grandiose fantasies raise questions about your idea that you're just ordinary. You follow me? So it's a discernment process. There's no easy answer to that, except that if it's really your synchronistic destiny, and you think that you have a calling to be a great writer, there will be some talent there. And you will also make a commitment to develop it. And if you don't want to make a commitment to develop it, then it's really just a cul-de-sac away from reality. Do you kind of get where I'm going with that? Yeah. But in practice, in actual practice and working with people, what will happen is, if they sense that you are not going to nuke them when they bring up their dreams, they will bring their dream in. And it's very important to hold a person's dreams with some empathy and respect, and let them explore their dreams. But you have to be a part, you kind of have to help them reflect on what the cost of this dream would be. Is this a cost you're really willing to risk paying? Because what I've noticed with people's grandiose fantasies is they want to be great, but they want it cheap. You know, they want it to have a small price tag on it. And so that's understandable. What else you want to give us an example of? Yes.
I remember reading Bruno Bettelheim's book, and he was talking about people who would want to express themselves in psychotherapy with the children, and that it was a real calling within them to do that. But the opportunity really wasn't there, and how important it was that they understand that this could be expressed in an avocation rather than a vocation, and that this part of them would remain alive and it wouldn't be crushed. And this is a part of them that would continue to nourish their personality.
Exactly. And just an example of a very wise thing that Bruno Bettelheim did. The point there is that there's gold in your grandiose fantasies. And we need to have your grandiose fantasies held in your own vessel, consciously, so that you can cook them and get the real gold out of them. Because, for example, you may not be able to write the great American novel, but you might be able to write a short story. And if you're not able to write a short story, you might actually become, as somebody I noticed recently, you might become an incredible writer of letters. And that's an art form, writing letters. So, so it's important to realize that there's really some of the real you in your grandiose fantasies. And it's important to create a hospitable space in your process where you can let yourself know what they are. You can keep a sense of humor about them, but it's important to let yourself know what they are, because that kind of tells where your soul is wanting to go. So that's a really good example. Thank you for that. Yes, back here.
Take a person who, at an early age, due to family circumstance, had to develop an intense servitude and almost a role
What's
of
that word, an intense?
Servitude.
Servitude.
And almost a concierge role to a parent, but developed these to an extreme skill through some horror, but nobody died and moved on in life. Went on to choose professions and was driven and felt comfortable subjectively in professions of servitude.
Do we call that service?
Yes, service, like customer service. And doing that, there was still a healthy development of the magician, healthy development of the warrior. Get stuff done, know the insides, know what the other person is thinking. But there was no development of the king or the royal. So there was no development of discipline or leadership. Now all of a sudden this person is midlife and is being told, oh, this is great, all of this you can do. You're a great servant, you're a great magician, you know all the angles, you're a great warrior, but guess what? You're going to have to become a king and a disciplinarian. And as that starts, you mentioned this throwing of this hand grenade in the Gestalt. There's a real hesitancy because being a musician, you could see quickly how to pull people apart in a workplace, and that's unethical and dangerous and counterproductive. But still, all of a sudden, you have to turn around and become a king and be something that you've never been.
First comment. Anybody that's into service is manifesting royal energy. That is royal energy. Very important royal energy. The thing that is missing in what you're talking about is the person is not narcissistic enough. It's like one of the little, one of the kind of ugly facts about individuation and development is if you are very fused with others, you may be compulsively in the service role, compulsively in the royal. This is not really a mature royal, but it is royal. It's really royal. Very, very key royal energy. It's the only thing in the psyche that serves is royal stuff. Lover doesn't serve. Magician doesn't serve. Warrior serves in a sense, but not in the sense that you're talking about. So the key thing in individuation is to individuate out of a fusion, you have to become more narcissistic. That is to say, you've got to have more emphasis on the I as opposed to the needs of the other. It's not that you want to stop there, but this is if you study this is a great book. I'd like to teach a course on this here soon. I'd like to start teaching courses on Erich Neumann's classic work. It is an amazing body of work. The great Israeli analyst, Jungian analyst Erich Neumann. His book on the origins and history of consciousness is just awesome. It's a classical version of what I've been trying to do, I realize. He really was walking. He talks about moving from the primal dragon, merger with the primal dragon, to differentiating through becoming more narcissistic, and then transcending that and getting to where you can return to the dragon consciously. That is precisely the same type of thing I'm talking about. But he's very wise. In order to differentiate out of a fusion, you have to be more narcissistic. Why? Because you've got to be able to say I. You've got to be able to say I. Now, it's not like Milan thinks. Learning how to say I doesn't mean that you're worse at service. He's wrong about that. If you really get strong in your I, you power up, you can have more power to serve. You can project your service far more effectively. But you got to be comfortable with I. That's Erickson's identity formation. Got to put more into your own identity as a leader, so to speak, a person like that. In other words, service in the mature personality is supposed to be bundled with I-ness. But until we really power up in an integrated way, often service and I-ness will be split. But they're not. And less effective. If you don't have enough I-ness, you will not be as powerful a leader. If you got too much, then it'll blow up in your face. But that's a really good example, and I think it's important to realize that midlife, well, what did Jung say about midlife? That's the time when you ought to be able to bring in those things you couldn't bring in the first half of life. And there are people that get into this fantasy, well, been there, done that first half of life, now I'm going to do something entirely different. Well, the idea really is to remember what you knew and add to it, instead of completely jettisoning what you knew. So that's a good example. Other example, yes, back here.
This idea that the young person seeks out the mentor seems to be almost instinctual.
Yeah, I think it is instinctual.
But the idea that the older person is ready to mentor seems like it's missing today.
Yeah.
How do you see enabling that type of connection?
First of all, I think that if I weren't grounded in this Jungian tradition, I would be a lot more in despair, because I would not know that everybody's wired for the capacity to mentor. And I would think I'm going to have to be the brilliant educator or the brilliant so-and-so boss leader, whatever, that's going to get these people to be what they're not. But actually, your point is the important one. Our culture has not really evoked that system in the psyche. And so we are downplaying generativity in our current culture. And what we've got to do is to realize that all of us have a responsibility, number one, to bring that energy in to fire up our own generative circuits. And you start with yourself, claim your power. And then you realize, though, if you're in this Jungian frame, that you don't have to do it all yourself. It's not coming out of your ego. You are wired for that royal generativity. And it's like you got God energy available to you for that. As long as you're clear it's not you, it doesn't have to be you. Your ego doesn't have to fund it, But the idea of lifting that up as a cultural value, you got it right, man. Because it's kind of interesting the way the split is in our political life today. When I get all these technical books I'm working on now done, I would like to write something on, more the psychology of civilization and talk about how, for example, the Democrats, the liberal Democrats, they're aware of the one royal theme. That is, you got to include everybody. Your caring has to be inclusive. That's a royal theme. That's absolutely right. They have disconnected from another royal theme, though, production. Their idea of funding that is to tax other people. So it's very interesting. You've got the desire for inclusive caring, which is clearly royal and is missing from their opposition. A lot of the time, most of the talk of compassionate conservatism on the right is just window dressing. But on the right, they understand that if you're going to be the royal thing, you have to provide. And if you're going to provide, you have to generate wealth. You have to generate wealth. You can't just spend it and not generate it. So what I would love to see in our society is, these two things are supposed to be bundled, be brought together so that those people that want inclusive caring to occur realize that you actually have to have practical means to generate what is going to be provided for all. For example, there's one kind of project that I'm very high on that includes those two, and it's called micro-enterprise, microcredit for the poor. It includes everybody, and it, in fact, provides. And so it's not just a pipe dream. There's a whole network of people all over the world who are trying to get those agendas together. But in our American political life, you've got the people that care, and you got the people that want to generate. And there's a kind of an archetypal split. And the challenge in our common life is to try to bridge all these archetypal splits. Instead of having these splits where people act out in all the aggression, they don't want to tend to caring, and so on. It's not just a personal problem. It's a cultural problem, too. Well, clearly, it's quite clear that one thing that a lot of people that are in a fantasy that the market will provide, that fantasy that I don't really have to think about generativity in my corporation. That's not my business. I don't have to worry about this. There is an alienation from a sense of responsibility for civilizational generativity in the contemporary corporation. It doesn't have to be that way. I know corporate leaders. I do some consulting with significant people in corporations. There are people who are very generative, very ethical, very moral, very concerned about building the world. There are very significant people in our business world that are working very hard, for example, to create grassroots industries for Afghani women so that they can actually feed their families, employ their sons so their sons can get married and not be so tempted to be terrorists. So there are people working on this kind of thing. Other examples. We still got about 15 minutes for us to give a hypothetical example of an unconscious sacrificial process going on. Yeah.
A not so hypothetical client.
Okay. Who shall remain anonymous?
Yes. Been in treatment 9 months. Has been divorced for 7 years. Has been seeing the same person for 4 years, and came in 2 months ago to announce that she decided to stop seeing this person because she needed to heal. Now, she's described this person as being someone who's been extremely supportive of her and has been extremely accommodating. And I asked her what the trigger was, and it came up that her ex-husband is getting married in like about 2 months. Mm-hmm. And she decided that she needs to heal, and that she didn't feel as if she could heal with any males around, that she had to go back to her circle or network of female friends in order to do this. I'm just wondering if the sacrifice that I think is real conscious here, what's the motivation behind this? Because I'm at a loss here.
Well, it's interesting to think about. You got to realize that a lot of the time, the grief process is going on here. And look at my Archetype initiation book, because when you lose an old world through divorce, that grief process, that liminal betwixt and between period is not over till it's over. And for a lot of people, it's not over after the divorce. It will often not be over until the spouse remarries. And then the fantasy of getting back together finally comes to an end. Then the acceptance of the new reality is a shock. And here's the rule. When you engage when the old world, you realize, finally is really dead, it's really not going to be viable ever again, then that kicks you into a kind of chaos. And the temptation, as you're suggesting in your comment, the temptation will often lead you to make bad decisions. In fact, I like to say to people, try not to make any real big decisions right now. If we're going to err, let's go a little bit slower right now rather than faster when you're in one of these traumatic, world-dissolving periods. So, there's all sorts of things that could be going on in a situation like that. If I am detaching from intimate relationships in response to that sort of thing, my lover connections are being released, So there's sort of a lover sacrifice. And a lot of the time we will do that when we've been really wounded in the lover sector. Divorce is terribly wounding in that sector. So we would hope in that case that person will try to hold their own psychic vessel and be able to reconsider these things if it needs to be reconsidered. So that's another thing to think about. Always monitor whether the self-system of a person you're working with, whether it's you or somebody else, is in a transition state. Because if that person is in a grief process or any other transition state, their system functioning will be real compromised. And they will often look a lot more crazy than they really are during that period. And so this is where we want to try to create a real special holding environment for a person during this time that you're talking about. It's very hard, very difficult. It's not the last word on relationships. It's just a transitional time. Any other thought on that?
Well, my concern is that she has demonstrated, although not full-blown narcissistic personality disorder, she has a lot of narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
And she had made mention, I'd asked her at one point if she were still in love with her husband, and she said no, she was just upset that, I guess, during when they had first broken up, she had suggested counseling to him and he didn't want any part of it, so she took that to be a complete rejection of him.
See, if you're really in that narcissistic disorder zone, your connections are very tenuous anyway. That is to say, if I'm a narcissistic personality disorder, what I think is a relationship is usually very shallow. Because I'm really expecting people to serve me, And if they stop serving me, then often I haven't really been very connected to them anyway. And so it's pretty easy for me to let go of them on one level because I'm not really attached. It's a narcissistic wound, though. I don't like it that you don't adore me anymore. And I will often go, and one of the things you watch for in a narcissistic personality disorder when something like that happens is that they go into a grandiose retreat. And that sounds like what you're describing. That is to say, you don't adore me, I'm going away. Have you ever noticed that when someone has a problem in some sort of relationship, if they're narcissistic, they will sometimes move away from the city? You often get people relocating in the face of a breach of relationship. And it's called, in the literature, it's called the grandiose retreat. It's not a sign that the person was deeply in love with the other person. It's a sign that they're not being adored anymore. And a narcissistic personality disorder is an adoration junkie. I need my ring kissed, or I get very anxious, Other comments or questions? We got just a few minutes. Examples of unconscious sacrificial behaviors. Or any other question that's come up today that you haven't had a chance to raise.
I guess my mind goes to the opposite of an unconscious sacrifice, and that isn't there a nobility and a dignity in a conscious sacrifice?
Yes. Yeah. He says his mind goes to an authentic sacrifice. Question of an authentic sacrifice. In order to actually engage in a kind of an authentic sacrificial process, you really have to have a consciousness of the holy. or you have to actually have cultivated a sense of the sacred. And that's what we really want to address tomorrow. So I'm glad that's a good place for us to begin wrapping things up, because sacrifice, in my view, is not masochism. It's an attempt to try to get clear about what is indeed holy, what is indeed worthy, what is indeed worthy of my adoration, what is worthy of my, the whole religion of Islam. The word Islam means submission. And so the kind of tragic thing, I think, now is the way in which so much fundamentalist grandiosity is being purveyed under Islam. Because Islam means submission to that which is authentically wonderful, what is authentically worthy of adoration. And the whole religion of Islam is built on the human need to recognize what is authentically holy. And that's its impetus. And this is a sad thing. Paul Tillich noted this about religions. All of them start out to try to fight idolatry, but they all end up being idolatrous before they get there. So this whole thing about an authentic sacrifice, it is to get clear that there is something authentically numinous, authentically wonderful, and authentically deserving of your adoration and your respect and reverence. But it's not any outside form. It's something inside you. It's something that you're in touch with internally. And so that's what we want to come to tomorrow, that actual acknowledgement of a presence that is not your ego, that is worthy of your authentic respect and sacrificial attitude. And the interesting thing, we'll focus on this a lot tomorrow, that contrary to what a narcissistic secularist West would have us believe, you don't actually become your best self by becoming more narcissistic in the final end. You become your best self, your most powerful self, your most radiant self, your most creative self, your most expressive self, when you get clear that your ego is not the greatest thing in your psyche. And by that knowledge and being able to work with that, you actually can be the channel of far more radiant dragon energies than ever before, and channel them without becoming self-destructive or destructive of others. That's the image of, in Christian mythology, that's the image of Jesus. And I'll speak to that tomorrow when we're talking about the imagery of the Mass, Jesus sacrificing himself as high priest and all that sort of thing. What I'm going to lift up for you tomorrow is it was no accident that Jung talked about transformation symbolism in the Mass, and the importance of looking at that imagery. And we're going to look at that because the idea is that when you disidentify with that great thing in you, and you become consciously of relating to doing your sacrificial process with it consciously, you can actually become far more radiant and far more wonderful without getting weird. And so we'll come back there tomorrow. So let me get that reference for you. The volume that, if you have the collected works, that I'm going to look at a little bit tomorrow, is this the section in Alchemical Studies, Volume 13. It's the section in there on the philosophical tree. It's about it's a reference from Chinese alchemy, and the section begins on page 324 and following. And it's really the model which I believe if you if you think about this process of conscious sacrifice that Edinger hints at, but the thing about Edinger is he knows all this stuff, but he doesn't really lead you carefully through it in terms of, well, what should I really do to develop my ego self-axis? And tomorrow I want to focus with you on what you should really do to cultivate that inner relationship. So thanks a lot for coming and supporting the Jung Institute today. We appreciate it very much. And think about your own unconscious sacrifice and what you would like to get conscious about, and we'll get into this more tomorrow under this alchemical image. Thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow we'll start promptly at 10. Well, welcome to our second day. As living proof that it's hard to do away with your own grandiose energies, I had all you introduce yourselves yesterday, and I just assumed you would know who I was. And that was my own grandiosity, because I'm sure some of you don't know me from Adam. I'm Robert Moore. I wear quite a few hats these days in my continued grandiosity-fueled workaholism, which I continue to try to compensate for by getting more conscious. But anyway, I'm a professor of psychoanalysis, culture, and spirituality at the Chicago Theological Seminary in Hyde Park. It's the oldest graduate school in this metropolitan area on the campus of the University of Chicago, across the street from the Oriental Institute. A lot of great institutions down there. I also am the co-founder with Dr. Margaret Shanahan of the Institute for Psychoanalysis, Culture, and Spirituality, and of its training, research and training arm, the Institute for the Science of Psychoanalysis. We are trying to push psychoanalytic conversations toward the challenge of facing that we have a scientific task, that psychoanalysis shouldn't be a multitude of tribal cults which foster hate and misunderstanding of each other, that we all carry a part of the psychoanalytic song line. We all have something to offer each other. And so we're seeking to facilitate the kind of high-level dialogue in our various enterprises, interdisciplinary dialogues between psychology and spirituality, and dialogues between different psychoanalytic schools of thought toward the end of having a more adequate scientific approach, interdisciplinary, based on interdisciplinary research for the progress of contemporary psychoanalysis and future psychoanalysis. It's consistent with the National Association for Psychoanalysis, what we call NAP, and I'm also, and have been for many years, as some of you know, on the faculty of the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago. I have studied in depth many of these different schools of psychoanalytic thought. I hold a diploma from the Adler Institute. My first book was a Freudian book. My wife and I both have studied at the Chicago Psychoanalytic Institute rather extensively in their programs, and we've studied at the Freudian Institute in Quebec City, Canada. And I like to say to my friends, I've had more psychotherapy with more different schools of thought than I want to remember. They all help me, but there's still a long way to go, as we've learned in this workshop. It's always a joy to teach at this institute and to talk about these things which are of so much importance to all of us. And again, I deeply appreciate your your coming and giving me an opportunity to think out loud about these issues. I'll say more maybe after our break about some of the advanced seminars that I intend to continue offering here in Chicago and on the East and West Coast in my own school of thought, which, as you undoubtedly can get some sense of, which I draw from all of these different schools of psychoanalysis. I'm a Neo-Jungian, but somebody could make the case that I'm a Neo-Adlerian, that I'm a Neo-Freudian, that I have tried to draw on a vast variety of materials to come up with a more scientific psychoanalysis, which I call structural psychoanalysis, because any psychoanalysis that is scientific not only has to discern structures in the psyche, but it's got to have the best possible, it's got to try to develop the best possible understanding of how those structures got there, what goes wrong with them, and how dysfunctions of structure create psychopathology, and how changing structures aid us in helping the personality integrate and move more toward its optimum. So that's what my capital P project is. It's very grandiose, but I've always said, befriend your grandiosity. And who was it, Dizzy Dean, that said, it ain't grandiose if you can do it. So we'll see. The verdict, maybe when I'm 80, if I get to live to be 80, we'll see. So we'll see how grandiose it really was. I propose to speak from now till about 11, or maybe 10:45, depending on how we're feeling. On the first part of this outline here, today we're going to focus on the role of we're going to focus on this topic, the archetype of sacrifice and the dynamics of psychological and spiritual healing. We're going to focus more, not so much on the phenomenology of the archetype, but to highlight why this is important. Is this just some, Jungians like to study all these old things? It's just a Jungian thing. I don't for a minute believe that it's just a Jungian thing. I believe that there are fundamental scientific, structural reasons why looking at this archetypal pattern is important if you're going to develop a scientific psychoanalysis, for God's sake. And I'm going to talk about that today. So I'm going to begin this by talking about theories of change and why they matter in integrative psychotherapy, or for that matter, in a scientific psychoanalysis, a scientific theory of personality. But also, for those of you that are not practicing therapists in this audience, I'll talk about its role in integrative psychotherapy, analysis, if you're in analysis, and spiritual direction. You're all involved in trying to deal with spirituality, whether you're a professional in that field or not. If you're a businessman, I'm very interested in spirituality and business. One other thing I do in order to fill out my time is I have an international consulting practice and consult with people, business leaders and people in government and so on, and not-for-profit institutions. So there's a spirituality of business. There's a spirituality of leadership. And the plumbing that I'm talking about this weekend is important for anybody that's doing any of those things. It's the heart of where we live. And then I'm going to talk about, Edward Edinger, one man I admire a great deal, claimed Jungian psychology is a new dispensation, and he was talking about that in the context of these different religious phenomena. And he was suggesting that there was some radical thing about Jung's insights that created a new situation with regard to understanding the challenge of spirituality. And I'm going to tell you why I think I've decided that he's right about that there is a decisive thing going on here, and I just want to try to get clear about what that is instead of making it mystified and fuzzy. And so I'm going to focus on the difference in a Jungian and Neo-Jungian, which is what I would talk about as my theory, in complex theory, because so many different schools of psychotherapy have theories of the complex. But it's very important to understand the difference between personal complexes, which are grounded for the most part, for example, in some personal trauma, and the transpersonal aspect of those complexes. I will be talking about complexes which I'm going to try to get you to do something more serious with the archetypal core of complexes. Jungians will say to you, classical Jungians will say, at the core of every complex there's an archetypal element. But they don't really talk very systematically about that, and they don't really help you kind of get specific, which is what I've been trying to do. And so I'm going to talk about two different kinds of transpersonal dimensions to your complexes. One has to do with the archetypal self potentials that I've been talking about in the quadrants, the four elements of the psyche, as I believe them to be, that create problems until you get them regulated. That is one specific kind of autonomous complex grounded in transpersonal energies. Then there's another kind, which I will just mention and talk about a little bit, is what Jung called the spirit complex. These are archetypal energies or forces or presences which are not self-potentials. They are other things. And they can get into the self system at times of vulnerability and so on. We'll talk about that. Remind me to make that clear to you. Then I'm going to focus on the archetype of sacrifice, its role in a structural cure. In other words, I'm going to talk to you about why you need to get this really clear in your mind if you're going to understand. I promised you we'd talk about the archetype of sacrifice and its role in regulating archetypal energies. And I'll be talking about why I believe that you have to think about this sacrificial process if you're going to understand the challenge of regulating the flooding of your archetypal energies. And I'll talk about the elements of that. We'll see how far we get on this before our break. And then we will address this alchemical image that I told you about yesterday that we're going to refer to. And I'm going to take you through that paradigmatic image from Jung's alchemical studies and just go over with you how that, I believe, summarizes what I've been trying to develop in my approach to this topic today. So that's my plan. Let me just ask you, is there any question or about that before we get started that you want to raise? I'm sure I confused you adequately yesterday. Well, we'll jump in then. Let me start. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but because I've spoken about it a lot of places. Right now I've started teaching a new course in my graduate school called Theories of Change and Personal and Social Transformation, in which we look at comparatively and phenomenological theories of change, psychoanalytic theories of change, systems theories of change, prophetic theories of change in various religious traditions, including liberation theology and etc. Tillich's theory of change, that is philosophical, theological theories of change, to help people understand the importance of getting clear about what your theory of change is. Because people have an idea, what we're just going to go out here and we're just going to transform the world. We're going to transform these personalities. We're going to transform the world. Well, that's great, and that's what we want to do. But when you study in depth comparative theories of change, which I've tried to do for a long time, you realize that theories are really different, and theories matter, because theories, depending on what you think about how change occurs, it will influence what you do. Your actual theory of change may be different from what you think your theory of change is, and that's another issue. But we just have to try to get conscious today about, say, I take theory seriously. It matters how you think the personality operates. So it's like the plumbing. What's the plumbing? How does it work? And so the different theories have very different approaches to change. And let me just give you the postage stamp version of this. And hopefully I'll get a chance. Maybe I'll try to eventually get some more of this stuff published. But in any case, say we take a Freudian theory of change. Freudian theory of change assumes that the primal forces of the id are pressing on individuals from within. The it. And it is so powerful, and it is so unpleasant, so grandiose in its demands, that the ego has terrible struggle with it. The ego is caught between the press of the it for total gratification and the restrictions of culture and civilization. And so the ego has to engage in all sorts of strategies to try to keep not only the culture from knowing what the it is up to, but also the individual, to keep the individual from knowing what the wish is. So in that theory, in a classical Freudian theory of change, there's many Freudianisms as there are different brands of weeds, but the classic Freudian position is that you have to get beneath the trickster mechanisms of the ego to see clearly what the primal wish is. That's the first thing you got to do. Then you've got to help the individual come to compromises between the pressures of the it and the limits of civilization. So in a classical Freudian theory of change, you have to come to compromise formations in the personality so you can get as much of the wish fulfilled as you can without getting arrested or killed. And so the analyst, the classical Freudian analyst is working on that basis to help the person gradually come to a knowing of their wish. And through the analytical relationship, to be able to be more, I would like to say, to be fair to the Freudians, to be more compassionate about the wishes. Not that you act them out, in raw form, but that you try to get the wishes someplace in the world. And that's a classical Freudian theory of change. An Adlerian theory of change is very different. In an Adlerian theory of change, you understand that persons come into the world. When an individual comes in the world, an Adlerian is what we could call a phenomenological psychologist, we could call them a subjective behaviorist in some ways. They're the primal foundation of cognitive psychotherapy and cognitive psychology. And so an Adlerian will say that individual comes into the world, as they develop their perceptual capacities, they perceive the world in a certain structured way. There is a structure to their perception, and it's based on their experience, their own individual experience, and their extrapolations, sort of their logical extrapolations from their experience in the family constellation and in their position, the view from their position in the birth order in the early years of life. And that perceptual paradigm that individual develops hardens into what an Adlerian calls the lifestyle. And it is the dominant, we would say, psychological structure in the individual personality. Usually, you have to understand this structure if you're going to understand the particular form the superiority complex takes in that personality, and the particular form the inferiority complex takes in that particular personality. And so for an Adlerian, the theory of change is this person is thinking badly. It's not that they're not logical. They are operating very logically. What is the problem? The problem is what they would know in economics, you'd talk about it as the sample that they made their assumptions based on is too small. So in other words, they set up their global worldview based on a very, very specific set of circumstances, and then they generalized that worldview from those early experiences. And so if I'm an Adlerian analyst, what I have to do is I have to help that person understand the idiosyncrasy, the specificity, the uniqueness of their particular perceptual style, their own subjective, the structure of their subjectivity. And if I can help that individual see the structure of their subjectivity, why it got that way, help them understand it, therefore transcend it conceptually, transcend it in terms of their understanding, then I, the Adlerian analyst, and the analysand can work together to alter those assumptions which I am operating out of so that they conform more adequately to the larger reality. You follow me? You see that? So that's why we would say an Adlerian is a cognitive psychotherapist. They're also, though, a behavioral therapist because they understand that particular perceptual frameworks issue in certain types of behavior. And they also know that it's not very easy to change your perceptual framework if you don't change your behavior. So, as one of the great, there are two really outstanding Adlerian teachers that I was privileged to have. One was Bernard Schulman, and the other one was Harold Mozak. And Harold Mozak, I believe, used to say that it's a lot easier to behave your way into a new way of thinking than it is to think your way into a new way of behaving. And so, by golly, there's a sense in which that's the way I'm Neo-Adlerian, because I really believe that's true. That there have to be enactments, ritual enactments, to help people transform their misaligned perception. So in any case, that is the Adlerian theory of change. And so for an Adlerian, You have a certain set of early memories, but when your perception is restructured based on a more adequate understanding of the world, more adequate Menschenkenntnis, more adequate understanding of the human, then your memories will change. Even your memories will change. Now, a Jungian theory of change, a classical Jungian theory of change, the autonomous complex is causing you problems because it's an organization in your personality that's causing you to do things that you do not understand. You've got to come to a more clear awareness of what this complex is. And your ego consciousness has got to scan for the complex. It's got to find the key complexes. It's got to understand them. It's got to become more aware of all of the archetypal and personal material that is organized together in that complex. And your challenge is to become a more integrated person so that your ego consciousness is on better terms with all of your complexes. It's almost like diplomatic relations between you and your complexes. You send out your ambassadors, try to get them into talks. And you can see Gene Boland's work on this, Gods in Every Man, Goddesses in Every Woman. If you haven't looked at that, look at that. It's a fine kind of classical Jungian take. Has certain parallels to my work. In any case, so if a Jungian is going to, classical Jungian is going to work with you, they're going to be looking for what can we do to find out what these complexes are. First, well, the word association test was one of the early techniques. And then this is why Jungians emphasize dream interpretation. Because there are a lot of people that look at dreams. You don't have to be a Jungian to look at dreams. Just because somebody studies dreams, that doesn't make them Jungian. What a Jungian is doing in their theory of change, when they look at dreams, they're looking for the clues to what the complexes are, what the autonomous complexes are. Because the Jungian assumption is that the ego really doesn't know too much about what the autonomous complexes are. So I could sit and talk to you for ages. I could work with you in analysis for years. And expecting your ego to be able to tell me what your complexes are, and your problem is precisely that you don't know what they are. If you knew what they are, you would already be working on them. So a Jungian is going to talk to you and try to do everything they can to help you in talking to your ego. But the classical Jungian is really interested in what your dream says. And also in what you learn through active imagination. Techniques in which you start trying to dialogue with your anima or your animus. You dialogue with the wise person within. You write these dialogues in journals. So journaling for a Jungian is vastly different from journaling for somebody that's not a Jungian. Because somebody who is a Jungian is going to be looking for what the autonomous complexes are that come up in that journaling process. Not just, the inner talk about stuff that you already know. So the theory of change for classical Jungian is we gotta locate the autonomous complexes. Then we've got to start working to overcome the alienation between the ego system and the autonomous complex, so that the autonomous complex doesn't keep you draining so much of your energy and creating so much chaos and disruption. That's their theory of change. Behavioral theory of change, behavioral therapy, they are going to be very symptom-oriented. You're going to look at what your symptoms are, and a behavioral therapist is going to assume that your symptoms have been learned. And there's a whole history of how they got learned, but they have been learned. And the behavioral therapist will make a contract with you to provide their skills in a sort of an approach to retraining you. And they will help you develop a behavioral program which, based on research about learning and behavior modification, they will help you engage in a series of carefully planned behaviors which will have the purpose of strengthening more adaptive behaviors, more creative and adaptive behaviors, and extinguishing the more dysfunctional ones. And so their theory of change is a theory of change about systematic learning based on the principles which have been established through the scientific study of learning processes, perceptual processes, learning processes. Cognitive therapists, we've already talked about Adler. Adler is a cognitive therapist, and the people like Beck and his descendants, and also Albert Ellis and the so-called rational emotive therapists, they are all crypto-Adlerians. And so we've already talked about a cognitive therapist. So-called dynamic therapist, by which we usually are referring to neo-Freudians of various camps who assume that unconscious processes are very important for personality functioning. Usually their focus is on personal experiences that the individual that has had and is either incapable of repressing or is repressing in such a way that it creates a very costly, dysfunctional aspect in their experience and behavior. But the focus is on what you and I would call the personal unconscious. And they use various techniques based in focusing on the transference and countertransference, focusing on personal developmental histories to get a sense of the trajectory of your development of your ego function. These are the ego psychologists, fundamentally the ego psychologists of whatever school. And they do they put a tremendous amount of emphasis on helping individuals move from infantile modes of interpersonal relationships. They talk about it in various ways, but toward more mature modes. And this would include all of the object relations theorists as well. In terms of the immature personality tends to split into good and bad too much. And a dynamic psychotherapist will help an individual try to become more realistic, able to tolerate more ambiguity and more gray without fragmenting. And so that is a talking approach. And you can be in dynamic psychotherapy a long, long time talking about this. And they are extremely sophisticated in talking about talking therapy. I mean, there's an enormous literature. Depth psychology is another appellation not used as widely. It sometimes can refer to a myriad of things. Sometimes people will use it to speak of Jungian psychotherapy, but they also apply it to logotherapy, or they apply it to existential analysis, psychotherapy and analysis. It is very similar to dynamic psychotherapy. And the depth issue is simply another code for we take unconscious processes seriously, right? Then there's the systems therapy approach. And there are a variety of these, but this is very influential in couples therapy and family therapy. And there have been some psychotherapists and theoreticians such as Harry Stack Sullivan, the great Harry Stack Sullivan, who had a systems understanding of the system self. And again, I'm a Neo-Sullivanian in the sense that I, unlike classical Jungians, put a lot of emphasis on the system self, not just the archetypal self, but the system self. And in systems theory, you think in terms of natural systems, the behavior that we've established scientifically about natural systems. Natural systems, Ludwig von Bertalanffy was one of my early teachers about this, a great theoretical biologist. And a whole school of systems theory came out of the work of Ludwig von Bertalanffy. And it is very widespread in all the sciences. All the sciences operate utilizing systemic concepts. And basically, there's a simple principle. That is, a system is composed of a lot of different parts, but its capacity to function as a totality, as an integrated system, makes it more than the sum of the parts. The clearest example of a system is your body, and it's functioning as a system as long as you're alive. At the moment of your death, it ceases to function as a system, and it breaks down into all of its constituent elements, or many of its functions stop being able to operate. So in systems theory and the systems therapy, you're not focusing on one individual element in the system that you're studying, whether it's a body or a personality system or a family system or an organizational system. You're looking at the the integrity of the system's functioning. Stay with me, this all matters. And so we can do a systems analysis, for example, of an organization like the Mankind Project. We can do it of your family. We can do it of your business. We can do it of a nation's capacity to deal with aggression in its common life. Sophisticated systems theorists out of the Bowenian school, Murray Bowen's outstanding school of systems theory, are working on all these issues. And for them, in order to have real change, you've got to work on the integrity of the system, its capacity to maintain its structural integrity against the forces of chaos in it. And so when you're operating out of a systems perspective, you're attending not to just the symptom, not to the place where the weakness in the system is manifesting. Because if you do that, you're simply attending to the symptom bearer, often the scapegoat in the system. Instead, you address what is going on in the systemic functioning of the system itself. And so when you're a systems therapist of any kind, you are focusing on and addressing the system functioning. And everything you're doing is trying to improve the capacity of that system to function as a whole and to optimize the functioning of its parts through optimizing the system, the functioning of the system as a whole. And in order for that to happen, you have to admit two things: that there are two forces operating in systems, one toward fusion and one toward differentiation. And health in a system is a balance between fusion and differentiation, an adequate balance. If you separate too much from the system, you get chaotic. If you try to get too much into a system, like a day, try to get too much into your day, you get chaotic. If you try to put too little into it, you get bored and you lose energy. So the idea is you want to optimize the tuning of that system function. And you do that a lot of ways. You look at what is causing. Are there fusions which are causing the inadequate functioning of the system? Has this individual got too disconnected from the the maintenance of the system. For example, is this a working father or a working mother, or a working father and a working mother who are not attending enough to the system of the family, and therefore the kids are beginning to have symptoms? You follow me? So what you have to do is to work on getting more parental buy-in into the family itself as a system. It's hard today. But now that is a systems theory of change. So each of these theories of change, by looking at the problem differently, they generate different interventions. With a Jungian theory of change, and certainly with my Neo-Jungian theory of change, where I'm putting so much more emphasis on the radical significance of the objective psyche, the grandiose energies that are in the archetypal self, the grandiose energies, the God energies, the dragon energies, which are in the great self, that in my theory of change, and let me just do a Neo-Jungian structural psychoanalytic theory of change. My assumption is I am attending to most of the things that those different theories talk about. They're not irrelevant. Your personal experience is not irrelevant. The trickster mechanisms of your ego, like Freud, are not irrelevant. The autonomous complex is not irrelevant. Your behaviors is not irrelevant. And choosing behaviors which will help you integrate are not irrelevant. Changing your perceptual style is not irrelevant. All these things are relevant in a theory of change that I would propound, including that of a system, paying attention to the system. But here's the key element of my understanding of how change occurs. You are a system self. There are not two. Now, there's not just the archetypal self and the ego, like in classical theory. In my theory, there's the archetypal self, which is the energy-laden code, the great code that's constantly pressing on you to balance the opposites. It's got huge energy, and it never gives up. Your system self, your little s self, your system self, is the actual amount of structuralization you've been able to develop in the cup of your personality. How much actual internalization of structure have you been able to build? And so when we talk later today about building your inner temple, I'm talking about the cup of your system self. Because your system self is not conscious. It is a structure. And we can tell what shape your system self is in by looking at symptom patterns and other kind of markers about how much chaos you're experiencing, where the energy levels in your personality are, whether you're flooded with energy or having a shortage of energy. But we can do all kinds of therapy we can do all kinds of behavioral therapy, all kinds of cognitive therapy, all kinds of other kinds of therapy. But if we're not looking at the system function, the functioning of the system self, we are not aware of what your real problem is. And so, in my theory, there is a clear requirement for fundamental basic structural integrity in the system self, and it's based on the code that is in the archetypal self, the balancing of these four elements, balancing of these four different archetypal energy potentials. It's based on balancing those, but it's also based on learning what to do with the excess archetypal energy that's always coming in. That is the distinctive part of my understanding of your problems and my problems, is that I am clear that you can never domesticate the dragon in you. You can never tame it. The great self, the archetypal self, the God self, the dragon in you is going to constantly pour forth more energy than your system self can contain, even if you balance the opposites. Many classical Jungians are not clear about that. And many so-called archetypal psychologists haven't a clue about that. The fundamental issue is if you cannot, now stay with me on this now, if you cannot, in the diagnosis of the approach that I have, if you cannot balance your opposites in your personality, these 4 elements that I've delineated, to talk to you about yesterday, it means that you can only contain so much libido, so much psychic energy, so much dragon energy before you fragment and start acting out, or before your self-system fragments and a symptom forms as a sort of a crutch to maintain your functioning without a psychosis. You follow me? I view symptoms, I've said other places, symptoms to me are like psychological aneurysms. Symptoms come out, manifest, when the structures in your psychological vessels, the walls of your psychological structures, are too weak in that place. And just like an aneurysm, you bulge out. A symptom is a bulge in the structure of your system self. Are you with me on that? A system is a bulge. It's a place where your structure is not strong enough to hold the energy. And so, for me, any adequate theory of change, any adequate approach to healing has got to understand just a few simple things. It's really quite simple. The first thing you have to understand is you're connected to a transpersonal source of energy. If you're an atheist, you don't have to say it's God or divine or sacred. We can use the language of the inherited instinctual old brain, if you want to go that route. The important thing for you to know is that your ego consciousness is a very late and fragile development. And it's sitting on top of a reptile, a literal reptile, the reptilian brain. And so the first thing you have to understand is that your ego is having to deal with forces which are enormous, which are ancient. They are very old. Look at Anthony Stevens' book, The 2 Million Year Old Self. These forces are enormous, and they pour forth continually. They do not stop. They do not regulate themselves. It's very important to get that those things are, it's like a fire hose. It's going out. If you balance your opposites optimally, I mean, not even say optimally, let's just say with Winnicott, if you balance your opposites in a good enough way, you can carry a lot more libido, a lot more psychic energy before you split and form symptoms. And so if you have a lot of symptoms, you just need to realize you got aneurysms, and you got to get about figuring out where that, just like you would treat an aneurysm, where is the balloon coming out of the side of my artery, my psychic artery, in my psychic aorta. Where is it? We've got to stent it. You got to put a stent in there. Integrative psychotherapy at the very basic level, the first thing you do is you want to stent those aneurysms with your psychotherapeutic interventions. And we can discuss it. I want you to get what that means. That means giving people effective crutches to use to stabilize their system functioning until such time as they can optimize and tune it. This is where the differences between counseling, psychotherapy, analysis, and spiritual direction are. Because in my view, counseling, psychotherapy, psychoanalysis, and spiritual direction all have to pay attention to this plumbing. None of these can operate adequately without understanding this kind of plumbing. Because if you don't understand this plumbing, you have a romantic, idealistic view about what human beings are dealing with. And you haven't faced the dragon, as I say, you haven't faced the dragon. So, in my theory of change, you've got to realize there is this huge fire hose of psychic energy coming into your personality. You can improve your capacity to carry more of that energy and channel it by attempting to balance the opposites very consciously through various interventions, various cognitive techniques, behavioral techniques, imaginal techniques, relational techniques, and so on. But that doesn't fix the problem. Because sooner or later, your cup is going to run over. See that? That tells you what I'm trying to tell you. Sooner or later, I don't care how symmetrical the top of the glass is. Are you with me? If the glass's side was down like this, it would pour out sooner, right? For the tape, I'm simply using a glass of water as an example of integration structurally in the psyche. So depending on how level and symmetrical the top of the glass is, it will hold more water, more psychic energy, more libido without flooding. But the bad news is the archetypal self doesn't stop. That's our problem in the human species. Why am I teaching you a seminar on the archetype of sacrifice? Because I'm not the first one that figured this out. Human beings, our ancient forebears in different tribes over thousands of years figured this out. And they realized that there is a great primal other in their proximity. And they realize that it's a very ambivalent phenomenon. If they're not connected to it, then they don't have creativity for their crops, for their herds, for their children. But they realized if they are not relating to it properly, it gets very unhappy and attacks them. So all of these sacrificial systems throughout history, all the ones I described to you yesterday, were based on an intuition of this reality. And they developed technologies, partial technologies. The most archaic humans, they would see a person that had lots of psychic energy, and they would try to drink it all. Well, that's a recipe for, that's Dionysian. That's what we talk about as Dionysian, the Dionysian rituals. You just tear it up and you eat the sacred animal. Take it in. And we know that in the Dionysian rituals, things got real crazy. Well, cannibalism's like that. You want to take in that you see it there and want to take it all in. What's the problem with that? Well, that's ecstasy, folks. That is ecstasy. When you're doing that, it is going into ecstasy. And you cannot sustain ecstasy very long. The less structurally organized you are, the less ecstasy you can stand before you fragment. The more balanced you are in the opposites, the more ecstasy you can stand before you fragment. But the problem is, it just keeps coming. So sacrificial ritual developed as a human creative technology to deal with this flooding. And the other means, they would say, well, let's see now. Maybe this is libations, the libation rituals. Well, we've got all this great stuff coming from the great other, and I'm going to show the great other that I know that it's giving me this, so I'm going to pour a libation to it. This is African ritual. You follow me? Are you with me now? This is my acknowledgement to the great other. And since I have acknowledged it, maybe the great other will let me drink out of it without being angry with me. You follow that? Can you get that? You got to get that. You got to feel that in your bones or you don't understand this stuff. For the tape, I'm pouring a libation on the floor to acknowledge consciously to the primal other that I know where I'm getting the juice. And then I feel, well, maybe now it's not going to be mad at me if I drink myself. And actually, that is very sophisticated. That's very sophisticated. All of the teachings of religions about tithing, in my view, Jewish practices of circumcision are related to this primal sacrificial insight. We're going to offer the deity a part of something precious. The men will understand how precious a part of the penis is. But we offer that to God so that God will then allow us to use our penis fully without inhibition. That is the archetypal language of that. Now, that may not have found its way into Jewish theology. Perhaps it has for some Jewish theologians. But that's the psychological work of that. However, what if I really grow in my spiritual awareness of the great primal other? What if I had been living without very much awareness of the power of God or the great primal other or the totem? Whatever is carrying that projection from me. Now stay with me. I'll be done with this in a minute. Stay with me on this. Now, because I'm going over those forms of sacrifice we talked about yesterday. Eating them, cannibalism, eating the totem animal, the sacrifice, the offering of a part, and the participation in the balance. What about the one where they burn it all up and offer it to God? Well, as you get more aware, this is Rudolf Otto, as you get more aware of how enormous, how awe-inspiring, how tremendous this other is, you see, if in the first half of life, it's unlikely that you're going to know how powerful the archetypal self is. It might not be too good for you to know. But let's say whenever you become, whatever age you become, you start becoming aware, whoa, as William James said, the reality of the unseen. There is something with me here. And you start experiencing what a lot of the flatland secularist psychiatrists will call ideas of reference. You start experiencing, whoa, there's something else here. You say, I'm having a paranoid psychotic episode. Well, translate that, whoops, I have lost my repression barrier against the presence of the archetypal self. Now I'm experiencing it. hello, I know you're there. And depending on how I'm relating to the archetypal self, it can feel like it wants me dead. It can feel like it wants me to prostrate myself and just stay prostrate. It may be, I may experience it as so enormous, so huge, that there's actually no room for me, a human. And I may experience it as so, and you can use this to interpret different religious phenomena, but I can experience this thing as so huge and so powerful and so real, more real than you, that it is shameful for me to dance. And anybody who dances is disrespectful to the great other. There are many, many people like that. The great other is so great that it is shameful for a woman to not have her head covered. Or it's shameful for a woman to not be totally covered. Because this thing is so great, and women manifest all this body stuff, babies and menstruation, and I'm attracted sexually to you, and therefore you must be unclean. Are you with me? This is the phenomenology of religion, folks, and it's happening in the world right now. And so I feel that my loyalty to the primal other, and to have it understand that I'm not its enemy, I've got to knock down the World Trade Center, because all of you infidels are shameful. And therefore, whatever I do, I have to diminish my manifestation of my sort of ordinary human. I've got to cover up femininity. I've got to keep the women from going out on the street. I've got to not eat certain foods. No rock and roll. Don't you just get that? Isn't that perfect? Because obviously, if you're into rock and roll, I mean, you're not really preoccupied with the otherness of the great other. You're kind of in the great other. You're kind of possessed by it. You know, if you're in those ecstatic dance clubs, you know, you're not preoccupied with the great other. So those ritual forms which burn it all and give it to the God are afraid to make much space for the human. Now that is a way a lot of people will relate to the archetypal self if they become aware of it. It crushes the human. And if you are giving it too much power, either consciously or unconsciously, it's crushing your humanity. To give you an example, say the archetypal self comes in, and it comes into you through your warrior sector, and it lights you up like a Christmas tree in the warrior quadrant. And that means all you can do is work. Work on the important mission. There's no time to play. Play is not important. You follow that? That's human. That's shameful. A workaholic really feels that play is shameful. See? So you can just see how that form of sacrificial process is manifest in different ways one is relating to the archetypal self. So in this theory of change, you have to be aware the primal other is huge, it's powerful, it's constantly pouring. It's constantly pouring. It does not stop pouring. It never stops pouring. You balance the opposites. We'll get to this after the break this afternoon. You balance the opposites, and that gets you so you can contain more energy and be more creative and more radiant and more wonderful than you were. And if you notice, boy, there are some really creative people that manage to stay alive. You know, a lot of them get creative and then they self-destruct pretty young, right? Think Elvis, think Janis Joplin. Their cups fragmented, but not until they had gotten a huge amount of juice in them. But sooner or later, that excess starts coming in, and the excess will create chaos. In a spiritual sense, it creates satanic byproducts. Whenever the excess energies come over, and you don't understand about this sacrificial process, then it's going to start creating really destructive dynamics in the psyche. So what do you need to do? You need, in this theory of change, you have to acknowledge the reality of the primal other, the enormous importance of the reality of the primal other, the fact that it keeps on giving, and you've got to do what you can to optimize the balancing of your opposites so that you can be a better steward of that energy. But you also can't stop there. You've got to learn how to engage in a inner practice which allows you to do something constructive with the excess flow of that archetypal energy. That is the key element here in what I'm trying to teach you. In other words, your complexes, let me go back to complex theory. Your complexes, which cause you trouble, they have been influenced by your personal experiences because particular traumas weaken you in particular sectors. And the classical Jungians were right. At the core of every autonomous complex is an archetypal core, but it's much more specific than they teach. If you will look at your personal autonomous complexes, you will find that one or more of these four energies are at the heart of your autonomous complex. And these primal archetypes that I've talked about, these four elements, are the portal for the flooding in your personality and for the subsequent splitting of your personality. And so in order to deal with your autonomous complex, the first thing you've got to do is to become aware of where the leak is structurally, and then you have to balance your opposites so you can contain more energy before you leak. But that's not enough, right? Why? Because it keeps on coming. And so you have got to develop an inner psychological or spiritual practice which will help you deal with the excess energy creatively. That's what our forebears tried to do with their sacrificial process. And after the break this morning, I'm going to show you how we need to learn from them and to learn from the models in alchemy, which model a way of doing this which is consistent with what I've learned in this structural theory. Now let me stop there and let me invite you to dialogue with me now, because I'm sure I've confused you, but I have said to you what I need to say about this complex theories and the theories of change. So ask me some questions. Yeah.
You said at some point that everyone's psychology is essentially a personal confession. You know, I think he was referring to his point of view and Freud's point of view. And so I find myself a little resistant to hearing your theories for the first time, wondering how much of this, maybe you can help explain, your is this your personal confession about
Sure.
energies that you're dealing with?
Sure.
And how much, and then how you kind of search your process for searching and validating this point of view out your quote unquote scientific side. But maybe you can kind of give us a little background or me a little background about that.
There's always me searching the research, and I'm the first to tell you that I've had to struggle with the flooding of my archetypal energies quite a lot, and I've said to you already that mine have flooded me chiefly through the magician portal, and also secondarily through this warrior portal where I am too workaholic. But through long struggle on this and research, I've realized that, you can't come to integration through only one or two quadrants. I have got to, if I'm going to optimize my balancing of my opposites, I've got to bring in more time to play into my life. That will not make my activities less productive. It'll make them more productive, contrary to what my personal confession would be. It doesn't make it waste. It's a shameful waste of time. My personal confession is it's a shameful waste of time for me to play. But my scientific knowledge contradicts my personal confession. And it tells me that if I play more, I will actually be more creative and more productive than I am when I try to express it through a workaholism. So that's one way in which my own personal experience and my own personal confession operates. But I'm not one of those that believes that you can reduce every theory to biography, because there's such a thing as data, comparative data, that a theory has to deal with. And what I'm trying to do is to make sense out of myriads of interdisciplinary and multi-theory data. And, what was the phrase you used? They said a personal confession. There's another sense that a theory or a thing is a personal confession, is that we all have our private religions. All of our personalities are little private religions. Adler called them private logic. Well, it's not just private logic. It's a private sacramental system, private sacrificial system, like I was trying to tell you yesterday. We need to know, what is your private sacrificial system, and how well is it working? Could it work better? And that's why we're here, yeah.
What works for me really well in getting this is I've done tremendous amount of work around addictions, and the Alcoholics Anonymous 12-step meeting that occurs is a ritual space for confession, so that when the addict, the alcoholic, who is predominantly lover sector privileged, gets flooded, they have a choice. They can go and regulate with some more vodka, which will probably just make it worse. In fact, there's no probably about it. Or they could go to an AA meeting, which is a ritual space, sit down with other people that are struggling with the same thing, have a sense of confession, discuss a step, which is a structure, and have a sense of containment. And it's a spiritual space. It's a ritual space. It's one of the few that we have in the secular world.
Thank you, Gary. In fact, it's one of the most effective. And I am a real supporter and proponent of 12-step kind of approach. There is a very important bulwark, what I like to call it. It's a very important form of street magic in healing. What I would like to supplement 12-step programs with, though, is this understanding of the necessity for structural cure through structural regulation. When I say a structural cure in my work, I'm not into the fantasy that many other therapists are in, that they can cure the psychopathology, cure it. It's like, well, we can work with you and then you're cured and no more problem. I think that is delusional. I think that a structural cure, I always put cure in quotes, because a structural cure means if I am your therapist, I have helped you to regulate more creatively and effectively, to regulate your archetypal energies. And you're going to have to steer, you're going to have to regulate your archetypal energies the rest of your life. It is never going to get easier. Through your life cycle, it's always going to be hard to regulate, to access and regulate your archetypal energies in a creative way. I work a lot with older men in their 70s, and I really enjoy it. I think that you can do a great deal with older men to help them optimize. Too many of them decide that now their task is over, and therefore they don't optimize their personalities. Optimization is possible at 20, and it's possible at 75 or 80. And so it's very important to realize it's going to go on the rest of your life. You can't fix it once and for all. So this idea, well, I've been analyzed now, and now I'm no longer having to deal with my grandiosity, that is a joke. The question is, in my analytical work or in my therapy, have I learned to do a better, more creative, more effective job of relating to this primal other and its energies? If I have, then I am, quote, unquote, cured for now. But when I retire, I'm going to have another problem. Or when I get a divorce, I'm going to have another problem. Or when I lose my job, I'm going to have another problem. When I change careers, I'm going to have another problem. It goes on. Somebody had their hand up over here. Yes.
Seems to me that there's another way to relate to the primal other, and it's a way that you relate without words. Without words.
Oh, yes.
And that it is something that connects within you to what is without. It isn't a question of a ritual. And people will have this kind of mystical experience in different ways. And it creates an inner harmony that has no words. And this is an experience that you can have with nature and with music, with small children, in an intense interaction with the patient in a therapeutic situation, but it has no words. But it is the grounding of the relationship.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I think that's what I would call communion. Yes. And we're going to be talking about that after our break, because that's where I'm headed. I would argue, however, that even in that there is if you really understand ritual process, there's a ritual dimension to that. It's not an external practice. It's an internal practice. But it's clearly without words. It can be without words. It's what I mean when I say practicing the presence. But I will want to, and before we break, what time is it now? Yeah.
When you integrate that into your warrior, the work is no longer workaholic. The play and the work are no longer separated. The work itself becomes the play.
Right. This is Csikszentmihalyi. She's saying that when you get more, what I would say, optimally integrated, then you don't have such a split between work and play. This is the concept of Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, flow, the psychology of creativity. And that's what the creativity research shows. I agree with that, yes. Yes, John?
Gestalt, body, work therapies, and psychodrama, how would you characterize them, and do they fit in with your scheme here?
I'm glad you asked that, John, because I was going to come to that in a minute anyway, so thanks for giving me a chance to address that. And this is relevant, and they'll just say this and I'll speak a word to my friends in the Mankind Project International who might hear this tape. John's here representing you folks. and there's a few others. I think this is one of the most important things to ask. Is a Gestalt approach to the psyche equivalent to a Jungian or a Neo-Jungian approach to the psyche? And I would say, I've done a lot of Gestalt therapy. I've spent thousands of hours in Gestalt marathons, and it's very powerful psychotropic work. It opens up the sardine can in a powerful way. But I would argue that it does not really connect you consciously to the primal other. Because in the theoretical framework of Gestalt, as Fritz Perls developed it, and subsequent people, and you know, for you MKP people, the techniques that Ron Herring used when he was originating a lot of the early techniques used in the Brotherhood, he was heavily influenced by Gestalt theory and practices. And if you're not familiar with that, you want to study some of the Gestalt theory and practice. There's an excellent book we all ought to look at. Is Raymond Corsini's Current Psychotherapy still in print? Get the great text by Raymond Corsini, Corsini, Current Psychotherapies, and look at the excellent chapter on Gestalt therapy in there. It's wonderful at helping you relate to your different subpersonalities and parts of your little s self system, which are personal, which are split off. Subpersonalities, fragments of yourself, all of which you're trying. In Gestalt, what you're trying to do is, if you dream an image in a dream, all of those images are you. And you have, they really should become I. It should become I. And so when you're taking a Gestalt approach to unconscious materials, you're assuming that all of your personalities, that are fragmentary aspects of your personality, which you're relating to in these Gestalt techniques. You know the two-chair technique? Do you all know that? You have the different parts of your personality talk to each other, try to get them on better terms. You know, the one that wants to get a divorce and the one that wants to stay married. You have them talk and see if they can come to any kind of clarity, new clarity by working. But this does not acknowledge the transpersonal core of psychological problems. You know, to me, this explains why so many men in so many parts of the men's movement who have used Gestalt types of techniques alone continue to have a terrible struggle with their primitive grandiose issues, their primitive grandiosity. And they continue to be unable to mature enough as men to be able to assume the kind of mentoring and organization building and community building and healing activities, the mature relationships with women that they could develop if they got their grandiosity more regulated, or more, even if they're gay, lesbian, gay or homosexual, more mature relationships with men. So in any case, it's very important to get clear that a Gestalt theory of change is a form of ego psychology, or at best, a form of little s self-psychology. It doesn't really address the problems that personalities, which ones? All of them. The problems that all personalities have, which are grounded in the primal other, the great self, the archetypal self. And one of the huge problems is that if you don't understand the difference between I and the great other, you got a big problem. Because then when you have suicidal thoughts, you'll assume that's your true self talking. When in fact it may be the adversarial manifestation of the great primal other, which is manifesting in an attack on you, what Freud would call the punitive superego. It's manifesting in that form because you have been so disrespectful to its presence. And so there's a sense in which I feel that Gestalt, like any ego psychology, whatever school it's a part of, cannot really finally deal with the roots of human psychopathology. It can be a tremendously useful technique. I utilize Gestalt techniques in my work sometimes, just as I use techniques from these other schools, systems theory from Freud and Adler and so on. But the reason we're having the seminar today is that the archetypal process of sacrificial dynamics, sacrificial ritualization in the psyche has to be done consciously in order to deal with the primal other in a creative way. So I appreciate your asking that, John, because there are a lot of people that do a lot of workshops and do a lot of intensive Gestalt marathons, and they continue to struggle with the overflow of their grandiose acting out just like they did before. And this would be true. This would be my concern about AA too, though. That is to say, you can't just believe in the higher power. You know, it's like if I say, well, it's important for you to believe in that the archetypal self exists. Right, I think it is important, theoretically. But what is decisive is not believing in the archetypal self, but as the lady said earlier, it's developing a sense of communion with it. And by that, I mean it's very important to be able to practice a sense of its presence and to have a sense that you're communing with the archetypal self, whether you're speaking in words. Now, you can speak words to the archetypal self. You can, and it would be helpful in some ways to do that. I talk about that in the Facing the Dragon book, and I'm going to write more about that, things that you can usefully say to the archetypal self. But she's absolutely right. When I work on this, my relationship to the archetypal self, much more of it is wordless than words. And much more of my cultivation of this kind of consciousness is without any form of external ritual at all. Although I'm not one that says external rituals are not important. You know, I have to understand that I need to be with other people who know about this. Because if I'm with you know about this stuff and you're trying to deal with the presence of the dragon, and I know that you know about it, and I know you're trying to deal with it, then when we get together, it's like that gives me encouragement to keep trying. In fact, I like to tease people about this. I say, well, you know, I think what I want to do, if you really want to know what I want to do, you know, everybody is an unconscious part of the Fellowship of the Dragon. So the Fellowship of the Ring, you've heard the Fellowship of the Ring? Everybody on the planet in our species is an unconscious member of the Fellowship of the Dragon. You don't get to choose. What I would like to see, though, I'd like to see us start, maybe we'll start it today, and you're all charter members. The conscious Fellowship of the Dragon. So that you can say to yourself, I'm going to try to be a member of the Fellowship of the Dragon. And does that require a membership card? No, that's an external deal. What does it require? Well, it requires consciousness and a capacity to take seriously that communion. Because once you acknowledge the reality of that primal other and that it's always with you. And once you resolve to be respectful of that primal other and try to develop a creative communion, that's where we're going, become conscious of the primal other. That's what we're talking about this weekend. That's what our forebears did. They were aware of it. And they sought communion. We need to seek communion with it. We need to seek optimal, conscious communion with it. That is the way we can be the most creative and the most productive. And so you can tell folks that there's a fellowship there's a brotherhood and sisterhood they can become a part of, and all they've got to do is to get conscious about the dragon and resolve to try to practice communing with its presence as creatively as possible. That's the only membership requirements that are required. And I personally believe that the future of our species, which is currently being rapidly going toward the abyss because of unconscious communion with the dragon, which I wrote about in this Facing the Dragon book, I believe if enough folks got conscious, just like this is not new with me, this is Jung and Edinger, if enough people got conscious and joined that fellowship, that conscious fellowship with the dragon, we might have a chance to regulate well enough to get the 100th monkey theory working in our behalf. Yes, thank you.
I wanted to kind of tie two ideas together.
Sure.
The first is that I lead a business that essentially has been the vessel for my development.
I see.
And what I walk away from here with is the language to describe the issues that I'm facing leading that business.
I see.
And the second idea I wanted to tie back to that is I think Jung talked about directed thinking and fantasy thinking.
Yes.
And the paradox in my life is that I live in this world of highly directed thinkers, and everything is logical, and it's very adaptable, and they're very successful at their adaptions.
Yeah.
But what I'm finding, leading this business that's really the vessel for myself, is that it's the fantasy thinking. It's this type of language that enables the fantasy thinking that really the pouring into the glass, and the analogy with me is that's the opportunity that just keeps coming into my business. And I got to figure out how not to kill the people working for me, nor myself.
Right.
And,
exactly.
and to make it, to deal with it. I'll be interested to hear what you say about that.
As creatively as possible.
Yes.
As creatively as possible. Make your business a vessel for optimal creativity. I work with a number of very high-level businessmen in this country who are very spiritually awake. They feel just like you do. They realize that they, for whatever reason, have been organized in their personality in such a way that they may not be able to do what I want them to be able to do yet. I want them to be able to ride the dragon in a creative friendship and partnership so that the optimum results come. They may not be able to ride it yet, but they got it by the tail and they know it. And they can't turn loose. See, some people, what I call lion men and lion women, these really high performers that have, the cup is real full, and sometimes it's coming right up over the edge. Their cup runneth over. The ones that are not spiritually oriented in business, they become very sociopathic, very psychopathic. And you see a lot of this in our corporations right now. You see a lot of very powerful, creative men and women who have gotten the glass so full it's running over, but the energy's spilling over, and they don't have any spiritual means to recognize that that energy is not theirs, and so they create hell. Like the Enron fiasco is an example of this. Those people, their cups were running over in the leadership of Enron. Their cups were running over. They did not know what to do with it, and so the overspill created a chaos for all of those employees that lost their entire retirement programs and so on. And the stories keep coming out now. Our corporate leadership in America is having a terrible time. The lion men and lion women of our corporate leadership do not understand this communion with the dragon business, most of them. But I am here to say that there are some of them that understand its necessity and who are doing everything in their power to try to learn to be respectful of the primal other in their business, in their work. I would go so far as to say that the most conscious of these men and women are actively seeking to make the presence of the primal other a constant, conscious presence in their business, that they are attempting no longer to see themselves as in business alone. They're attempting to see themselves in business in a kind of cooperative, creative partnership with the primal other. And in order to be serious about that attitude, then they have to take a moral stand, a moral commitment about the leadership in their business, for a moral leadership as much as they can muster, and also to have some sense of stewardship over the wealth that is coming out of their creativity. And I'm happy to say that there are increasing numbers of men and women, business leaders, who are very aware of this. It's not the high percentage, but there are increasing numbers who are aware of this, who see their business leadership as only one expression of their spiritual life, and who are seeking to find ways to bring the bounty of the wealth generation that their business is generating to help the poor and the dispossessed of the earth, especially through microcredit kinds of activities, the support of microcredit activities and so on. So your experience that you're describing is, you're not alone in that. And I would just simply say that if you study my work, you will notice that there are certain organizations which tend to result in this kind of lion man and lion woman personality, and we have to not hate them as much in our envy as we often do, especially therapists. Envy is a terrible thing, and when somebody's shining that brightly, it's awfully hard not to envy and hate them. But we need to have empathy for the problem they've got. And I think after this weekend, you will have a sense of what problem they've got. That cup is running over. And nobody has helped them understand what you do when the thing gets up to the top. You follow me? A lot of us think that our psychotherapy would be finished if we could just get the elements balanced so that we could fill up the cup. Most therapists of most schools believe that if we could get the cup full, it would be over with. We'd be done. Now we can terminate. See? But there is enormous evidence from both science and comparative mythology and culture, including, did you read the essay on the dragon that came out in the New York Times that I gave you copies of yesterday? If you haven't read it, read that. It's a species-wide problem of dealing with this dragon. And that cup is going to keep running over. So we got to help folks figure out what to do with that excess. Other comments and questions? Yes.
My question has to do with
some of the discussion we had yesterday about the media and the entertainment industry and how they deal with such things as violence and sexuality. Mm-hmm. And also the more general question of instincts and passions and primal urges, going back to the Freudian theory of instincts and that. You mentioned that in the context of the Freudian theory of change. Jung, as I have read him, makes a distinction between instincts, primal drives, and the like, and archetypes. Mm-hmm. And he seems to suggest that instincts and primal drives, bodily urges and that, are at a lower level or a deeper level or an animal level, and they are to be differentiated from archetypes. Now, my question is do you acknowledge this
wait a
difference?
minute. Now, we're going to have to respond to some of these before we get too far because there's a lot of important questions here. Let me just say, in response to that thing on instinct and archetype, I think the distinction is overdrawn at the scientific level. If we're talking from a scientific, psychoanalytic level, we're not talking about Jungian spirituality. See, with Jung, you're dealing with a guy who sometimes he's talking with his scientific psychoanalytic hat on. Other times he's talking with his spiritual guru hat on, where he's dealing with ontological issues with the transpersonal dimensions, which are more than psychological. And so I suggest that you look at Anthony Stevens' work, which I respect very much, for an understanding of just how instinctual the archetypes are. The scientific evidence now that we've got about just how instinctual the archetypes are. And in fact, what has happened, for those of you interested in comparative psychoanalytic theory, is it's a lot harder now to maintain these easy distinctions between these theories. Because, quite frankly, I have come back to Freud now, reading it through my theory. And if you read Freud through my theory, it doesn't look like the Freud that I was taught by people that didn't like Freud. Because I know about the id now. Now, the id is the primal other. The question, though, is if you're dealing with this from a neurobiological point of view, there are aspects of archetypal functioning that you can deal with. But you see, I'm also trained in philosophy and theology and comparative spiritual traditions, as Jung was, to a degree. And I know, for God's sake, I've studied Whitehead for ages. And I know that there are ways to understand the primal other which are ontological and grounded in the best of contemporary philosophy. And in a way, there is a primal other that's ontologically grounded, if you're speaking spiritually, that transcends the biological wiring. And so there's the distinction that can be made theoretically between the biologically grounded archetype that Anthony Stevens spends so much time with and the ontologically grounded archetypal dimensions of not just humans but other animals and of the cosmos. Those things at some level co-inhere. They're an expression of the same reality. The easy distinction between religion and science and spirituality and science that used to be made by people that didn't know very much can't be sustained anymore in the light of recent philosophical, spiritual, and scientific research. So I want to honor the distinction, but make the point that when I'm speaking to you as a scientific psychoanalyst, for example, I can argue scientifically based on no ontological claims whatsoever, just as Jung said. I can argue that religion is necessary. Spiritual practice, religious and spiritual practice, is necessary if one is to deal with the psychological curse of our species. I can argue that purely scientifically. and have been doing so in my advanced seminars. That doesn't mean I have an ontological claim. It means I'm looking at the literature on evolutionary psychiatry and the evidence about the evolution of religion and the evolution of your God consciousness. And we can explain why that is there. And I'll give you a shorthand. The reason religious practices have evolved, ritual practices, including the ones we're talking about this weekend, the reason they evolved is our species needed it to deal with the flooding of its instinctual energies. And when our species tries to function without benefit of spiritual practice and ritual, it gets crazy. That's what's happening to the world now. But now that's not a theological or spiritual or philosophical interpretation of that. I can do that too. But I am arguing now that all of these therapists that I'm interested in trying to help with their understanding of this stuff, that the therapist who intuit that spirituality is important for their patients, I don't want people to get away with thinking that that's just a little idiosyncrasy on the part of that therapist that's not got any grounding in any scientific reality. The truth is that there's enormous evidence, contrary to what the classical Freudians and many of the early Freudian therapists taught, that religious and spiritual practice helps people cope with the grandiose energies. And you're not going to be able to deal with your symptoms very well if you don't find vessels to deal with them. So that's a long answer to part of your question. Now, what's the rest of it?
One final question is, Jung was a structuralist, and of course this approach is structural.
I'm a structuralist. Yes.
You're a structuralist, yeah. The post-structuralists, the French, like Derrida and Kristeva.
Yeah.
Knowing what I do a little bit about Kristeva is she believes that for psychotherapy, you want to cut through all of these structural constructs, these reifications of phenomena, and get right down to the guts of things. And for her, it's bodily urges, bodily drives, which manifest or express themselves through language. And I'm not sure that she would agree with having all of these constructions in between.
No, she would not.
She would not.
She's sort of like Hillman. They occupy, the post-structuralist, the so-called post-structuralist occupy, if you have the diagram I gave you, they're in the lover-magician quadrants. The way they think is in the lover-magician quadrants. James Hillman work, you can take my diagram and you can plot all the different theorists where they're operating. And Hillman is operating in that lover-magician territory. It's the magician archetype is a deconstructionist. It's a postmodernist. You got to understand the magician in you, it is not a structuralist. Because the magician in you is going to find a lot to see through on my structural declension. But you know what? Postmodernists are anti-scientists. They're anti-science. I teach with a lot of them all the time. They basically are a formula for the Dark Ages because they really don't believe structure exists. And in my view, the only way you could possibly say what these people say is if you simply are ignorant of the enormity of the growing body of evidence that we are animals and that our subjectivity is heavily structured by the nature of the species that we are and the way in which our brain has evolved. James Hillman is free to do whatever he wants to do. He's very creative. I need to read more of his work. I've read quite a bit of it. It helps me get more into my lover to read James Hillman's work. He's helping me integrate my lover circuits and my warrior because he's got lots of warrior. He's a double, Hillman's a double Aries. If you know what that means in astrology. Well, he's got lots of warrior energy. But anyway, the problem with that kind of thing is that if you're going to do a scientific psychoanalysis or psychotherapy, if you're going to have a basis for an understanding of the human plumbing such that you can understand what happens in psychopathology and relate it to the scientific evidence and also to the spiritual traditions, what the spiritual traditions teach, and if you're going to come up with a theory upon which you can actually test against data, you have to be a structuralist. Any scientist has to be a structuralist. There's no such thing as a post-structuralist scientist, and I am a scientist. I'm also a philosophical thinker and a spiritual theologian. But when I'm doing that, I'm not operating based on the requirements of science. What I do, however, is when I do spiritual theology, I'm taking the science into consideration. Because if there is I'm kind of a neo-Pythagorean too. I believe the universe is mathematical. And I think, that's Whiteheadian too. The universe and God included is a mathematician. God's a mathematician. When I think about all this science, I think a lot like Whitehead and Tillich think about it. That is, I don't assume I can do good theology or spirituality without tending to what's true scientifically. It's not the last word, but why would I ignore it? It's only grandiosity that wants to ignore it. And so I have been telling my postmodernist friends that their approach to things is the greatest rationalization for continued grandiosity that has been developed lately. It is an intellectual parallel to the international corporation, which is a social form that permits rampant, runaway grandiosity with no limits. So, other comments, questions? Yeah, Bob, and then we can take our break. Yeah.
Viktor Frankl has a book called The Doctor and the Soul, which
yes.
It stopped me. It had so much in it, I couldn't even finish it.
Yes.
I wondered how if since you don't hear about it much, or in any case, maybe you do, would you put him anywhere in here?
Yes. Viktor Frankl was a really outstanding Austrian psychotherapist that knew Freud and Adler and Jung. He has a very interesting system called logotherapy. I had the privilege when I was 23 years old to study with Viktor Frankl, and in Southern Methodist University in Dallas for a while, and I've reviewed a number of his books. He calls himself the third Viennese school of psychoanalysis. Basically, Viktor Frankl is sort of an Adlerian. He doesn't admit to that. He has a very healthy view of himself, shall we say, if you read between my lines here. That is to say, there hasn't been a very big school of logotherapy. But he's an existential psychologist. And the reason I say he's another crypto-Adlerian, he will even kind of admit to the influence of Adler, is that Adler's psychology, if you really study it in depth, it's an existential psychology, it's a phenomenological psychology, it is what we call a subjective behaviorism. So Adlerian psychology is extremely rich, not nearly as simplistic as a lot of people view it to be. And Frankl is sort of a shining expression of that kind of point of view. His basic thing is, if you have a why for your life, you can stand almost any how. Well, that means, you've got to search for the meaning in your situation and act on the meaning. Don't give in to your despair. It's good. He's very, very close to Paul Tillich in that attitude. Courage, courage, courage. And so I would not put that in any particular quadrant. I think that courage is required in all of the quadrants, and an unwillingness to give in to despair, that is required in human life. One of the things that, if you know, I told you I'd love to teach some seminars here on, I'd love to lead a bunch of us through Neumann's Origins and History of Consciousness and some of Neumann's other work, because he has a sense of how powerful the drag of unconsciousness is and how that issues in despair. And it's like, this is too hard. This trying to individuate, this is too hard. And this is all too meaningless. And Frankl had it right. You can't ever go there. No matter if you're in a concentration camp, you can't go there. What would I say is the flaw with his stuff? He does not have an adequate sense of the transpersonal dimensions of that. Like so many existentialists, it's really about the ego's task of having courage, but he doesn't really address where's your ego going to get that courage. In my view, your ego cannot resource its own courage. The archetypal self will give you energy to fuel your courage if you are relating in a communion with the archetypal self. The energy for courage, and I gave some lectures here in which I addressed that. My lectures on the courage to be transformed. I address this particular issue. So that's what I would say in a critical appreciation of Frankl. Other comments before we take our break? Then let's take I'll give you longer today since they got us working early and hard. So let's come back at let's take about 25 minutes. Let's come back at about 25 till 12, and then we will go solid to the end. Now we're going to go to this alchemical paradigm. If you have your alchemical studies volume number 13, and you can turn to this, these alchemical volumes of Jung's are amazing stuff, and you may want to also look at the book on anatomy of the psyche that Edinger did on alchemy, to get a little sense about why Jung thought alchemy was so important for understanding depth psychology. For what he was doing, Jung really believed that he was sort of a successor to the alchemical adepts, or what I call the magi, the magus, the alchemical magus, the practitioner of this deep knowledge. In Jung's work, he tries to show how the alchemist had insights into the process of getting conscious about the objective psyche, the archetypal self, the lapis, the philosophical tree, Mercurius, all these names for the archetypal self. And in these volumes, you get all this incredible discussion of the way Mercurius manifests. The way the archetypal tree manifests, you can think about that's very much like the Kabbalistic symbolism. But Jung believed that the power of the transformation symbolism in the Mass was very key. And I'm not going to really go in a lot in this context today about his theory of the transformation symbolism in the Mass, except to say that he thought that the symbolism of Jesus functioning as the high priest in presiding over his own sacrificial offering was primal archetypal imagery having to do with this deep process of sacrifice in the inner world. And where he's getting, Jung doesn't just start with the Roman Catholic Mass out here. He's dealing with the sophisticated mystical theological reflections, Catholic mystical theological reflections on the Mass, the ancient ones. He's not looking at recent iterations, which are kind of an ego theology. He's looking at these ancient texts, which would be more primal in their reading of the Mass. And what Jung is telling us is that the alchemist took the symbolism of the Mass, and instead of having it acted out there in the cathedral, he saw the alchemical magus, or all of the alchemical magi, the alchemical adept, actually doing this kind of thing intrapsychically in the inner temple. And if you look on pages 324 and 325 and following, this whole section is a description of the perils of being someone trying to do this inner conscious sacrifice in the inner temple. This whole section here, it's a text from Chinese alchemy, and it's describing this inner space. And he's talking about, I get this, I'm gonna read this slowly, and then I'm gonna just tell you what I think we're hearing. Wei Po Yang, starts with paragraph 432. Wei Po Yang, the oldest Chinese alchemist known to us, 2nd century A.D., gives an instructive account of the dangerous consequences of making mistakes during the opus, that is, the work, the inner work. It's dangerous stuff, he's saying. After a brief resume of the danger of mistakes, he describes the Chen Yin, which means the true or complete man, who is the beginning and end of the work. This would be translated by us as, this is the person whose ego is no longer the center, but, as we've been saying this weekend, is trying to be in this field of relationship with the archetypal self, the communion with the archetypal self. And here's what he says, this Chinese alchemist says, in describing this complete person. And you'll see the implication is you're not a complete person if you're operating just out of your ego. The ego has to be relating to the primal other. The complete person, quote, he is and he is not. He is and he is not. So, I am, but I am something different from just the I am that I was before I started this communion. This is like the poetry of Rumi. Rumi, in his poems, if you really want to get a feeling for somebody that's right in this zone of communion with the great other, you read the poetry of Rumi. There's a sense in which the dragon's presence is clearly manifesting in me now. And so I am not just Robert Moore ego. There's something bigger than me in here. And so I am Robert Moore. I am Gary Schank. But there's something more than that in here. This person resembles a vast pool of water, suddenly sinking and suddenly floating. Think about that now in light of our discussion. Sometimes sinking and sometimes floating. In other words, don't get cocky. Sometimes you're flooding. And sometimes the archetypal self sort of floods over you and you become an expression of it. Not Robert or Gary or John. Do you get that? So sometimes, especially when you regress, as my friend John Lee says, you turn into a 2-year-old. And it's not your adult self that's there in that relationship. It's that 2-year-old. Even though you have a big body. Read John's book, Growing Yourself Back Up. It's a great discussion of this. What you need to understand is, not only is the 2-year-old, but behind that acting out 2-year-old is a lot of dragon juice. That's not just a little kid. That's dragon stuff coming through that angry 2-year-old. This person appears as a material substance. That is, it's not just an imaginal reality. There really is a structure here. In other words, this is not just a fantasy. When you get into this conscious communion with the great self, there really is a structure to that. He appears as a material substance. And in it are, get this quote, in it are mixed the squareness, 4 sides, the roundness. Jung always talked about the round being an image of wholeness, an image of the self, the archetypal self. There are mixed the squareness, the roundness, the diameter, and the dimensions. This is geometry, friends. The dimensions, which restrain one another, like I have told you that the different elements have to restrain each other. It's not just the government that has to have checks and balances. Your psyche has to have checks and balances like a government that's functioning right. In fact, it would be interesting to think about the archetypal grounds of the different branches of government. Okay, but back to the quote, which restrain one another, having been in existence before the beginning of the heavens and the earth. That is, this squareness which restrains each other, the elements which restrain each other are archetypal. They're not personal. They've been in existence before the foundations of the earth. That is to say, that they are grounded archetypally. The author goes on to speak, this is paragraph 433. The author goes on to speak of a region, quote, closed on all sides. Now we're getting into the inner temple. Your structurally integrated, little s, self-system that through great effort you have created by working to balance the opposites. Its interior is made up of intercommunicating labyrinths. Intercommunicating labyrinths. Not one labyrinth, 4 labyrinths is what it's saying. There are 4 intercommunicating labyrinths. In this space, in this region, the implication is, quote, the protection for the adept, for the practitioner, for you, if you're in there doing your conscious sacrificial work, the protection is so complete as to turn back all that is devilish and undesirable. In other words, if you are in this inner temple and you're conscious and you're respectfully, authentically offering your offerings to the primal other, the satanic results or consequences of overflowing archetypal energy subsides. Do you get that? Are you with me on that? If you're in that balanced inner temple, authentically, consciously, respectfully, the satanic consequences of overflowing of archetypal energy subsides. When you're in this space, quote, cessation of thought is desirable, and worries are preposterous. Read that. This is an affirmation of what you were saying a while ago. The most important thing is not thought. You were saying the most important thing is not talking, but the most important thing is also not thought. What is important? It's the communion. It's being in the presence consciously, being with the primal other, being there, knowing you're there, knowing it's there, being respectful. This is a concrete representation of what Edinger talks about is when you have an ego archetype axis, when you have the ego self axis. That is, this is what it really means to have an ego self axis. And the worries are preposterous. This simply means that you're in the zone. You are in the synchronistic zone. This is what Jung has always affirmed, that if you're really in a right relationship with the archetypal self, synchronicities will tend to constellate. And there will be more of a creative flow to events in your life. That is what the alchemist is affirming. Jung saw that. Edinger saw that. All the folks that are fascinated with synchronicity see that. Get this now. Quote, the divine chi fills the quarters. I think about what we've been saying. The divine chi, that's sacred energy, read that libido, fills the quarters, and it cannot be held back. I just got through telling you, it cannot be held back, right? It's going to flow into those four quarters. Whoever retains it will prosper. That is, whoever is able to utilize the chi that flows in there creatively will prosper. Why? Because it makes you creative, unimaginatively creative. These line men and women that I work with, they are incredibly creative. That's not their problem, the getting creative. The problem is not letting it go bad on them. And he says, and he who loses it will perish. If you listen to my lectures I gave recently as a predecessor to these on transforming fire, accessing and optimizing your spiritual energy, psychological spiritual energies, I point out in there that there's increasing evidence that you get ill, your immune system starts going down when your archetypal energy in your physical systems gets too low. Depression is an expression of the accessible archetypal energy, getting too low. Even the Bowen theorists, the Bowen systems theorists are arguing that now, based on their creative bridging of neurophysiology, recent brain research, and systems theory. They are arguing that we are all dealing with energy dynamics, and when the energy in the body gets to the point where it is not accessible at a fairly adequate level, you get not only depression, you get immune system problems. And the assumption being that for your immune system to function adequately, there's got to be enough chi. So what else is new, right? All the Chinese medical types tell us that. There's a lot of other scientific evidence that supports that now. So you can lose this chi by not having the four squareness of the temple set up, and it'll leak. Or you can lose the chi, and I think this is the one he's talking about. Get this now. I think the alchemist here is talking about the overflow of the chi, the wasted, the excess that's not dealt with consciously. Listen to this. For the latter, that means the one that's going to perish. Are you following me on this? You getting what he's saying here and how it relates to what we've been talking about? For the latter will employ the, quote, false method, unquote. He's talking about the alchemical practitioner. Read that personality or psychotherapist who's employing the false method. Now let's listen to what the false method is. He will direct himself in all things by the course of the sun and stars. In other words, will lead a rationally ordered life in accordance with the rules of Chinese conduct. In other words, he attempts to function out of his ego. It's ego psychology. He's doing what he knows to be the right thing out of the best he knows about what to do about rational psychotherapy. See? But this is not pleasing to the Tao of the feminine principle, the yin. That is the part of the Tao which is not in the ego's activity. The part where you have to give over. You got to commune, right? And Jung continues, he says, or as we should say, the person is operating according to the ordering principles of consciousness. And these principles are not in harmony with the unconscious. If the practitioner at this point orders his life according to rules traditionally regarded as rational, he brings himself into danger. Now, that's what we've been talking about. Why is that? Somebody tell me from what we've talked about, based on what we've talked about this weekend. Why does that bring you into danger? Operating out of the rational functioning of the ego. You're functioning as if you are the center, and there's no other important center you're supposed to be in communion with. You're running it. You're the master. You're in control. This, of course, is the definition of sorcery or black magic. When you're practicing all this stuff without reverence for the great other. And he says this, quote, disaster will come to the black mass, unquote. What is the black mass? It is a mass which is done without reverence for the great other, for one's own egocentric agenda. So what he's saying is, he says, the black mass is the massa confusa, the chaos of Western alchemy, the prima materia, which is like lead. It is the Qin Yin. That is, the Qin Yin is the whole man or person, hidden in the darkness, the whole man who is threatened by the rational and correct conduct of life. That is, so your whole person is threatened if you operate solely out of the ego. Individuation is hindered or deflected into the wrong path. So now picture this. This is what he's saying. This is exactly what we've been talking about this weekend. When a person is operating in this ego way, without reference to the communion with the great other, they're doing sorcery. And, quote, here's Jung continuing, the chi, that is the sacred energy, the libido, the quintessence, the rose-colored blood of Western alchemy, which he identifies with this libido, cannot be held back. And the self then struggles to make itself manifest and threatens to overpower consciousness. So in other words, when it overflows, the chi is going to come anyway. No matter if you're working out of your ego, the chi is going to come anyway. And it's going to threaten, it's going to become adversarial, and it's going to start making you act out. This danger was particularly great for the Western alchemist because of the ideal of the imitation of Christ, the imitatio Christi. led him to regard the sweating out of the soul substance as a task that had actually been enjoined upon him. He felt morally obliged to realize the demands of the self, regardless of whether these demands taxed him too highly. It seemed to the alchemist that God and his highest moral principles required this self-sacrifice. In other words, this would be like a typical person that is they're so spiritual, they don't take care of their human being. And that would be a form of sacrifice that we've talked about today. You're so trying to be so obedient that you destroy your human life. And then Jung goes on to say, are you with me so far on this? This is astounding to me. See? It is indeed, Jung says, a self-sacrifice. When a man gives way to the urgency of these demands and perishes, for then the self, the archetypal self, has lost the game as well. In other words, if your archetypal self, in continuing to come forth against the rigidity of your ego, destroys you as a person, the self is not won. The archetypal self is not won either. It's lost too. Because all that potential that you could realize, all of that creativity that you could do, is destroyed. It happens to all these creative people, to these singers, these artists, Pollock. That's what happened to Pollock. For the self has lost the game as well, meaning the archetypal self, having destroyed the human being who should have been its vessel. The archetypal self has destroyed the human being that should have been its vessel, read its temple. This danger, I'm almost through, this danger, as the Chinese master rightly observes, occurs when the traditional moral and rational principles of conduct are put into force at a moment when something other than social life is in question, namely the integration of the unconscious and the process of individuation, which translates out to what we've been saying. It's when you use your ego approach in the best rational way and you don't attend to the reality of the objective psyche and the importance of communing with the archetypal self in the inner temple. So I've summarized here what I think is sort of the alchemical paradigm for what we've been talking about in terms of trying to optimize the sacrificial process. See, Jung, I think, would argue, and based on what we talked about this weekend, I think there's some merit to the argument, that here we see sacrificial process required at its highest level. And what is that? Well, let's look at the elements here about this vision. What do you have to have? Well, in alchemy, you start with the massa confusa. Let me just translate that in terms of what I've been talking about. The massa confusa is your life prior to coming to conscious awareness of the four elements and the need to differentiate yourself from the archetypal self. In Murray Bowen's family systems terms, it would be called fusion states. In psychoanalytic self-psychology terms, after the Kohut in his school, it would be called merger states. Self-object merger states. That is to say, there's not enough differentiation here in the personality in any form. But what I would simply add from what I'm teaching you this weekend is that when you're in a regressive merger with your family or with your parents or with another person, that's an archetypal phenomenon. You are not seeing this person as a human being. You're seeing them as an archetypal. You're idealizing that human being, whether it's your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. Another place where the Adlerians, I think, are so helpful, they understand that idealizations of siblings are just as crippling, and often even more so, than idealizations of parents. But in any case, fusion states, as talked about in systems theory, are really archetypal projections upon human persons. And so whenever you're still living your life in these archetypal fields that you create through archetypal needs and archetypal projections, your life is going to be a mass of confusion and chaos. It's a rule. Take it to the bank. So what do you got to do first? Well, you got to differentiate. As the alchemist says, you've got to discover the four elements, and you've got to figure out how they're organized in your personality system. What is wrong with your self system that it's not square? Because if your self system, quote, is not square, then you're trying to deal with the power of the circle, totality, but you don't have the structuralization which will enable you to have the best chance at doing that. You with me? You see that? Does that make sense? Because the alchemist says it's got to be square. If it's square, it's safe in there, at least up to a point. We get to that point in a minute. But I say the more square it is, the more safe it is. So what he's talking about is balancing those opposites as adequately as you can so that it's a vessel. And the more it's a vessel with structural integrity, it can handle more archetypal energy, more chi, without fragmenting and creating more chaos. Or we could say that without going back into more regressive self-object fusions or more regressive fusions with my family constellation. You with me? See that? Because when we regress, we go back into regressive fusions with our our significant others. It's a rule. All of us. So anyway, building the inner temple. So the inner temple, in my view, is simply a way of talking about that, the system self, which is four square. Balancing those opposites so that libido, the id's energies can come in and be utilized without engaging in infantile, regressive, archaic behaviors that destroy the person, its relationships, its organizations, its country, the world. But the problem that the alchemist says, Jung points out, that the chi keeps coming, even when the inner vessel is four square. You with me? It keeps coming. The chi keeps coming. There's going to be more of it flowing. Less of it leaking. The cup is going to run over. My cup runneth over. Your cup is going to run over. It always is going to run over, but we're talking about a really full cup now. We're in Rumi territory now. And if you've ever read Rumi's poetry, when he gets to rocking in his poetry, especially Coleman Barks translations, and if you want to get into a little ecstasy, you listen to Coleman Barks read Rumi. It's awesome stuff. I get a little weird when I hear that stuff. But anyway, when it starts flowing in there, then you're going to have a full cup, and as Rumi says, the mountains start turning into ruby. You're looking at these mountains, and they are not mountains. Boy, they start glowing. They are rubies. And that's another way of saying everything I look at when my cup starts getting full like that, I'm in ecstasy. I'm experiencing joy. I'm looking out, and no longer are you just these ordinary gray people, what you are. I start seeing you as you really are. I start seeing you as jewels in Indra's necklace. And that's an ecstatic vision. That's William Blake. And that really exists, and that's really in you, and you have that capacity to fly in that zone. You can be the Michael Jordan of your life in the zone. But it's dangerous. So when that chalice is overflowing, as it's going to if you power up, then you've got to step into your inner priesthood. Do you get that? You have to step into that then. And the imitatio Christi, that is the imitation of Christ, this is what Jung is saying that the alchemist knew, that Christ's sacrifice can't fix your grandiosity. He can't fix it for you. Theologically, you can say Christ did some incredible cosmic act. But if you're doing a Christian theological thing, you would have to say, yes, Christ did some incredible cosmic work, decisive, perhaps that only Christ could do. Christians will argue that. But it doesn't get you out of stepping up to this part of the priesthood of all believers. And so there is an inner priesthood. And when I'm telling all these men and women that they've got to step up to be magi, that every person, just like in the Australian Aborigines, you've got to carry your part of the song line. You can't assign it to the ordained clergy or the certified therapist or the licensed psychologists and social workers. You can't assign it. Everybody has to step up into this priesthood. And the chalice inside you, when you're really powering up and you're in this relations, when you're really making it possible for that chi to build up, it's overflowing. So the question is, what are you going to do with the excess? In your activity in the inner temple, you have got to be able, in your conscious communion with the great other, this is what I call getting conscious about your offerings to the dragon. The flow that our primordial predecessors said has to be between the God and the person. They knew something. Because what they were saying is, if this is working right, those ancient people were saying, if this sacrificial business is working right, the God and I are going to be on better terms. And the God is going to share the God's energy and plenitude with me. And I'm going to take that plenitude and I'm going to share it with my tribe, my people. And instead of scarcity, there's going to be enough for a feast. That is what the ancient people believed. And if I don't get into this right relationship with the God or the spirit or the ancestor, my people will starve because there won't be enough creative, productive energy there. So they knew that they needed to return something to the great other. And what I'm saying to you in this workshop this weekend is, you can understand what it is you need to give back to the dragon. It's not a big mystery. You need to figure out which part of your archetypal energies you're not regulating creatively. Because they're not, if you're not regulating them creatively, they haven't gone anywhere except in projections, idealizing projections on other people or into your symptoms. They've gone into your symptoms. They've caused your aneurysms. But you have got to figure out where that excess overflow, no matter how well your cup is balanced, your cup is overflowing, no matter how poorly structured you are. Do you see that? Even if you're real one-sided, your cup is overflowing. You got to figure out where it's going, and you've got to get conscious about that excess being given back to the dragon. This is what a Christian would call a Eucharistic image. Jung is saying it may be a Christian Eucharistic image, but it's not just Christian. Jung thinks that this is a process which is human, and that the necessity of this sacrificial process is species-wide. You've got to return that Any chi, are you with me? Any chi that's running over your cup side has to be consciously given back to the dragon. You have to say to the dragon, in effect, and this is some words you do need to say. You need to say, take this golden energy of yours that I have not become adequate in channeling creatively for the world and for my life and for my family and my friends, and receive this back, and then, if it please you, give it back to me again in a form I can deal with creatively. That is the image that you see so much in the Christian scriptures and in other ritual literature about, I bring my human offering, the God, whoever it is, receives it, and then, as the ancestors said, the God gives it back in form you can use, a crop or a calf or a lamb or a plant that can be eaten. Yeah.
What happens if the client is aware of where this is being regulated, but is incapable of doing what you just said, for whatever reason?
Incapable of disidentifying with the great dragon. Yeah. Well, won't do anything about it. Well, Jung's quote applies to that. When an individual is riding on all this chi, archetypal energy, and they are unwilling to admit that it's creating chaos in their life, and they're unwilling to bring it into the conscious communion with the great primal other in the psyche, they are going to be harmed, inevitably. But the tragedy of it is not just that they are going to be harmed. We in these days, don't we talk about collateral damage, right? The enormity of the collateral damage around those who are so haughty in their personality structure that they will not say to the archetypal self, I'm not doing very well with this energy. It's making me an addict. It's making me eat more than my human body needs. It's making me eat less than my human body needs. It's making me be addictive in my work habits. It's making me be addictive in my codependency. It's making me be masochistic in my relationships. You fill in the blank. It's making me blank. From this kind of point of view, you have to get that conscious and spoken between you and the primal other. It may not be in words, it may be thoughts. Maybe thoughts that you think in your communion with the primal other. But it can't be just sitting there meditating. A lot of meditation encourages a merger with the archetypal self. Meditation forms which encourage you, for example, as a lot of the stuff Ken Wilber teaches, it's a magician inflation. And you start getting into this kind of fantasy that I am the great self. A lot of Ken Wilber's teaching, as brilliant as it is, and I love what he does with interdisciplinary models. He and I are very similar on the view of thinking in an integrated way about all this hierarchy of disciplines and area sectors in human and physical life. I agree with him on that. But when he starts to privileging the magician sector to the degree that he does, he, like the postmodernists, in my view, are in a magician inflation, massive magician inflation. Well, you really are. If you were really spiritually enlightened, you have to realize that you are the great self. Well, at the farther reaches of mystical attainment of the avatar, such as you see probably in Rumi, that may be so. But to teach that without care to people as a model for their functioning, ooh, that's dangerous. Are you with me on that? Do you see why it would be dangerous? I teach you to meditate so you can feel like you're one with the great self. What's the problem with that? Somebody tell me.
So you think you are the great self.
Narcissism.
Fantastic narcissism, not expressed in the royal sector like the typical narcissistic personality disorder. You don't look like the narcissistic personality disorder, probably. But what do you look like? You look like a monk. You look like a holy man. Well, folks, when you look like a holy man, the chances are real good that you're very inflated in the magician sector. And from my point of view, the proof is on you to show how that's not so. And it's like one of the ways you can tell is that people that are really into these magician inflations, they're not too worried about actually doing anything, planning anything to solve the problems of the poor of the world. Most of them are going to meditate. And they're not going to do much about supporting the furthering of microcredit in the world, so forth like that. So anyway, in this thing, and then I want to open it up for you, because this is where I think this is the optimum sacrificial process. It's got to be inner. You've got to do it yourself. Jesus can't do it for you. The Buddha can't do it for you. Jung can't do it for you. You have to step up to your inner priesthood. And you've got to express gratitude for the creative energies that you've received and that you've done as well as you could with. And so as my African American friends say, down at Trinity United Church of Christ in the South Side, they say, you really want to be spiritual? You practice an attitude of gratitude. That's real spirituality. Attitude of gratitude. But they're clear about it's not to the ego. You have an attitude of gratitude toward the primal other, toward the great other. And that's the first thing, praise. That's why in worship there's always you praise first. Before you do anything, you praise before you ask anything. You praise in order to get clear about what the situation is. Then you return the excess to the other. Think of those things in the Mass. I don't know, I'm not a Catholic, but I often go to Mass. Because I think it's so incredibly archetypally true. Because all these little girls and these little boys, if you go to the cathedral here, all these people from different races and different walks of life, all different social and economic classes, they get together and they have them, and they carry the elements up the aisle. And those elements symbolize all about us that is our human. It's what we are. And it is being carried up to the high priest, just as the loaves and the fishes were given to the high priest in the time of the Gospels, in the stories of the Gospels. The loaves and the fishes taken to the high priest. And the high priest takes the loaves and the fishes, or the elements in the Mass, and consecrating them, and declaring them the mystical body. This is my body. Feed on me. This is my blood. Read that life energy. Drink this. And the image in the Gospels and the Christian myth is that then the number of fish and loaves explodes. It's the same archetypal pattern between the changing of water into wine. Are you with me on that? You see this archetypally? And you can have a party. There's so much. There is so much that after you feed everybody, there's a lot left over. Well, that's exactly what this is talking about. There's a lot left. There's always a lot left over if you're in the communion. But you gotta remember, who is that? That which is left over hadn't been eaten, hadn't been put to creative use. It has to go back to the primal other. Do you see that? Can you get the archetypal symbolism there? That, I believe, is why Jung felt that the Mass was such incredible primal symbolism of the individuation transformative process. And so, as in the myth, in Jung, if you study his alchemical works, you see this symbolism. The dragon is feeding on the dragon's tail, the Ouroboros. The primal dragon, Ouroboros. I could show you the diagram in here if I could find it. It's in Neumann's Origin History of Consciousness. The great serpent eating its tail. It is the dragon feeding the dragon. But not just the dragon. The dragon is not the only one getting fed when the loaves and the fishes come up. Everybody else gets fed. And I speak in this Facing the Dragon book about the Messianic banquet, the legend of the Messianic banquet, which says, when the Messiah comes, everyone will feed on the body of Leviathan, the body of the great beast will be divided up. And in the Messianic banquet, everyone will feed on it. And I say in this Facing the Dragon book that I think that is a mythic representation of what we're talking about. If you learn to offer the excess dragon energies in you back to the dragon consciously in communion, and it doesn't have to be verbal. It's practicing the presence. Then the energy can flow in through you in such a creative and radiant way that, as Rumi says, you may become a sheikh. That is a vessel of this energy. And then folks may rise from the dead around you all over the place. That is, that transformative, redemptive energy will be coming in. You'll be, in effect, channeling it. Instead of channeling satanic energy and acting out, you'll be channeling radiant, transformative, redemptive energy through your life. And the beautiful part about it is, according to these stories and these images, is it won't feel, it's just like you said earlier, it won't feel like work. All of the redemptive work you do and the offerings you make will feel like play. And that takes us to, D.H. Lawrence understood that. He understood that if you're really in the heart of love in your life and you're really connected to the deepest parts of what you are as a human being, the acts of kindness and mercy that you express will not be out of duty. It'll be coming out of your ecstasy and your joy. So that is what I think this stuff is about, and that's why I decided to teach this seminar, because I really believe that what Jung and Edinger is trying to show us is that there really is a sacrificial process that has to happen if you're going to optimize your relationship to the self and not be crazy or, depressed or manic, one of the two. So I've got some time here now. Let me open it up for questions and answers and discussions. This is a lot of stuff, but I think you can see why I believe that it's not a throwaway. It's not really an option for effective healing, either psychological or spiritual, to ignore the actual reality of this primal other. And again, I say, you can call that primal other the reptilian old being that lives in you, if you want to reduce it to evolutionary models. But whatever you call it, you need to relate to it and commune with it consciously. Otherwise, the price is really too high for you and those you're in relationship with. Okay, let me open it up. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Energy.
Yes.
How would you guide them to try to give it back? I mean, what practical
Well, it
steps?
depends upon where they are in terms of what type of she's asking me, practically speaking, what would I do in terms of relating to an analysand or a psychotherapy client or a counseling client that's having this kind of problem. Well, see, this is what needs to be taught in terms of not only differential diagnosis, but differential treatment planning. Because what I would do if they were a very loosely organized person coming in for brief counseling to me, and I was going to have about 1 or 2 or 3 sessions with them, would be very different from what I would do with them if they could become a psychotherapy client for more than just brief supportive therapy. And this is what I'm trying to teach in these seminars. I'm trying to show that this is the plumbing, period. This is the plumbing. If I'm a counselor, what does this make me do in relationship to that person that comes in my office? I'm going to try to run quickly through what I would do if they were a counseling client, a psychotherapy client, an analytical client, and so on. If it's a counseling client, the first thing I've got in mind is this is a system self that's in great trouble. They're much more fragile than I might think if I was not trained in this. Therefore, I'm going to be very, very firm and assertive in helping them find crutches to contain this flood. I'm going to refer them to a 12-step program, for example, if they're having addictive problems. I'm going to be very assertive about that. A lot of therapists are ineffectual because with clients that need them to be very directive, they're very passive. They read the book on how you shouldn't be a directive therapist because you're not as smart if you're a directive therapist as you are if you're really sitting back in a cool, dynamic therapist. Well, if I've got somebody that's drowning in their archetypal energy, I'm going to move powerfully, decisively. I'm going to mobilize all sorts of extra therapeutic resources to shore them up, to keep them from the edge of the abyss. I'm going to do it unashamedly, I'm going to do it aggressively, and I hope I'm going to do it as effectively as possible. And I'm going to do it in a teamwork with all sorts of people, their pastor, their family members, their teachers, whoever I can find to help be allies in this treatment team. So at that level, I'm thinking, in fact, any therapist that doesn't think treatment team, as far as I'm concerned, is doing malpractice. Any of them, including the analyst. But now that's if I have just a few sessions. If they are in a position where they can come see me, they're loosely organized, they can come see me more frequently because of their circumstances in life, I will still do that part. I will move to try to provide the prostheses. Think flying buttress in a cathedral. I'm going to try to put some crutches out there to shore up that self where I see them about to collapse. I'm going to do that in a multidimensional way. But depending on their level of organization, which is relatively easy to assess, in other words, how much integrity, structural integrity, does this self-system, little s self-system have? Because if it has a little structural integrity, if I provide that kind of support, I can get them stabilized. They're not cured. I may medicate. I may get them some medication. But I'm clear in my mind, this is not a cure. The medication is a part of the comprehensive treatment plan for me to help keep them from the edge of the abyss. So I may go there. if I feel it's needed. And I make that judgment based on whether or not I think that it will be the most productive contribution to their being able to start regulating better. Then I'm going to, this is what they do a lot of teaching about this down at the Adler Institute. Harold Mozak used to say to me, and all of us say, just because somebody comes to you for therapy doesn't mean they're really a client. Just because they pay you and come in, or just because they arrive in your office and occupy that chair, don't get into the idea that that person is in therapy with you. And what Harold meant was, you have got to create a cooperative relationship with that person, what we call a therapeutic alliance. So I'm working on my therapeutic alliance like mad. And I'm using every intuition, every what little bit of a feeling function I've got. What little bit of an intuitive capacity I've got. I'm going to use every tool in my arsenal to help that person see me as not an enemy. And it's with different people, that's very different. You got to figure out who's sitting there, and then you've got to try to position yourself in a way that they can access you. There's a lot of literature in self-psychology now on this. You've got to be really, really aware that you can't be the same way with each person that comes to you. You've got to be like a mother with an infant. You've got to be like a mother. You have to be intuitive with what that infant is saying to you. And you've got to arrange yourself so that breast feels accessible to that infant. Because if it doesn't feel accessible to that infant will not be able to nurse. And this is the myotic function of a therapist. So in other words, you immediately are cut into trying to establish that a minimum beginning bond. And one of the things that people need to learn is different personality structures are vastly all over the place on how well they can bond. It's that attachment theory stuff. You've got to be aware that some people can attach because of their particular disorder. They're real good at attaching. Other people, because of their disorder, if they have detached disorders, or if they have royal disorders, or if they have warrior disorders, they may have a tremendous difficulty attaching. And so the challenge then is immediately to move toward is processing as quickly as you can. How can I position myself to become available here? So a lot of failed therapies, we therapists say, oh, that client was crazy. What translate that, I was so unempathic, and I was so insensitive, and I was so narcissistic. I needed them to relate to me in the way that I've been taught they need to relate to me. And so anyway, that's the second thing you do. While you're doing that while you're doing that other thing. And all the time you're trying to do a multidimensional assessment of what's sitting there in that chair. In other words, you've got to figure out what is happening to that self-system. Is that self-system faltering because it's not getting enough energy? Is that self-system faltering because it's drowning in energy? Where are the leaks in it? Because if you don't know the structure of the fragmentation, you can't create a sensible treatment plan. You'll treat them like everybody else. Well, what's an effective treatment plan for one person may be damaging to the next. And this is what Milan and I both, Theodore Milan and I, totally agree on this. Integrative psychotherapy is not a brainless eclecticism. Integrative psychotherapy has to be able to figure out what is the problem this person's got, and then draw on techniques that are the most helpful for that particular problem. There are some techniques which are helpful for person A that if you use them with person B, will push person B into a psychosis or a suicide. And so if the person is going to be able to see me for therapy, I'm doing all this. And my goal in therapy is to stabilize that self-system and then start trying to help them work toward actually changing the structure. In counseling, you cannot address the structural deficits except for prosthetic means. And they're better than nothing, including medication. Medication is not a structural correction in most cases. Few, yes. Most of them, no. Then you move toward, you've got to do what we've talked about here. You've got to figure out where the structural deficit is. You've got to figure out what you need to do in an integrated, drawing upon integrated interventions. What will help them address that? And it needs to be multidimensional. It should not be limited to what one school of thought taught you. And when Milan and I recommend using a multitude of techniques, we're not saying that all theories are equal. We're saying that you choose an intervention based on what is wrong with a person, not based on your theoretical tribe. And that's what real integrative psychotherapy would function like that, based on the best scientific evidence that we have and the best clinical evidence that we have. So then that's what I would want to do in psychotherapy. And my goal is to make structural changes in the little s self-system of that personality. Because at that level, the person can benefit tremendously by just balancing the saucer of their vessel. I mean, just balancing it. If they balance it some, it will contain a lot more archetypal energy without making them crazy. So they don't have the lion man or the lion woman problem yet. They can't keep enough energy in there to get that crazy, usually. It goes into, it leaks out fast. So that's a psychotherapy client. With a psychotherapy client, how far do you take a psychotherapy client in terms of optimization of system function? Well, you can take them as far as they want to go, and can go in terms of their resources, and can conceivably go, that is, you can introduce optimization techniques such as dream interpretation, active imagination, all sorts of things, if you think, based on careful assessment, that their structure is such they won't make them crazier. This is one of the things that concerns me about people using Gestalt therapy techniques. A lot of the time, they will use a Gestalt therapy technique whether or not it's going to make the person crazier. And I'll tell you, with a loosely organized personality, when you go to trying to deal with affects first, and you try to rev up that primitive affect, rage, get them to do psychodrama with beating the pillow or whatever, getting them into all their rage toward their parents or whoever they're enraged with. If they're loosely organized, that's malpractice in my view. Because you're flooding them with archaic energies, and they're struggling with those anyway. They were struggling with those before they got into that use of that powerful psychotropic technique. You follow me? So that's what really bugs me about people, like, for example, people that have been the victims of child sexual abuse, and you get these therapists who want to take them back through the story. Take them back through the story. Tell me more about your traumatization. Let's really tell the story. We're going to heal you through telling the story. Ooh, boy. That is so bad. Because they're already flooded in primitive affects. They need structure. And so in other words, some people I will terminate in therapy if I make a decision that if I try to get them opened up to more sectors, that the chances are, the statistical probability is that I'm going to really sink their boat in the effort to help them. And that's the medical ethics, do no harm. And you have got to make that judgment call as a therapist. And it is every client, every period of the therapy, you've got to make that judgment. whether to go further would make them much more in danger. And that's a big responsibility. But when you volunteer to become a therapist, you assume that. And but with some people, they either had when they came in or they developed the capacity to be a candidate for analysis. And a person who can be a candidate for analysis, you judge that they have a structure which is sufficiently foursquare. I didn't say perfectly, sufficiently foursquare that they can stand an encounter with the unconscious, a conscious encounter with the unconscious. Do you know what I mean? Because when you first realize the reality of the unconscious, the objective psyche, when you realize that there really is a big thing in there besides you, if you're really loosely organized, you may get psychotic. So in other words, with everybody, I don't talk about this stuff I'm talking about today. I would not go there if I thought it would overstimulate, as the self-psychologists say, the personality. If they find out about it and they insist on approaching that, I will consider it carefully. But there are people who are clearly analytic, who have the capacity to go deeper and to deal consciously with the unconscious. Those people are analytical candidates, and they can go a lot further. Their cup can you can help them optimize a lot more, and you can carry them to the point that they are able to carry a lot of radiant energy without getting crazy. And that's what I think analysis should be about. Individuation, that should be optimization. And what's spirituality got to do now? You got on about analysis. What's spirituality and spiritual direction got to do? It's my responsibility to help that person realize that if they're really going to power up, they're going to need to create a very, very tailor-made spiritual discipline. If somebody is so secular they have no spiritual director in there because of who they are, they won't talk to one, which I deal with. I deal with some really, really doctrinaire atheists, very smart doctrinaire atheists, successful, smart doctrinaire atheists. And in that case, I will try to help them use Jungian techniques to have an existential spirituality in relationship to the great other. Because for them, they don't need to call it God. They don't need to call it anything. They can call it the dragon. And they can get better. I do a lot of active imagination with that type of person. And they're freaked out by the fact that this big thing in them talks to them and it's not their ego. They're a little shocked that it's not their ego. But those people who have access to a tradition, I'll nudge them to draw upon the vessels and the symbolism of that tradition to help them regulate. If they're Roman Catholic, if they're Protestants even, I send Protestants to the Mass. And I explain the Mass like I've explained it to you. I say, forget all that theology stuff. This is what this is about. Go do it. And they do, and it makes them a lot saner when they do it. Think about it that way. So anyway, that's counseling, psychotherapy, analysis, and spiritual direction. I don't do spiritual direction with all the people that come see me. So many of them have good spiritual directors. I don't have to. I will if I have to. I'm trained to do that. So I will do that if I have to. Does that help you? So in other words, when I say I'm a Neo-Jungian behavioral therapist, I really mean it. When I say I'm a Neo-Jungian cognitive therapist, I really mean it. When I say I'm a Neo-Jungian systems therapist, I really mean it. And I think you can integrate these things at the conceptual level better than anybody's done. But also, I think as an integrative psychotherapist, you can integrate them at the clinical level. And it's not simply eclecticism. There's a reason you choose the interventions that you choose. Let's see how we're doing. We're out of time. Let me say thank you again for coming and giving me a chance to talk about this stuff and share it with a lot of people who will get access to it through these tapes. And I deeply appreciate that. And again, if you know of therapists that would be interested in studying with me, I'll put them on to that address in that brochure. And if you are interested in events that I do here or other places, you can check out my website at www.robertmoorephd.com. And again, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Grandiose.